Another good over from Harpy. No runs off it. Back-to-back maiden over, so he is creating something here. He's making some things happen. And you look at the bowlers: 13 overs for James, 14 for Gabriel, 11 for Hines, 13 for Charles, 3 for Goulli. Harpy has bowled 30. So Joshua Da Silva showing that he has faith in his top bowler, his strike bowler, Harpy.
Yes, and faith is one thing. The other thing, he has been very effective. That's the reason why he continues with him. Yes, Imlak made 33 yesterday, Savory 32. Overnight 269 for 5. So they have progressed nicely.
It's a good length from Goulli, forcing Sinclair on the front foot. A short leg and a first slip in play, a backward point, a cover, mid off, long on, short mid wicket, deep mid wicket, and a deep backward square. Sinclair gets off the back foot nicely there. He really has looked the part. He's on to 25 now of just 49. Kimo Paul on the other hand 23 or 46, so they're just right about each other.
Yes, and he's an important cog in the wheel, Kevin Sinclair, for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Spent a little time in the air, came onto the front foot there, Kimo Paul, looking to turn it into the onside. He did, but the good thing that he was playing with soft hands. He wasn't looking to overhit the ball. Mindful, there's a short mid-wicket in position.
And it's a comfortable wicket to bat on, as I said, so consistency is what's important.
Yes, and you have to make hay while the sun shines. You have a good batting pitch. You had a good start yesterday. You want to continue on that. Don't play silly cricket, play smart cricket, and they're doing that at the moment. Both of these boys, with the exception of Kimo Paul on a few occasions, who is trying that reverse sweep. Stand up and play straight, but that's sometimes a normal shot for Kimo.
Looking for a quick single. Shannon Gabriel at mid-off. Threatened to throw.
Well, they judged it well, I think, in the end, because Shannon is not one of those fastest fielders out in the middle. So they know their man, and they trusted their legs and got the single.
So one delivery to go in Goulli's fourth over. And some extra pace on that one. Sinclair got back and played nicely. At the end of over number 85 is 279 for 5. Brian Charles, 13 overs yesterday. He was 1 for 43. Took a beautiful catch at first slip.
Oh, that was a magnificent catch. I enjoy that one. And that's when you concentrate. You follow the ball right onto the batter. You look at the batter, see what the batter is trying to do. And in the end, it ended up beautifully. Took that one maybe just a millimeter away from the grass. Terrific catch.
Yeah, it seemed like he took it behind him as
That's
well.
right.
It almost got past him, so it shows how good he judged it. He would be wanting to have his say later on in the session as Harpy continues from the media centre end. It's too easy there for Kimo Paul and Sinclair to rotate the strike.
Yeah, there's always a single there. Once the left arm spinner dropped it fractionally short, it gives the batter the opportunity to get on the back foot and literally just tap it there for a single through mid-on.
That's better from Pair, a little bit fuller. He's got a long on, a long off, deep backward square and a deep cover on the boundary. So, pretty defensive stuff from the Red Force early on.
Yes, you're right about that. You should not be having both men out on the boundary, especially your long on. You want to bring your long on a little bit in with the left arm bowler bowling.
So pushed away nicely, and some work for Goulli to do at backward point. They get too easily. Smart batting from Sinclair.
Yes, it is smart batting indeed. Now with the long on there, Sinclair has to be out of his mind if he's going to attempt one over the long on. There are huge gaps in the onside field. there's a deep backward square, so he can go across and play through those gaps.
And yeah, so some extra work for Peter to do, because if that ball had gotten past him, it's another single, and they release a lot of the pressure that has been built this morning. This one pushed to Mohammed, no run. Another over completed, 282 for 5 at the end of the 86th.
Yes, and it has been easy pickings for the two batters out in the middle there, Sinclair and Kimo Paul. Nothing really to shout about this morning. So it's a test of their patience, their character, and it seems as though the way they have gone about their work, that the game plan is to bat as long as possible today, if not maybe late in the afternoon as well. So far it's working for both of them. Nothing scary happening. Maybe we'll see Gabriel not long from now.
Yeah, I think, you look at the magnitude of this game, and you look at the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force wanting to find a way to win this game and be victorious, crowned champions after 19 years. And they've come out this morning, and they've come out on the back foot. They've come out very defensive. If I'm a Red Force player, I'm looking to pick up these 5 wickets in this session, go all out attack, be aggressive, and try to make something happen.
Let me borrow a phrase from you. If I was a Red Force player, well, I wish you well in the future, because I know you're on your way, Liam. If you just don't know, Liam is one of those bright prospects at the under 19 level. I wish your career.
Not a good quick single, good batting from these two soft hands.
Yes.
Kimo Paul.
I wish that your career take off as you continue to do what you're doing. Had to miss commentaries yesterday, Liam, and that's because he went for training, and that will tell you how much he focuses on making cricket his career. A lovely swing bowler, medium fast, continues to impress. So don't bother. Mark my words, immortal, a day will come.
See Amir Django on screen there. Just recently breaking into the West Indies team after a lot of years of hard work. Kevin Sinclair, another one who's been in and out of the team. Kimo Paul. So a lot of players who have represented the West Indies involved in this game. You look around at the Red Force, out of their starting 11, the only player who has not played for the West Indies as yet is Kamil Puran, and played Goulli. Joshua James would have played at the under 19 level. This time he's going to run away for 4.
Yeah, and that's the reason why this match is so competitive, because of those players that have played for the West Indies on either team. So 284 for the loss of 5. The partnership so far 51 of just 86 ball. That's top class batting between these two genuine all-rounders, Kimo Paul and Kevin Sinclair. So on the Guyana team you have those West Indian players, Kevin Sinclair, Tevin Imlak. Niall Smith has played at the 18 level for the West Indies.
And Matthew Nandu would have played at the under 19 level.
Versami Pamal, Test cricket.
Kimo Paul, Ashmead Ned would have played at the under 19 and the academy level. Isaiah Tone as well.
Yes.
He would have played 2 under 19 World Cups.
So that's combination makes it very competitive. You want them to play to the highest standard here. We've seen some good cricket. We've seen fight backs. Kimo Paul is going to have none of that. Just leaving the bat, and Sinclair was looking for the single. Not a bad mindset, but sometimes it can cause your demise, like it did to Sinclair on a few occasions. That's a good delivery. I liked it. Nicely tossed up, drawing his man onto the front foot, killing whatever spin there is. The mid-on has come in, and that's good thinking.
Yeah, I think now Joshua Da Silva has understood what's going on, and he realized it's a bit too easy. Looking at Harpy Pair, though, what's interesting about Pair is that he's added to his game, even as he gets later on in his career. He's just over 30, I think 32 years old now, and he has grown and grown as a cricketer tremendously. And what he does now is that he's able to target both the edges of the bat, because he has that arm ball that comes back in sharply, and then now he's getting that ball to turn and grip once the wicket allows it. He gets a lot more turn. He challenges the outer edge of the bat as well.
And Sinclair off the back foot, forcing one down towards cover, and gets the single. So with the mid-on coming in, he has to find another place to score his runs. The over's been completed. The Eagles, they're 289 for the loss of 5.
Looks like Goulli's going to continue from the Barbados Pavilion end.
Well, Joshua Da Silva, he has thrown a lot of trust into the arms of Goulli from that southern end of the ground. Taking into consideration, you have a top-class spinner in the right arm off spinner of Brian Charles. You have your two pacers who can come back, but he's given Goulli a nice little run here, hoping that he's going to break this partnership for him.
Yeah, and you look at Goulli coming into this game. He's in for Yannick Karaya, who was one of the strike bowlers. I think both him and Harpy have been the wicket takers. This time beating Puran to his left, and they pick up 4 runs. Good shot there from Kevin Sinclair. He was onto his back foot in a flash.
Yeah, that was a good looking shot. The timing was great, and placed it just enough to the left of the fielder, like you said, and he got the boundary. Some width and some room. Well, not too much room, but Sinclair made the room. Good foot movement out in the middle. And you mentioned Goulli getting an opportunity here, replacing Yannick Karaya. He's made full use of that with the bat.
Yeah, definitely. And I think when you lost Karaya, you lost a good bowler. You lost a genuine leg spinner who could have batted a bit. But when you bring in Goulli, you get yourself more runs. He's a more of a batting all-rounder. And you look at where the Red Force struggled against Jamaica in the last game was with the bat. So can't blame the selection panel for trying this, as this is 2 more runs. Very good running. James was there quickly, but the batsmen were easily able to pick up 2.
Yes, and these two guys, Paul and Sinclair, they're excellent athletes. So you expect them to turn that one into 2, and they did. Did Goulli, in the opening round, a few rounds, he had a century this year tournament?
Yeah, the first round I had a century against CCC.
Yeah, 121, I think.
Yeah, at the Barbados Cricket Academy.
How do you drop a man after scoring 100?
The problem, he actually played the next game. He opened the baton. He batted at 3, I think, when he scored that 100. But in that first game against the CCC, the Red Force were completely dilapidated of their assets. Joshua Da Silva, Amir Jangu, Anderson Phillip, Jaden Seals, and Terrence Hines were all missing at that point in time. 4 of those guys were in the test team over in Pakistan. And that's an appeal, and Goulli strikes. Sinclair goes, and Goulli does the job for the skipper Da Silva.
Yes, Sinclair looking to cut at one again. You recall previously in the over, he cut one beautifully down through third man for 4, and again looking to play the cut shot. The edge found and the catch taken, and umpire Christopher Taylor had no hesitation. So the breakthrough has come here now for the Red Force. 295 now for the loss of 6.
Yeah, and that's a breakthrough that the Red Force would have wanted as soon as possible. They get it in the end. It has taken them not long this morning. Just about 10 overs it's taken them to get a breakthrough. And Goulli is the man doing the job. But you look at that shot. Let's have a look at it again. It was too close. It was way too close for Kevin Sinclair to cut.
I agree with you. Too close for him to cut. Normally he will stand on the back foot and look to punch it more straight down towards the cover region. But here he was looking to cut at one that was very close. Might have moved a shade away from him as well. So some relief.
But you know, I'm looking at it again, and let's have a look once more. He was neither on his back foot or his front foot. He just kind of pressed forward on the front foot and leant back. So he didn't really get behind it. And that's what led to his demise there. But in at number 8, Ronaldo Ali Mohammed, and he is no slouch at the bat. You've seen what he's been able to do. Very aggressive. Loves to see the ball sail over the ropes. So Red Force are going to have something to deal with here.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a different kettle of fish. Ali Mohammed, generally, like you said, is very aggressive. He's a ball beater, hits it very hard, has some real good shot in his repertoire. So which one will turn up today, we shall see. But still, Kimo Paul is there on 26. He's playing very sensible. Sinclair looked real good up to that point. And good coaches will tell you, you don't cut away from the body. You get as close as possible to the ball, then you have total control over it. He had no control, just a little shimmy, but the left leg wasn't going anywhere for the right-hander. And that caused his demise. Give credit to Harpy. He persevered and persevered, showed a lot of patience and character. That's the reason why he has picked up another wicket here.
It was Goulli who picked up the wicket there.
I beg your pardon, Goulli.
But you're right, though. You're right about pay, and I think pressure builds wickets, brings wickets, and the dot balls, the constant dot balls. Sinclair, we saw he started to look to score a bit more. He started to try to find the boundary, try to force singles when the field, because that last over mid-off was brought up, so that punch on the back foot down to mid-off was no longer an option really to score.
Exactly.
So he had to try to force it behind square, behind point, and was unable to make connection properly. And Goulli gets his first wicket of this match.
I send my apologies to Goulli, and of course his dad, his mummy, entire family. They are watching their boy play. And the Silver, he persevered with him from that end. And the man known for that golden arm, he has gotten a breakthrough.
He's doing it all for the Red Force at the moment. As Ronaldo Ali Mohammed is going to face his first delivery. And I would like to see how he approaches this. Off the back foot, straight back to pay.
Yes, and he's a tall guy. Had no problem getting in behind of that one and defending it. Standing tall.
So here is Harpy, not to be confused with Gordon Pay. That's a good delivery again. Just angling back into the pads.
Who is Gordon Pay?
The great man.
What a fine gentleman he is.
Yeah, he's one of the best cameramen around.
And a school teacher as well.
Yep. Jack of all trades. He prides himself as a footballer. I'm not sure what I think about that. I'll leave that up in the air.
Well, you just quoted 50% of that phrase. Yeah. Jack of all trades. Can you complete it? Master of none. No, he's a good man. Yes, very friendly individual, and he's a professional at his work. 296 for the loss of 6.
Yeah, another good over from Pay. He has now creeped up to 33 overs, 69 runs. So just 3 runs and over. Picked up 3 wickets as well. A lot of threes involved there. As Goulli is set to continue. To Kimo Paul, he is on 27. Oh, looking to drive on an inside edge. So Goulli making things happen here.
Yes, and he floated that ball nicely, tantalizing to the right-handed Kimo Paul. Saw an opportunity for a drive. Got the inner portion of the bat. Well bowled, Goulli.
No short leg now. Cephas Cooper's going into a short mid wicket. So once now, yes, the short leg is out, but it still brings a bit of more pressure now because Cooper has cut off that single down to long on. There's a man out at long on, and there's a man in front of his face at short mid on, very short mid on. So now his best option to score becomes behind square, where he has to kind of force something because Goulli's bowling a good line right on and about off stump. So he has to play across the line of the ball to try to score. So this is good thinking.
Absolutely so. And I like the frame of mind from Kimo Paul. His body language and the way he's been playing tells the story that he wants to bat long. And this is good to see. So often you see Kimo with a rush of blood, shots coming in all direction. He walks in, walks back out. But it's a different story since he came in yesterday afternoon. And this is what you want to see. He's too much of a talent to go by the wayside, Kimo.
He's definitely an improved cricketer. So there we see. There is exactly what I'm speaking about. That was an easy single for the last 10 overs that they were batting this morning. And now that has been cut off. Kimo Paul, we keep saying that Kimo Paul likes to score. He's shown some good traits this morning and yesterday afternoon where he wants to bat long, but it's embedded in him that he's a run scorer. He wants to find the boundary or at least keep the strike ticking. Once they starve him of that, he's gonna try something. So it's good cat and mouse cricket being played there.
Yeah, and it's good cricket. You're right about that, because you want to cut off the singles. You don't want to leak runs in those areas. You want to give the batter an opportunity to look for other scoring opportunities.
So here is Pay. Round the wicket to Ali Mohammed. And you got to think it's just a matter of time as well with Ali Mohammed before he tries to find the boundary.
Yes, and he has picked up valuable wickets, Ali Mohammed, and he has scored runs as well this season. And that's a fine shot by him, straying down the leg side and standing a little. Didn't went right down, found the bat at it and got it nicely down towards long leg for a boundary. So he's going to feel comfortable getting off the mark with a boundary.
100% body line again from Pierre, this time losing that control that he's so good at. Just losing it on this occasion. Leaks 4 runs. And that brings out the 300 for the Harpy Eagles. The lead has now crept up to 60.
And still 4 wickets standing there. So they will want to improve from that 60, get to 100 and beyond. That's going to be some real good pressure exerted on the Red Force. Now look at the difference when Kevin Sinclair played and was out caught behind, and this delivery played by Ali Mohammed. He stand tall, got behind of it and stroked it in front of that extra cover region. Sinclair was going to cut through third man with the legs not going anywhere.
Yeah, and it was a delivery almost identical to what got Sinclair.
That's right.
Same line, same length. Cooper's not going on to the offside. Driving Ali Mohammed beats Django. And James gets the ball down. Long off, there's 1 run. And one thing about Ali Mohammed, he hits the ball hard. So the fielders are going to feel it a bit. It's going to sting a bit.
Yes. And that's because he times it well and he's a strong boy. Well, he put in the dive down on the boundary there, and for a moment I thought the ball trickled onto the rope. Did it touch the rope in that distance? You'll never tell from here.
And Jason Mohammed out there. Let's have a look at that again. He says 4 runs. He's actually signaled to the umpire that he went for 4.
Well, that's good. I'm happy for that, because my first impression upon rolling the ball did touch the rope. So that tells about the honesty of Jason Mohammed, and that's good to see. Sometimes you look at some fielders, they know it, touch the rope, and they wouldn't say it.
Well, fielded off his own bowling there. That brings another over to the end. At the end of 92, 305 for 6. A bit of an expensive one from Pay, 9 off it. And Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, after picking up a wicket not too long ago, they'll be looking for another.
Yes, Pierre, 34 overs. That's a marathon spell. 3 for 78.
He's a fit individual, very fit.
You have to be to bowl that number of overs. I remember Mukesh Prasad, former off-spinner for the Trinidad and Tobago team. He bowled more than 40 overs at Enmore. And we call that end the martyr's end. Somebody was wondering, will he be a martyr here for Trinidad and Tobago? I remember that spell from Okesh Passad. I think that was in 1998 in the President's Cup Regional 4-day tournament.
Good old Mookie. He's actually one of my coaches at the club I play
nice,
for. Nice,
good to hear.
He's still around. He was in training yesterday.
He was a very good off spinner.
Yeah, he still is. He's still.
That's nice to hear.
Sometimes in training, he would come around and bowl a bit towards the end of the session. But he likes to bowl when it's dark, so nobody can see the ball.
He doesn't play night cricket.
Good delivery there from Goulli. Ali Mohammed, 5 of 9. And he would be thinking, wow, I've been out here a while. He's not scoring as he would like. I remember against Barbados in the first round, he came out and he smacked 5 sixes on all parts of the ground in no time.
Yes, 70 odd innings, but he went after the Bajan bowling that day. It was a joy to watch.
Opening the face straight to Puran point.
Has to be careful though how he's getting inside the wicket there and looking to play those shots. But he's covering it nicely, no harm whatsoever.
Up and over, and I don't think the Red Force would mind that too much. It's a good shot though from Ronaldo Ali Mohammed. A couple of bounces into the boundary, and it was pitched up from Goulli, given some air, and Ali Mohammed backed himself to go over the top.
Yes. This is a different kettle of fish, Ronaldo Ali Mohammed. Once it is in the slot, he's going to go after the bowling like he did then. That's a fine shot.
And it was wide off, long off, well off, mid off, and mid off obviously up in the circle. So once he cleared it, the screen spark over outfield is going to give you the result. So he picks up 4, his second boundary, and the Harpy Eagles are up to 309 for 6.
Yes, certainly. So like we've been saying, he's a different kind of player, Ronaldo Ali Mohammed. Aggressive by nature, but he can mix that with sound defense, like we have seen with that delivery. At the end of the over, our dear friend Ren will come a-calling. He's going to join Liam. Yes, keep him quiet. That is what you want to do. The over's been completed. 93 gone. The Harpy Eagles, they're 309 for the loss of 6. More from Liam, and we shall be joined by Ren.
Scenery.
It's been excellent as we see a little bit of Port of Spain, capital of Trinidad and Tobago.
Well, thank you so much, Liam, and thank you so much, Ramjit Prasad, for holding it down this morning at the start of play. Well, we had 1 wicket going down early this morning. Going down for the pre-lunch session.
Up and over, Kamil Puran is there, but it's wide of him, and it's gone over him in the end. He is halfway in, halfway out, not really on the boundary. So Kimo Paul picks up another 4.
Lovely shot indeed from Kimo Paul, using his feet there, coming down the wicket to carry Pierre, and I believe that this might be the start of some fireworks from Paul, because he this morning he was a bit quiet. Good delivery from Pierre that has a good comeback indeed from Pierre, that has Paul a bit quiet there.
This time he's on the back foot and punching down to Puran at mid-on. So they pick up a single, and I think the way that Kimo Paul is gonna bat is that he's gonna pick his deliveries. He's not gonna go all out attack just yet, because he trusts Ali Mohammed on the other end. Ali Mohammed is a good batsman, and now after that comes Ashmead Ned and Niall Smith and Visami Primol. So you still got guys who can bat. So I think he's going to continue going about it, replaying each delivery on merit, and then when it gets to a point where Guyana Harpy Eagles are looking for quick runs, he's able to do that.
Well, the score has since progressed to 314 for 6. Where we lost the wicket, the Guyana Harpy Eagles. They lost the wicket of Sinclair this morning. He was caught at the wicket of Goulli.
Oh, looking to go up and over again. A really well played shot, well placed from Ali Mohammed, and he picks up another boundary. So things starting to happen here for the Harpy Eagles.
Well, as mentioned before, this man Ali Mohammed, he's not going to be sticking around and just. I mean, he will not be kept quiet. Anything that is up there, he will go for it, and he has a reputation of being a big hitter, a man who loves to hit the ball. And we saw this morning that on 2 occasions he has demonstrated that. So we are in for some happy time.
You see Jason Mohammed now being moved back out to deep cover. So a deep cover, deep square leg, long off. The 3 fielders in the boundary. Puran up in the circle, the provisional circle. And Pei, how is he going to come back? He's been hit for a couple of boundaries in the past few overs. And right on cue. So at the end of another good over for the Harpy Eagles, at the end of 94, it's 318 for 6.
318 for 6, and it means that you have Paul and you have Ali Mohammed at the crease. Well, 2 all-rounders, and they'll be looking to really press home what the advantage that they have gained over the Red Force. Just to recap, to tell you that the Red Force, they made 240 in their first innings, and the Guyana Harpy Eagles, their in reply is 318 for 6. They have a lead, a pretty handy lead now. So it's all depends upon what happens from here onwards.
I just saw Joshua the Silva signal down to James at fine leg to get warm, so I think Harpy might be getting a bit of a rest.
Is the new ball due also?
The new ball is available. They've not taken it just yet. I think that is going to become an option. The problem with that though is at the moment it's a flat wicket, and the ball at the moment is old as 94 overs old. That's probably the best opportunity you have to pick up wickets. I think the new ball is going to be hard. Kimo Paul is set already. Ali Mohammed seems to be pretty set. He's on 13 of 17 deliveries, so it becomes easy to score off the new ball, the hardness of the new ball.
Yeah, that's one of the disadvantages. If you take the new ball, it can become much more easy to score off because a much harder ball. But you have Goulli. I think he has been doing a pretty good job this morning. He started yesterday and he continued this morning. He's the man who picked up the wicket of Sinclair this morning. So I believe the Silver will persist with him a little longer.
So hit straight to Gabriel, and Gabriel not running in, just standing on his heels and waiting for the ball to come to him. So it becomes an easy single at mid-off. I think Gabriel could have done a bit better there, but the Harpy Eagles now 320 for 6. Kimo Paul approaching a half century. He's on to 37. It's got a good first class average. With the bat, for where he bats as an all-rounder.
Good single indeed. I mean, Paul just turned this one around and he called Ali Mohammed and he responded well. So another one that is added to the total, 321 for 6. And it's a lovely morning indeed, a lovely third morning for cricket down here at the Queen's Park Oval. The oval is bathed in sunshine.
Good delivery there from Goulli to finish the over at the end of 95. 3-2-1 for 6. And looks like Harpy is going to continue. He's been hit for a few boundaries in the past few overs. I'm just wondering if they're starting to figure him out. He's bowled a lot in this game, obviously 35 overs, and he has got to find a way now to pick up something to shift the momentum in the favour of the Red Force. He's picked up 3 wickets. He's picked up 40 in this competition so far. So he'll be looking after his tally.
Yes, indeed, and he should be. He should be looking after. But I mean, at this stage of the game, you find that the batsmen they have settled in, and they must have been able to read him or pick him off at this time. But he has been plugging away, and plus you have the wicket itself. Hasn't been all that. It has been flat, and it takes guile and it takes patience for Pierre to really prize out his wickets.
Here is Pierre over the wicket now with change of angle, and maybe hoping to create something new, create some sort of difference to the bowling here. He's got no short leg anymore. He's now got a full slip. That is Brian Charles. Good line and length in these first two deliveries.
I mean, that has been the hallmark of his bowling this season. He has had some good. He has been keeping it tight and getting the wickets.
This time down the leg side, Brian Charles has a chase here, and they should pick up 2 easy runs. In fact, it's going to run into the boundary for 4.
This Queen's Park Oval park is quite it's very fast indeed, and once it gets past the inner ring, it goes into the boundary quite easily. And that one didn't appear to have all the legs. But let's have a look at it.
Yeah, I think it was always one of those teasers for Brian Charles where he always thought he was in the game, but it just kept on going.
It kept on going.
he got into the boundary for 4. So 3-2-5 for 6. Kimo Paul 8 away from a 4th first class half century. He's got 100 to his name as well. So it's a good all round cricketer. Good delivery once more from Pierre.
And Paul he has shown a very, very good bit of level-headedness during this innings. He came out yesterday and he continued to play well this morning.
And continues to rotate the strike nicely. Gets a single. He's on to 43.
The score has since progressed to 326 for 6. And we are the 96 overs has been bowled, you can say. I believe it's a water break. I see the umpires are talking with the players.
Well, I think they're going to take the new ball.
Take a new ball, yeah.
It might be that because I see Shannon Gabriel. Yeah, Shannon Gabriel is going to come into the attack from the Banner Pavilion end. So it seems like the Silver is going to take the new ball. And James continues to get warm. So the new ball taken just about 2 overs before the drinks break. I think that's interesting. I think it's going to give them something to think about going into that drinks break soon.
Exactly. I think the batsmen they'll have something to think about, and the Silver will be also looking for containment because as we mentioned before, a new ball, a much harder ball, it will be much easier to score off. So I think the whole idea from the Red Force skipper will be containment and looking to pick up wickets at the same time.
Yeah, definitely. I think it comes hand in hand at this stage, at this level of the game. First class cricket, you want to pick up wickets. You want to be consistent. You want to keep batsmen quiet and force mistakes. But the type of bowler Shannon Gabriel is, he's not a containing bowler. He's an aggressive bowler, and he's going to try to make things happen. He's going to bowl wicket to wicket and challenge the pads, challenge the outside edge as well. And he's able to move the ball. He's got 2 slips and a gully. Django and Charles at slip. Carry pairs at gully. Backward point, Kamal Puran. Cephas Cooper at cover. Goulli at mid-off. Hines at mid-on. Mohammed at deep backward square. And James is at fine leg. Expect some short stuff as well, with the ball being hard and the wicket still having a lot in it, in terms of hardness. So expect some short stuff in this over from Gabriel as well, or at least in this spell.
By the pattern of the field, we should expect him to put a few short one in, because and I will expect, Kimo Paul and Ali Mohammed, they will take up the challenge, because they are in front at this time.
He starts off with one rising, and Paul got behind it nicely, got inside the line, and he is on now to 44. Gabriel 14 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 68. Picked up the wicket yesterday where Brian Charles took a stunning catch at full slip. And Brian Charles has been taking catches like this for the past few seasons for the Red Force. He's a top fielder, top athlete, and he'll be in the game here, because Ali Mohammed is not going to back down against Shannon Gabriel. We saw yesterday he got into a good spell against Perez and hit him a few times, got the short leg in early. So it was good stuff. He's going to take out some time to warm up here. Ali Mohammed plays that nicely. And once he gets warm, he's going to be very good.
Yes, if he can replicate the type of form he had against Perez and the other batsmen, I think Shannon Gabriel will give us a good spell here. But from by the looks of things, the wicket is still a good wicket to bat on. So the batsmen will be they will not have to be thinking about, or if they how difficult it will be for them, but they'll have a really good time looking at the wicket and knowing that whatever is there, it won't be too much of a terror to handle from Shannon Gabriel.
He is again. Good delivery. And they've now taken out Django from full slip. He's gone in to a short mid wicket. So there's one slip on a gully. Terrence Hines has gone down to mid on.
I think the Silver realizes one time that that there isn't too much pace in the wicket, so he has decided to remove one of the slip men and place him somewhere else. Very nice third morning indeed.
Yes, some breeze coming across now as Gabriel is running into bowl from the Brian Lara Pavilion end. Oh, that time squaring him up a bit, taking the outside edge, and they get an easy single. 45 to Kimo Paul now.
Yes, Paul didn't know much about this one because he was aiming for the leg side, and this one came on the opposite side. That's the ball. The ball itself. The shot he played, he was looking to play the ball on the leg side, and they ended up moving on to the other side of play. So you'll find that Shannon Gabriel still has the ability to have this ball move around a little.
And a little could go a long way for the Red Force here, as Gabriel runs in again. 2 deliveries to go in his over. He needs to make something happen for the Red Force here. A short ball pulled away from Paul, caught by Mason Mohammed, but it was a no ball. So the umpire called it very early. That's why there was no real excitement from the Red Force players. It went straight to Jason Mohammed, and Ronaldo Ali Mohammed lives to fight another day.
You thought Ronaldo heard the no ball call. That's why you played the shot. I mean, he just went through with it, because I saw when he came forward, he just played it up, just threw the bat at it without trying to even get over it and pull it down. And
I don't think the intention from Ali Mohammed was ever to pull down. He wants to hit that ball over the Trinity Posse stand there at the Queen's Park Oval. Gabriel unfortunately misses out on a wicket, and the Red Force would feel slighted there. Gabriel has had a no ball problem to me since the last game against the Jamaica Scorpions at the Brandon Cricket Academy. He bowled a lot of no balls, so something to note here, something to work on. So better delivery, and Paul plays it nicely, and that's what Ali Mohammed should have done on that last delivery. Paul was in complete control, waited on it and just tucked it around the corner, and he picked up another single. So he's inching closer and closer to that fourth first class half century.
Yes, Paul was in control of that. He waited on it as you just described there, and he was in total control. He took his time and he pulled it down and just put it easily around for a single.
Yeah, a lot of real estate on the leg side. Behind square, Django's at mid-on, short mid-wicket in fact, and Hines is at mid-on. So anything behind there, it's pretty much a free single. Pulling! Ali Mohammed is going to take him on, and does not have any control of that one. At the end of 97 is 332 for 6. And we are going to take a short break here as the players have a bit of a refreshment. We'll be right back after this.
It's 1 hour. Oh, well, welcome back after that water break, that drinks break for the players where they refresh themselves. And we have the first hour's play going down. The Guyana Harpy Eagles, they started the morning on 269 for 5, and they have since progressed to 333 for 6. the one wicket that has been dismissed so far was Sinclair. He was caught on the wicket of Goulli for 35, and you had Kimo Paul. He has continued from this morning session from yesterday, and he is approaching his half century. And joining Kimo Paul was Ali Mohammed. Ali Mohammed himself has shown that he's not going to be sticking around and just pushing around. He is going to put back the ball, and he was quite fortunate this morning as a no ball from Shannon Gabriel. He put straight in the hands of Jason Mohammed on the square leg fence. But that is all in the past now, as we see resuming, but picking up the attack from the commentator's end is Joshua James, and he has bowled the first delivery to Kimo Paul. So it's quite a nice morning indeed. Not too much action, but in terms of wickets going down, but the Guyana Harpy Eagles, they continue to fortify their position.
Yes, hello to you once again, Ren, and hello to all our viewers and listeners. 63 runs scored so far in the first hour play, 1 wicket going down. Joshua James. That must have been teasing the right-hander outside the line of the off-stump. Kimo Paul had nothing to do with it. The lone wicket going down today, Sinclair, was caught at the wicket of Goulli for 35. And himself and Paul added 58 runs for the 6th wicket. And that helped the cause of the Guyana Harpy Eagles. So he's bowling with 2 slips. There is square cover on the boundary, extra cover, mid-off, a mid-on and a mid-wicket.
Good delivery from Joshua James there.
Oh no!
Just pushed this one there. He came down for a quick single. The freeze man came in and
well, that has been smashed into his helmet there, Ren. That's a nasty blow to Kimo Paul. Hustling for the single. Mid-off came in. Had a shy. Was going to the striker's end. And Kimo Paul found his way in the middle of that. Goodness gracious me. That's like a missile slamming into an object.
Oh yes, and he's still down. He's holding his head. The physio ran onto the field as quickly as possible, and he's attending to Kimo Paul to see whatever happened.
No, that's not nice at all. We've already seen one umpire. That's Leslie Reefer being struck. He has gone off for scans, and now we're seeing Kimo Paul. That's very, very unfortunate, and we wish him well. We hope that he recovers nicely. That was a nasty blow.
Oh yes, indeed, because we see all the paramedics from outside, and all the other players and administrators from outside. They are rushing onto the field to see exactly what has happened. And Paul is still down. I'm trying to see if I think now he has gotten up and he's walking around. That's a good sign.
Well, he's going to take the concussion test there, Kimo Paul, but he's going to go off. Well, that is sad. He's a brave man. Well, did he have a helmet on?
Yes, he did. Yes, he had a helmet on because it was Joshua James was the man who was bowling to him. He pushed that one and went for a sharp single, and as the fieldsman came in and charged towards the wicket, Paul was in the way. So that's where that incident took place, that accident took place. Paul is making his way off the field. He will be looked after, and as you rightfully said, he will be given that concussion test to see if he's all right.
Yes, and he was in the middle of a fine innings on 47. And to be hit like that, it wasn't deliberate whatsoever. The fielder was looking to get the wicket. Kimo Paul was quick off the heels, and it was Ali Mohammed who took a little while to come down there. So in the mind of the fielder, he was attacking the stumps where the keeper was, and Kimo Paul just couldn't get out of the way. He was looking to claim his crease there. and it's a pity how it happens. These things do happen, and it's always a sad sight to see a cricketer being injured on the field of play.
Oh yes, as Kimo Paul makes his way out, but we had the umpire refer. He also had his portion of injury. As you mentioned, he went off. Refer went off to look after
To get some scan at the hospital.
So
it has happened. Now you have to ensure that everything is good with Kimo and he's in good medical hands as Virasamy Paul comes out in the middle to replace Kimo.
well, let's hope that everything is fine with Kimo Paul and that he can resume his innings if when that time comes. But as you said, Virasamy Paul is the man who has replaced Paul, so that's a bit of a little stalemate. But the game continues, and Joshua James is the man who will continue with his over.
Yes, and James so far none for 55. He's in his 13th over with a brand new ball in his hand. Joshua James made some height, had a little bit of a pace, but innocuous delivery way outside the line of the off stump. No pressure for his delivery, and you want to see, in fact, that's Ronaldo Ali Mohammed who faced it, and he would have looked and see his partner going down. Kind of nerves running through the body when those things do happen.
Oh yes, I wonder what effect that may have on Ali Mohammed. But let's see. I mean, he's facing up to Joshua James. James seemed to be just going through. This could be a warm-up over for him because he hasn't really pulled the chokers yet.
Much better line delivery.
Looking for Lincoln line here, and this one is well directed. The first 2 or 3 they went just outside the off stump. The one that he bowled to Paul was well directed. Paul played it well, and then I went for that sharp single.
So 93 is the lead so far. We certainly will monitor that dressing room to see what has happened to Kimo, and we'll surely feed you with information as they come in. Delivery well left alone outside the line of the off stump. Ali Mohammed will have none of it. 333 for the loss of 6 wickets. Perez 82, Anderson 51, Kimo Paul retired hurt and 47, Pierre 3 for 92, Shannon Gabriel 1 for 73, Brian Charles 1 for 43.
So that's the end of the over, and it was the fastest delivery from that over from Joshua James. As we look towards the other over from Shannon Gabriel. Gabriel is the man who will be taking up the attack from the pavilion end.
And Virasamy Paul can bat. We've seen over the years he has played some good innings for his country. That's Guyana. Now he's called upon here. When you get the advantage, you want to ensure that you press home. You just do not want to give up, all the hard work. And I think they're aiming for about 140, 150 lead here on first innings. But it's back with Gabriel.
Oh yes, as you mentioned,
Well, I think they're missing something here with Virasamy Paul coming out. It's a brand new ball. You want to get in maybe that silly point, silly mid-off fielder, maybe a forward short leg as well, because you have a brand new ball. Shannon Gabriel is eyeballing Virasamy Paul. Paul is accustomed to that. The ball ballooned in the air, was a good short delivery, couldn't keep it down, and yet there is no close-in player at that silly mid-off position.
Quite strange indeed. Quite strange for a new bat coming in and having Shannon Gabriel with a new ball. So we see how Joshua De Silva will be working on that.
And beaten outside the line of the off stump. He was definitely pushing at that one, Virasamy Paul. Gabriel twists the head, looked at him, and slowly is going to walk back to the top of his mark there.
excellent delivery indeed from Shannon Gabriel. This one had some pace and it went past the outside edge. Verasamy Paul will tell you that that he saw it all the way, but that one had a little pace in it.
Well, if he says that he saw it all the way, it simply means he watches it beat him outside the line of the off stump. It's a good delivery. Get somebody a little bit closer in, the Silva. Just be a little bit more proactive. You don't want to be reactive whatsoever. He has handled the team particularly well, but these are little moments you don't want to lapse on. Down the leg side, Uzanaz didn't touch anything. Maybe a little pad onto it as it went through to Joshua De Silva rather.
And Gabriel himself, that one was he's really generating some pace now. He's looking like if he wants to, he's up his pace and looking at the new batsman, Verasamy Paul. He must have been counting and saying, well, this could be one of he can add to his tally of wickets.
Yes, well, Pramali has gone through war in his career so far. 18 years of service to his country and West Indies cricket. Again, Pamal pushing at one. Maybe essayed the bat, that he was pulling the bat inside the line. Maybe he did, but that was a delivery a little bit too wide. Get it a little bit closer to Verasamy Pamal here. You don't want to waste the new ball, because I don't think that Gabriel might be bowling more than 4 overs, or maybe the most 5 overs in this spell. He's a big, strong guy, lots of muscles, broad shoulders. And when he hits the pitch, he's very, very quick still.
Oh yes, indeed, and he has this is the sunshine. The conditions here is which will sap your energies and test your stamina and your conditioning.
Short lifting delivery. Once again, it balloons in the air, but no one there at the forward short leg region. And some captains that are very proactive, that's a leg by, will say to you, even just for the presence of mind, the batter knows somebody is close in at that position to take a catch. You want to put that man there. As you settle as a batter, you're conscious somebody is there in for the catch. Well, some overnight scores in that day-night encounter between the Leewards Hurricanes and Barbados Pride. Recall that the Hurricanes 444 for 9 declare. Shaqiri Paris making a century in that. Barbados struggling. More than half the wickets gone, actually half. 153 for the loss of 5. Craig Braffett did not trouble the scorers whatsoever. Shane Mosley, he made 6. This is a fine shot by Ali Mohammed. Just a little leg glance down to Joshua James, and they collect the single. Shane Mosley made 6. Jonathan Drake 16. Kevin Wickham, good to see him amongst the runs. He's on 55. Here it's 335 for the loss of 6. The Harpy Eagles. Kyle Myers made 33. Lenico Boucher 11. Matthew Ford is still there on 21. So that's the story of the day-night encounter. Barbados on the back foot there, has a lot to play for. Jamaica, I think they're staring defeat in the face. Being bowled out for 133 in their 4th innings. They have to play catch-up cricket. Here, a thrilling encounter, and I think this match will unfold in an exciting fashion. Trinidad has all to play for. The defending champions, the Harpy Eagles, they have already surpassed them on 1st innings, because the Red Force, they were bowled out for 240. Now we're seeing that the long off is going back to the boundary. That's Terence Hines, and so too the long on going out towards the boundary. Mid wicket, push forward, square leg on the boundary.
So I think the Silva, the Red Force captain, he's looking to contain and maybe pick up a wicket here or there, but he's not on ultra attack. He's just going to be trying to contain the batsman, trying to keep keep the Harpy Eagles, and they at a reasonable good total, because he is behind the 8 ball at this time.
That was a short, sharp delivery by Joshua James outside the line of the off stump. Good judgment shown here by Ali Mohammed. Plays for the Georgetown Cricket Club. A very important member of that club, and they will feel particularly happy. Virasamy Pamal, the man from Albion in Berbice, left arm orthodox spinner, and a fine lower order batsman as well. That's a good delivery, maybe moving a shade back into the right hander, but went all along the ground to carry Pierre down at backward point.
The score remains on 335 for 6, and if you have just joined us, we have lost 1 wicket this morning. That the wicket of Kevin Sinclair. He went down, he was caught at the wicket for 35, and then we had that unfortunate incident with Kimo Paul, who was struck on the head as he went for a sharp single. He's back in the pavilion, and we await to hear what is happening with him.
A quick delivery, but going down the leg side. And Ali Mohammed showing good judgment here. He's mindful of where the fielders are on the boundary. We can tell you that square cover on the boundary, long off on the boundary, long on the boundary, that's 3 men. Mid wicket on the boundary, make that 4. Add another one, square leg on the boundary, that's 5. And you have the long leg on the boundary. 6 men dispatched here, all hoping for a catch to come to them. Well, short of a good length. So far, we haven't seen that ripping short delivery that will allow him to go for the hook shot or the pull shot. Joshua James. That's some great conditions for cricket here. I was watching a lot of activities at the Nelson Mandela Park just behind. We're doing commentary here. That's one of the greatest souls that would have ever visited Earth. Mandela. And the man who has been injured, his name is Kimo Mandela Angus Paul. Born in the era when Nelson Mandela was fighting for freedom and human justice in South Africa. And this one turned away off the body. Gets a single. Looking for a second, it's not on. Strong return coming in, but half of the pitch. And who should be sending that return? Nobody but Gabriel.
Shannon Gabriel, he's on the right on the boundary ropes down there.
So hello to you wherever you are across the beautiful Guyana and in Trinidad and Tobago and elsewhere in the world, taking the broadcast from Cricket 360 via Cricket West Indies YouTube channel. Thanks to have you on board. And while many spectators are not coming out to the ground, they are locked in on live stream. Pamal gets one in that direction. He's going to get more. That's going to be a boundary to the right hander, to the right of Shannon Gabriel. Had no chance of cutting that off. Straight down the leg side and paid the penalty. And Pamal gets the boundary. The over's been completed at the end of it. It's 340 for 6. That means that the Guyana Harpy Eagles are leading now by 100.
That delivery was ill-directed by Joshua James on the leg side, and Pamal, he made use of it. He turned it around to get off his marks. So it was a bad delivery, one that he straight down the leg side, and he paid the price for it. That took the Guyana Harpy Eagles to 340. That's 100 runs ahead.
Yes, certainly. And in the circumstances of the game, when you are the defending champions, you come to the final round with great sight on retaining that title. Absolutely a very, very good place to be. You're like in a rocking chair at the moment. And every run scored here now, the Red Force is going to feel the pressure of fighting back to force, erase whatever is set to them, and then set Guyana something that they can feel they will bowl them out for. But that's a long, long way from here at the moment. Huge advantage to the Harpy Eagles.
And we have not completed the luncheon session yet on the third day's play. So a long way to go
There's a big drive from Ali Mohammed and not making any contact, so close to the line of the off stump. Well, he saw there's a huge gap between the mid-off and the short extra cover, and he was looking for that and didn't got anything onto the bat. Paul calls his man down, and that's good to see, maybe saying to him, just wheel and come again, recoup. Don't look for those expansive shots. If a bad ball comes, then you try to put it away.
And we have lots of time, and maybe he may add to it that we have lots of time. Take your time about it. Let us pile on the runs and really make sure that we sink the Red Force deeper and deeper into the mire.
That's maybe saying to him as well, what the heck are you doing? Bat and bat close together. Well, that's a short delivery. I think he was in a little too mind here, Ali Mohammed, whether he's going to go down, whether he's going to put the bat inside the line. In the end, he went a little down and did both. Pull the bat inside the line too. But it was a good teasing, testing delivery.
Yes, he saw it quite early to really make that decision. He came on the front foot. He saw that it was pitch short, and he was caught in two minds, either to go through the shot or to just have his head, to pull his head out of the way, and he chose the latter, and so the ball went through to the wicketkeeper.
And give a lot of credit here, Ren, to Shannon Gabriel. He's running in very, very hard. Not the fastest of run, barrel-chested, open-chested, and steered nicely away by Ronaldo Ali Mohammed, and he gets the single down towards third man. Short, lifting too, but not too much of venom off the pitch, and he looks very comfortable as he gets his 19th run from 35 deliveries.
Oh yes, and we must extend some of our toast to Shannon Gabriel, because he has been really trying his best and giving out more than 100% to the effort of the TNT Red Force. He had been running in indeed from yesterday, and he's a big man, a man who's carrying a lot of muscles, so it has to be a testing time for him to really come in and give 100% every time that he comes in to bowl against the opposing batsman.
Yes, and he's now being supported with a fly slip. So there are two slips. You might not want to call it a third slip. That's a fly slip, not in a gully position. And Paul showing great judgment this time. Shoulders, arms, pull the bat above the ball, allows it to go by into the gloves of the keeper. So tough battle, keenly contested out in the middle there.
Yes, it's a battle of attrition. The score remains at 341 for 6. That means that the Harpy Eagles, they are 101 run ahead of the host team, and they'll be looking to really extend that and to go further ahead. Shannon Gabriel, on the other hand, he has 1 for 75 of 16 overs, so he has put in the work, and he's already continuing to work hard.
And that had a little bit more pace on it, but directed badly way outside the line of the off stump. No pressure on Veerasamy Permaul. He walks away, bends his head, maybe talking to himself. Permaul, I have to stay here. We want to add that pressure. We want to go to lunch without losing another wicket. If they can get that lead up to 150, 160 or even beyond, that's going to be huge pressure on Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. There's still lots of time left in this match.
Lots of time indeed, but once you get to 150, 160, it means that the team coming into bat, they'll be looking, they'll be up against the scoreboard.
Coming forward, taken on the pad. It was outside the line of the off stump. Gabriel on his haunches. The over has been completed. 341 for the loss of 6.
Let's have a look and see why was that inquiry made by Gabriel. He he wasn't supported by the keeper or by the rest of the fieldsmen, but he thought maybe he had his man, and he went up, but the umpire ruled in favor of the batsman.
Might have been a little bit of edge that we couldn't hear from this distance as well. You'll never know. Oh, there's a loud shout there.
It seemed to be a bit of an instant edge.
Yeah, could have very well happened.
Yeah.
And Joshua De Silva heard it very early. He's the keeper behind there. That's one of the reasons why he did not went up. So the battle between James and Ronaldo Ali Mohammed will continue here. Those men dispatch again down towards the boundary area. But he's a brave guy, Ronaldo Ali Mohammed. He won't mind. Once he feels the ball is in the corridor where he can free the arm, he's going to do that.
I think the Silva has been caught in he has two minds of. This one is down the leg side, and what? Oh,
yes, he continues to stray down the leg side here, Joshua James. Something you do not want to do. You want to ensure you've taken the new ball. As a captain, he's going to be disappointed. We remember one that Primal tucked away down towards long leg, got himself a boundary that was down the leg side. Quite a few of them went down there.
Yeah, and this one also went down the leg side and the Silva went across, and he had to go down, all the way down, hit the ground in fact, to pull up the stop.
Yeah, that must have been teasing for the right-hander. Full delivery, but it was outside the line of the off stump, and he ensures he allows it to go by. You do not look for trouble with those deliveries. So a quiet period taking place here now. Trying to preserve their wickets, get whatever runs they can, the Harpy Eagles. Yes, and even this short delivery down the leg side doesn't give him an opportunity to go for the big shot. And he's showing how smart he is, Ali Mohammed. Ren, have you ever seen a Harpy Eagle?
No, I haven't, but I'm seeing one there. I'm seeing a group of them this morning. Because they are very happy indeed. The guys from Guyana, they will be a happy bunch because they are leading by over 100 plus runs, and they are in a good competition.
Yeah, that's much better line. A short lifting delivery, well played, getting on top of it and defending it. Well, the Harpy Eagles is one of the endangered species in Guyana. It's a massive creature, about a 7 feet wingspan.
Wow.
Yes, it's a predator. Rarely spotted over the years. Many would have come from different parts of the world with their camera, toured the hinterland of Guyana, tried their best to see one, go back disappointed, and quite a few would have been happy because they sight the Harpy Eagle. And that's a big swing of the bat. It's in the air. The fielder is going to settle under it and takes the catch down at the square leg region. Ali Mohammed has fell for the trap and he has to walk back to the pavilion. So the trap set by Joshua De Silva has worked for the Red Force.
Exactly, and Ali Mohammed, he took the bait. He went for the shot, went for the big hit, trying to clear the boundary, but he couldn't clear the boundary, and he held out deep on the square leg fence. So there's another one going down for the Harpy Eagles. 341 for 7. You had Ali Mohammed as a man, and we did expected that from him, because once that ball is up there, he will take up the challenge. So he was caught on the boundary there by Goulli or Django.
Well, it's Goulli who took that catch. Judged it well. For a moment, I thought he had missed it in flight, but then, kept his eyes on it and did the basic diving forward a little, right into the grasp of his hands. Ali Mohammed should have been a little bit more careful. He knew exactly that was what they're trying to do. And the first short ball on the body, he just couldn't resist it. went for it and paid the penalty. So he is gone for 19. It's now 341 for the loss of 7.
So Joshua De Silva, Joshua James, who have been having a mixed type of spell. He was Lincoln Lang was a bit off. He eventually picked up his first wicket. He has not 1 for 60 of 15 overs. So I mean he
yes, and Ashmid Ned, he has come out into the middle to join force with Virasamy Pramod. He is the son of Garvin Ned, who is with the Guyana Harpy Eagles. He's one of the assistant coach to Ryan Hercules. Two guys who have been doing a terrific job with the Harpy Eagles. I saw Andre Percival back home in Guyana. He did work with them as well. So they are not short of coaches nor management. Smithy's here to manage his team. So he's going to take his first delivery, the youngster. A good delivery. Well played too by young Ned. Stretching long forward, defending. The end of a successful over here by Joshua James. 1 for 60, getting his first wicket in this innings. 341 for the loss of 7.
Well, at least we have relatively two new batsmen at the wicket. You have the young Ned and you have Virasamy Pramod. I think that might give the host team, the Red Force, a little fillip in their step, because seeing that they have gotten rid of at least Sinclair and Paul is back in the stand, and they have gotten rid of Ali Mohammed. So that may give them a little more life into how they look at things there, because at one time it seemed like if the Harpy Eagles, they were running away with it. The score is now 341 for 7, and Channel Gabriel is the man who will continue the attack.
So he should be running in hard. Straight down the leg side and turned away by Pramod. They have taken one. They will challenge the arm of the fielder running in. The return comes in. That's Jason Mohammed. Can't prevent them from taking 2. Good running between the wickets. So this is what Pramod will be looking for now. Looking to pierce the gap. Looking to play with soft hands. And that's the way I think Ashmi Net should be playing as well.
I think that might be the pattern of play as we head towards the lunchtime hour. We are just about under 25 minutes away from the lunch hour. But so they'll be looking to really squeeze as much runs as possible before they go back into the pavilion for that break.
That's a sweet shot coming forward. Pramod just opening the face upon impact, down through backward point, gets a single. The timing was there, looks good, and he has added one more to his score. He's gone on to 7. Now this exposes Ashmid Ned to Shannon Gabriel.
Ned went down and had a quick word with the vet from Virasamy Pramod, maybe a word of encouragement. I mean, stay there, youngster.
Tell me about the Harpy Eagles, flying above those 2 racing cars that we saw just now.
Defense mechanisms have some of its favorite victims developed.
What a wonderful picture we've seen.
Who would come out on top in a
Let's
Harpy
look at that
versus
fella.
human
That is what the Guyana national
Strolling
team
through
is
the Amazon
representing out in the
rainforest?
middle.
Look up. Way
And they're playing like that.
If you've packed binoculars,
These are the people we talk about visiting Guyana with their lenses, their cameras, their telescopes, looking for that Harpy Eagles. The male eagle is actually called a tercel. So lots of tercels here in Trinidad and Tobago. That's a bumper. And I think this is a good idea. Does a little bit of jig here, Ashmead Ned. After getting down, that was a quick delivery, causing umpire Kashif Sandy to signal one above the shoulder.
Yes, that was a very, very, very good short delivery indeed. A bumper. It was well directed and caused the batsman to go down. This will at least have him thinking. Well, I am facing up to one of the fastest men around in the region so far.
Yeah, that was a quick bumper. Good testing delivery.
And well directed also. Just that.
Yes, it was.
Ned showed great reflexes and he had a pair of good eyes.
Certainly he has. Well, he's a youngster, and you expect that he would have eaten his oranges and his carrots that help a lot along with spinach. And that's played nicely down through a long leg. And he gets a single. Was quick on feet there. His judgment of the line and the bounce of the delivery was impeccable. Gets off striker.
Oh yes, and Ned is off the mark.
Now, this is the fellow we're talking about. That's the Harpy Eagle. That's why the Guyana team has placed the eagle here. Look at the bird in flight. And you look at some of those jet fighters in the foreign world. The zones of war. Look at one of them.
It's the
Yes,
Harpy
looking like a
Eagle,
B-2
genetically
bomber
programmed to
that has
seek
just
and
entered
destroy any
Port
prey it
Garcia, I think,
targets.
in the
With
Indian
a
Ocean.
wingspan substantially longer
magnificent,
than the average
bird
height of
there.
a human,
That's a
it can also
creature.
fly as
Wonderful, superb. And thanks to young Mamchan for giving us that view of the Harpy Eagle. Fantastic job, well done.
So those of you who just heard about the Harpy Eagle, you saw it on screen at this time. So at least thank you so much to your Mamchan.
Yes, and the eyes of the Harpy Eagles, it's amazing. They will be hundreds of feet above the water. They will spot a fish inside of the water, and they'll come down with professional precision. And with those talons, strong claws, will pick their prey, and then they'll come to the top of the water and fly away with them. Harpy Eagles are looking to fly away with the Red Force here at Queen's Park. Well, this time I think he's genuinely beaten outside the line of the off stump. Once again goes down on those two knees and giving 110% here Shannon Gabriel, and yet cannot find the edge. 345 for 7.
Well, Gabriel must be asking himself, what do I have to do more? Because what do I have to do to get to find the outside edge of that bat? Because it was a very good delivery indeed. That whisked past the outside edge, and Gabriel went down on his haunches. He's still down there. Look, you can see he's feeling the effects of the hard work this morning. But he's a strong man, and he will answer the call every time his captain demands another over of him.
1 for 79 from 18. 345, like I said, for 7. And Guyana, the home of so many beautiful, interesting and unique birds and animals generally. If you get to see the cock of the rock one day, you're going to be amazed at the beauty of that little creature. It roams the interior. Normally you'll find them between the borders of Brazil and Guyana. They have made that part their home. Macaws in abundance, and of course we also have quite a large number of your national bird, the hummingbird. They do hum across the landscape of Guyana.
I see, because I heard that that most of them they make some long journeys.
Yes.
I didn't realize that they go across to the mudlands to spend some time across there also. It's quite good.
Yes, played with soft hands here. Ashmedet gets the single. And there's something unique about your national bird, that hummingbird. It can fly. The only thing about it, it cannot walk.
That's right.
Amazing.
Amazing.
Yes. And I love the way these guys go about making their nest. You talk about artistry. They are very, very creative. You wonder, just less than an ounce of brain and the magic that they show.
Joshua James. This one was right up there, and Versami Paul came forward, pushes it there, and they went for a quick single indeed to extend that scoring rate.
That's a high level of awareness level by Veerasamy Premal. He just knows once he drops it there with soft hands, there's always a single. He looked for that and he got his single.
This seemed to be a better over in terms of length and line from Joshua James, because he in the previous overs he was all over the place. These two deliveries well directed. One where Paul took the single, and this one was right on the minister on the off stump, forcing Ned to come right forward and just make sure that he defended his stumps.
James 1 for 62 so far. Well, what was he trying to do there? Ashmead Ned was a short delivery, looking to pull a true forward square, taken on the top of the shoulder. There was some danger there in that shot. Thank heavens it did not get under the neck there. And Premal is going to call his man down, have a few words with him, but that was a nasty ball.
Yes, indeed. That one was short, and Ned went to deposit it somewhere backward square or maybe through mid wicket. But I believe me, he must have taken his eyes off the ball a little, because when he got there, he seemed to have he seemed to be much more parrying than going through with the shot at this time. And he took it well on the chest,
and he's getting some treatment for that now. No doubt the magic spray has come out, hit flush there, and your judgment has to be very important out in the middle. Virtually, it's a new ball that these two are sharing, and he's a tough guy though, Ashmead Ned, and the magic spray does work. I remember there was a story in Guyana told by one of our former fast bowler, Jermaine Neblet. He said they were playing out in the middle and someone of the fielder got hit. They called for the magic spray. The young lady came out, sprayed it on the fella, and after a few seconds he said, "It is good. It's numb. I'm not feeling any pain." But what was actually sprayed was a bottle of perfume. It's self-belief. Sometimes how these things can work.
Sorry about it.
So James will try once again, and no doubt should be following up this one with another short ball or looking for the Yorker. You have done the aerial battle, you want to do the groundwork now. Short delivery, and this time he had no problem getting under it. He was waiting, he was looking for it, so he was well prepared.
What type of shot was that? I mean, he picked up the line. He went to. It seemed like if he wanted to hit it through backward square or maybe through mid wicket, and then maybe he changed his mind.
That was the one when he was hit.
Yeah, that's one that.
Yes, he misjudged it badly, Ashmead Ned, and following up with a good delivery previously. Look at that one.
Oh.
Did it took the bat and came back into him?
It looked that way in truth. I mean, look, on the replay here, it looked like if it hit the back of the bat and came back onto him.
And tentatively pushing at this one too into the offside field. The end of a good over by Joshua James. 3:47 for the loss of 7.
But I always wonder sometimes when a player, like what happened to Kimo Paul, how it does that, how that disrupt the batting lineup and the players who are coming after him. Does that have any effect upon those who are the next batsman who is coming into the wicket, or does that disrupt the batting lineup because you had Paul coming out to replace Paul, and then you.
Well, it does not affect the batting lineup, but mentally walking out in the middle, and you sitting there in the dressing room saw what happened there. It normally will make you think a little bit more. The batting lineup will still be the same because Primal would have come out if either of the two would have gone. So no problem with that. Just mentally it can be disturbing because you're thinking too, when you're a part of a team, you become like a family. And when something bad happens to one member of the family, mentally, emotionally, it will definitely affect you.
Oh yes, so we do hope that Kimo Paul, who is in the pavilion, I hope that he's there, and that nothing serious has happened to him, and he will resume his innings when his time comes.
Yeah, so 347 for the loss of 7. The lead is 67. In fact, what I'm saying about, you have to subtract 240 from that.
So it's 106?
107.
107, yeah.
Yes.
107.
As we head towards lunch, maybe just some 10 minutes away from that. And that's Ned. He has put the helmet down. He's not looking all that well, still favoring what might be happening to that area around the upper part of the chest. And might have some other spray worked on him. The physio is coming out. He's taking a drink of water here. But that blow certainly disrupted him. And with Kimo Paul injured, we do not know how serious is that. And now one of the other bowlers being injured a little has to fight through this situation. If they do not take further part, especially Kimo in this match, that will seriously affect the bowling of the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Let's hope that young Ned recuperates and fight this through.
Oh yes, because Kimo Paul was the man who spearheaded the Harpy Eagles attack in the first innings, and he gave all the batsmen a lot of trouble on the opening morning. So let us hope that he's well, and Ned, who had some medication, the physio came out and administered to him some medication. Let's hope that he will recuperate very quickly indeed, and will be able to continue in this game and perform at this highest order.
Well, he's standing tall out in the middle. That's a test of his character, his mental toughness. Pamal gets a good delivery here as Brian Charles come back into the bowling. 13 overs before this one, 1 for 43. So Gabriel is off. Pamal on driving, did well to his own bowling here, Brian Charles. Have you seen a lot of injury on the cricket field over the years, covering cricket, watching cricket?
Not too much, because I believe now that there is so much because there's so much cricket equipment, protective equipment, that you don't see much as what you used to see in the past. But you come across players having cramps and hamstring injuries a lot, because sometimes when the batsmen are in the middle for quite a while, they suffer from cramps, and sometimes you have, if players don't warm up properly, you find that muscle problems, they may have hamstring problems, but not too much serious injuries to really talk about, or maybe call upon the administrators of the game to look at that at a more serious level.
It's a good delivery, bringing him onto the front foot. The over's been completed. 348 now for the loss of 7. There was a test match between Australia and Sri Lanka. Mahalia Jayawardene, he was batting at the wicket, played a hook shot, got an edge, third man, and the long leg, they were running for the catch. That's Steve Waugh and Jason Gillespie. They collided. Waugh suffered a broken nose on the field, and Gillespie a broken leg. That was real serious there. I will always remember that. Watched it on television.
Yes, I now that you have recalled it, I remember seeing pictures of it on the newspapers the next morning where they spoke about it, and then there was an incident where I think two West Indians were involved in a similar collision, but I think Clive Loy was a part of that, but he didn't come out of
Well, he's a
of it
big guy.
badly. Yeah, because he was the big of the two guys. You know, there wasn't too much damage done, but they collided.
So all spin attack, carry pair. Onto the back foot goes Paul, out through the wide long off region. Does a little bit of good footwork here, Terence Hines. Almost can make the Soca Warriors team there. Nice little dribble, save the boundary, but Paul gets two.
Well timed indeed from Pomor, because I didn't thought that ball would have travelled at that pace so quickly, and it tested Terence Hines down there on the to come across and to cut it off.
Yes, and with that 2 runs, it has brought up the 350 for the Harpy Eagles. So another little milestone has been in the records book there now.
And all this will be playing upon the minds of the Red Force batsmen when their turn come, whenever that comes, sometime during today. All of this will be playing on their minds, that there's a target before them that they need to wipe off before they set the Harpy Eagles a victory target, and that could be demanding at times.
Yes, and there has been some bizarre injuries to cricketers as well. As Tony Gray, that good old Englishman, he once had a little injury to his little finger, so he went to take an x-ray at the hospital, and when he got up he hit his head on the x-ray machine, required 3 stitches. Drawing one to the front foot this time, can't score. Derek Pringle, the English medium fast bowler, he had a bizarre injury, missed a test match because on the eve of that test match he was writing a letter and he hurt his finger using a pen.
Speaking about injuries, I remember Malcolm Marshall in a test match against England. In England, Marshall, I think, dislocated his thumb finger, and he had it was put in a cast, and he continued to bowl. I mean, not with the hand that happened with the cast, the other hand. He was a right. Well, Malcolm Marshall is right-handed. I think the thumb finger, he damaged the left hand, and he did exceedingly well because the English batsmen were unable to play him.
Yes, that was a vicious Mako, may his soul rest in peace. He actually was more serious than that. He broke the wrist. Think it was at Headingley. Turned away nicely here by Virasamy Paul. The hustle for one. Yes, says Ashmead Ned. And he doesn't bother to throw Joshua James. Wasn't in full control of the ball. And he just decided to hold it back. But I think they had the second run covered. Good run in between the wickets.
Oh, yes, indeed, because they ran the first one very hard indeed. So the second one was a comfortable canter back to their respective creases. And Pomol, the veteran he is, he demonstrated good sense and good running ability.
Yes, an occupation of the crease here, I think, is what the Guyana Harpy Eagles burn the Red Force more in the sun. It's better to your advantage. And he's giving himself room. Can't pierce the offside field. Picked up at backward point.
The score moves on to, well, the score is 353 for 7. So it's been a good morning's play for the Harpy Eagles. They lost 2 wickets, and they continue to pile on the runs.
Good on drive by Virasamy Paul. Good use of the feet this time. Getting to the pitch nicely and turning it away down towards wide long on for the single. Yes, they have lost Sinclair today for 35. Played well, then cut at one too close to the body. Ali Mohammed going after a big hook shot taken by Goulli down on the square leg boundary for 19. Draws his man forward here. Brian Charles, the over's been completed. 3:54 for 7.
I think as we look at the clock, there just might be maybe 2 more overs.
Might very well be with the spinners in operation. Or will there be a change from this? No, Carry Pierre will continue. So far, Nandu 11, Anderson 51, Raymond Perez 82, Imlak 33, Savory 32, Sinclair 35, and Mohammed 19, the player is back. Kimo Paul was on 47 when he was struck on the helmet. Not by a bowler, but through the return by one of the fielders looking for a run out, and Kimo just couldn't get out of the way. He has since then departed, and no doubt under good medical assistance. We haven't gotten a word yet from Kimo, surely during the lunch session. We will check on that. But he was looking good for his 47.
Yes, and he was looking forward to get into that landmark of 50. But it's so unfortunate for him that it will be delayed whenever he comes in.
Down the leg side, Ned looking for that almighty sweep shot. Didn't make any contact whatsoever. See, Ned is going to be a little bit relieved that he isn't facing the faster men. Already struck somewhere around the shoulder area. That's a right shoulder. Had the magic spray administered twice. But when you're playing this game of cricket, you have to have guts. You have to be brave. Shout for leg before. I've seen men at local level in Guyana. There was a guy in my village, Gansham. He played a club match, got hit in the mouth. He went to the pipe on the ground, drank some water, spat out 3 teeth, and came back out in the middle to bat. Talk about guts. We used to call him Baku.
You need to be a gutsy player. You need to dig deep at times, because Nedes comes right forward to this one from Carry Pierre. But I recall Gus Logie against Australia in Sabina Park. He was struck on the head or on the helmet. But I think he was wearing a helmet in those days. And Gus Logie.
Oh, look at this
shot indeed. Lovely shot from who's it? Ned?
Yes, that's Ashmid Ned, and a no ball signal by the umpire as well.
That has plagued the Red Force bowlers. I mean, no ball. I read where they bowled 11 no balls yesterday, and today it continued. It just continued.
Yeah, that was a fantastic shot by Ashmid Ned. Short outside the line of the off stump, just backed away a little, and he just caressed that one out through square cover for a lovely looking boundary. And this time the ball took the edge, beats the diving fella at first slipper, and down to the boundary for 4. And the player, well, they will walk away. That's going to be lunch on day number 3 with the Guyana Harpy Eagle soaring with grace. And they are 364 for the loss of 7. James and Gabriel a wicket each, 3 for 105. Carry Pierre of 38 boulders, heart out. But in a very comfortable position at lunch on day number 3. A session once again won by the Guyana Harpy Eagles.
Oh yes, and Ned was quite fortunate there. But I mean, the ball hit the outside edge. It went down to the slip man. He went down for it. He went a bit. The ball travelled very fast, and it went down to the boundary. So as they go to the lunch interval, you have Ashmi Ned not out on 10. And Bersami Pamal, the veteran, he's on 16. So as when they come back from the lunch interval, we hope that it might be a better time for the host team.
Yes, and with a lead of 124 and 3 wickets standing The next session will say how far more can the Harpy Eagles stretch that lead. Until then, in another 40 minutes, we'll say goodbye from Queen's Park.
So Guyana in control here at the moment, I dare say. 364 for the loss of 7. And they've had a good morning. And Trinidad and Tobago will find themselves in a position here where they will be playing catch up. What and how could Trinidad and Tobago get out of this situation? Astel Ren, as he joins me.
Well, thank you so much, Vinud, and as we join the commentary for the post-lunch period, it is a tough one for Joshua De Silva and his men because they need to pick up wickets, but they need to keep the Harpy Eagles in contention, in control. They need to really have the batsmen quiet. It will be a difficult one for them, but we see that Brian Charles is the man who has been given the responsibility.
But it's not only about keeping them quiet. Time is also of the essence. They need to get the men out. Plain talk, bad manners. They need to get these men out if they are to force any sort of positive result.
And when you at least they have two relatively new batsmen at the crease because we had that incident with Kimo Paul, and then you had the big hitting Ali Mohammed. He went, and then you have Veerasamy Pamal and young Ned at the crease. But they too will be looking to press home that advantage. So did you find out anything on the Kimo Paul incident? Because we were trying to
did go across, and I think he said that Kimo Paul is fine and he'll be back batting as soon as any one of these guys gets dismissed. So hopefully you will see him back. So Guyana at this point in time they lead by 124 runs.
That's good news to hear. We knew that Kimo Paul will be back in the middle if one of these batsmen get dismissed. But it is a fine day. I mean, up to now, the oval had been bathed in sunshine. Nice day for cricket. Hard cricket, and at least the home team they're up against it. They are facing an uphill struggle, but we'll see how they come out of this one.
So it's going to be Terrell Hines to take up the attack from the northern end, the Jerry Gomez Media Center end. And it's been a long toil for Trinidad and Tobago out there in Guyana. Credit to them, they've batted well, they've applied themselves well, and they find themselves in a very good position here at the moment.
We're looking at the wicket. The wicket hasn't played badly. It hasn't misbehaved at all. It has been not a perfect batting wicket, because once the batsmen get in, you have to be careful. You have to really keep your eyes on the ball. But it hasn't really misbehaved to give any unduly on behavior to the, or give any assistance to the bowlers.
So I'm here with, of course, Astel Ren. Astel Ren, very knowledgeable in the sphere of sport. He's very proud of his achievements as an East Zone cricketer back in the day. As this one takes the outside edge, he was looking to play through the onside there. And Terrence Hines, as we know, Astel takes the ball away from the right-handers. And he was just playing across the line there, Ashmead Ned.
Yes, that's it. And I think Terrence Hines was he's working himself at that, because if you look at the field placing there, he has one slip on a gully, and he's hoping that ball will hit the outside edge and maybe go down to the first slip or go down to the wicket keeper. But Hines has been he has started after the lunch break, and he's hoping to create some movement for the.
Again, you can see Paul this time turned the wrong there. Let's have a look at that again. So it's going to be Hines again. This time over pitching, but Pumal just into his innings here didn't really go after lunch, that is, didn't really want to go after him as such. You know, Astle Guyana knows that if they could bat until tomorrow evening, the title is theirs.
Yes, and I think that they are very conscious of that. They know that the home team, the Red Force, they have to do all the running now. They have to play catch up.
Down the leg side, the Silver can't stop it, and I think that will go for 4 leg byes. Yes, umpire Taylor taps his left leg ever so gently, and that's 4.
As we can see on the replay there, we knew that it is a ill-directed delivery that went down the leg side, and the Silver went all the way to his left but couldn't make the stop. And there's 4 more to the total, to the Harpy Eagles total. I think what has happened this morning, from my observation, is that some of the bowlers they were far and few between. Some of them were mixed deliveries, too many going down the leg and too many ill-directed deliveries from the Red Force. I think that's the end of the over. As we saw, that one was a short one from Terence Hines. Ned attempted to go after it, but maybe he pulled out of it. And the battle continues on center field. We will see who will be the man continuing up from the pavilion end. So Pierre has been switched to the pavilion end, having had all his work this morning from the commentator's end.
So it's going to be Pierre, as you said before. It's Harry Pierre was being one of the, in terms of the figures, the best bowler for Trinidad and Tobago this season. Here he is. Just a bit too short. That was able to read him off the track.
Pierre, he has had a very good season so far. He has picked up in this innings. He has shown that he has continued with the form from the previous matches. Quite a much improved cricketer that he is. Good delivery there, and you have Ned just coming right forward again and pushing it there for the fieldsman at short point, at point to pick up. The score remains on 371 for 7. As you mentioned before, Avinu, these 2 batsmen, they will be content to play out the rest of the day or maybe go on as long as they can.
Yep. So the onus is on Trinidad and Tobago to make something happen here.
And that's the end of the over. As the score moves on to 375 for 7. The Guyana Harpy Eagles, they are doing all the running so far. They are out front, and it is, as you mentioned, it will need some very, very good action from the Trinidad and Tobago bowlers to to pull things back. When we look at the scoreboard here, we see Raymond Perez is the man with 82. Matthew Nandu, he got 11, and Imbalak got 33.
Pushed away. So Paul, we all know he can bat. Ned can also bat. Kimo Paul to come back.
So there's lots of batting still in this Guyana Eagles lineup, and at least the Red Force will be looking down. They have a steep hill to climb. This hill is getting tougher, harder and harder with every over that goes by, and without any wicket going down.
Gabriel gives chase.
You think it's the right tactics that De Silva is employing at this time, where he's looking for containment and I mean and just allowing things to amble along?
Well, he finds himself in a situation, it's 6 of one and half a dozen of the other, because you want to attack, but then you have to preserve runs. You're already in the red. I still appreciate the fact that he has 2 slips there, because Hines is going to swing the ball away from the right hand, as you saw evidence of that in his very first over back. So at this point in time, the field you're seeing there, 2 slips. There's a man at point, short cover. There's also a mid-off, mid-on, a short mid-wicket, and there is a man posted on a deep backward square boundary for the short ball and a long leg. I don't think he can really do much other than that.
Good ball there from Terence Hines. This one, it jumped a little, but Paul was up to the task, where he just dropped the hand and allowed the ball to stay right in front of him. But you know, there was a discussion going on about that I heard some guys was talking about the 2 fast bowlers that we have that well, are not playing here, that who are in England at this time, Anderson and Seals. And the discussion was focused around is that if you are going into a battle like this, you need to have all hands on deck. You need to have all your top players. But these 2 gentlemen, they are off on English contracts. What do you take on that, Irvin?
Yeah, I was never happy with that at all. You know, this is a country that has been waiting 19 years for a regional title, and your 2 best fast bowlers are allowed to go to England and play for Sussex in the English county. Brilliant delivery. And Hines, you could understand how he feels. He was luckless in the last game against Jamaica, and it continues here. Luck has just deserted Trinidad and Tobago.
Yes, because if you look at the Shannon Gabriel, I mean he has worked hard from the get-go of this innings. He's been given 110% effort, and his rewards. Though sometimes, I mean, when you look at the bowlers, they have transgressed the crease on more than 1 or 3 times when it comes to no balls. But in terms of effort, you cannot fault him, and but the returns are not as what he would have liked. But we see Carey Pearce, the man who's taking up the attack here from the pavilion end.
So it's just a scattering of spectators here at the Queen's Park Oval. I think had Trinidad and Tobago been in a better position, you would have seen a much bigger crowd.
but you find that spectatorship. I mean, fans don't come to the ground. I mean, as someone pointed out to me, is that what brings fans to the ground is that the players themselves. I mean, the performances, and this local team, this Red Force team, have been doing pretty alright with some pretty good players, but it just.
It has been tough. It has been tough to get people through the turnstiles, not only here but across the Caribbean. Even in a place like Guyana, where they normally turn out, the attendance there was really poor as well. So I don't think there's much you can really do. Still, as I was saying, cricket around the world suffers from this, probably barring the English county. People don't really turn up anymore. Even in India, it's not that great anymore. Too much cricket.
You think it's too much cricket? Because I mean,
too many choices.
Oh yes. Too many choices of various sporting disciplines, and it happens all happening at the same time.
Let's be honest. You would rather at this point in time, as a spectator, sit in the comfort of your living room and look at the IPL where balls are flying all over the place, rather than come to the Oval and see net and Pumol block whole day.
I mean, it's true. It's a choice one has to make.
Yeah. The cricket is not really attractive right now to local fans because Trinidad and Tobago is on the back foot, and you're not seeing any great stroke play by the Guyanese. So why come down? And probably that's why they're not here.
But let's say if the Red Force happens to lift this trophy here, I mean, you think that will give a flip to fans to come during this next season to come and see some of the stars who brought that home?
It may increase it just a bit. The Super 50 will be played in Trinidad this year. So, whereas Trinidad and Tobago is a country of a short memory, a couple of weeks, and people forget that. But Super 50, there could be a greater turnout for the Super 50.
Yes.
In terms of getting people through the turnstile, one thing that could work, in my opinion, as Hines goes in. Oh, that's a lovely shot. So you can hear the jeers and cheers out there now from the one or two people in the stands, as that's a perfectly executed off drive there by Ashmin Ned.
A lovely shot indeed, and you can hear this the sound of the ball hitting the willow. That's the type of song that a batsman welcomes. They like to hear that sweet song. He went back and he punched it with so much time and effort, and he looked the part. Well bowled, Hines, but it's a good comeback ball indeed, because this one was well directed. Ned went back on the back foot, but to punch it again, but it was much more closer to him, so he didn't have much room to really execute a similar shot. So a good comeback ball there from Terence Hines. The score is now 382 for 7. And it's a quiet period of play. It is the rebuilding process for the Guyanese, and it is a period in which the local team, the Red Force, will be looking to really pick up some wickets here.
Not much happening at the Queen's Park Oval.
Very quiet indeed. A quiet period right after the lunch break. But the game itself has a way of going through these periods, Vinod, where you find that there's a quiet period and then a wicket or two falls and everything just comes back up. Excitement again.
Well, just to give you some information about the other games, Jamaica, they made 133 combined campuses and colleges. This is at UWE in St. Augustine. They responded with 327. Jamaica in the second innings, 342 all out, so they recovered. 104 to John Campbell. Remember, he would have retired hurt, and he came back today to score 100. 86 yesterday to Javel Glenn. Pete Salmon had a good partnership there with his skipper this morning, John Campbell. He had 35 and 342 all out. So now the CCC will be chasing 148 to win.
I see. And John Campbell is the man who he's
Well, the latest on Kimo Paul is that he's fine, and he will be taking his position in the batting lineup. He will return to continue his innings.
That's great news to hear, Vinu, because it is always nice to hear when a player receives an injury that he's back out as quickly as possible to continue in that discipline or continue his innings, as the case of Kimo Paul.
Well, so just 3 games being played at the moment. You will well remember the Academy, the West Indies Academy, defeated the Windward Islands by 10 wickets at Coolidge, a match that lasted only 2 days still. And across at UWE, that match may end today. It's only 148 to get for the CCC, but this match will go straight down to tomorrow evening, I'm sure. And if you look across, let's probably just give you an update what's happening there. Barbados, they are 153 for 5 in response to the Leeward Islands, 444 for 9 declared, and that is of course in St. Kitts. Kevin Wickham and Matthew Ford leading the fight. Ford has had a good season.
Yeah, Matthew Ford, a pretty good player. He came on during the IPL season about 2 seasons ago, 3 seasons ago, and he has been coming on from strength to strength. Matthew Ford.
I think you mean the CPL.
CPL, sorry.
Yeah.
CPL. Yes, and he came on, and from the first time I saw him, I knew that he would have progressed in his career, because there was a talent there, and there's ability to play good cricket.
So Justin Graves has so far taken 2 for 18 of 9 overs against his home country Barbados. This after he scored an unbeaten 124 against them as well.
It's nice to see John Campbell again. I mean, he's
had a good season, John Campbell.
Yeah, nice to see him, because after his concerns with the West Indies.
Quick single taken. Mohammed clatters the ball into the stump, but Ned was home. So Pummel and Ned, a stubborn partnership here.
It is. They have taken it to 384 for 7. You find that Pumal is on 24, having faced 45 deliveries, and Ashmin Ned, he's on 18 from 42. And they continue to really grind on, to push on, to make sure that they get to that. They must have discussed exactly what total they are looking at, what lead they are looking at, and they continue to push forward towards that.
So that brings the overturn end. It's 385 for 7.
Well, despite the sunshine at the Queen's Park Oval, there is some breeze, because when you look at the flags down there, they are fluttering, so it tells you that there's a cool breeze moving across the ground, so we should be welcomed by the players. $385 for 7. Ashmin Ned, he's on 20. He's on 18, and Versami Pamal, he's on 25. These are the 2 men at the crease at this time, and they are standing in the way of Joshua De Silva and his men from putting their feet up and going into the pavilion anytime. good shot indeed. This one is short outside the off stump, and a nice dab, you could say, from Paul down
And all
to
he had to do was to choose his spot. It was a bad delivery, it was short and wide. And he did the right thing there. Just choose his spot behind point and
He's
brings
put it-
him another boundary.
So that takes the lead on to 149, which is a handy lead to have in a 4-day game when you are on the ascendancy. I see that Joshua De Silva, he's directing he's rearranging his field, trying to plug that hole, trying to at least tighten his to restrict the scoring as he can. Made adjustment to the field. There's two slips. There's a man at short cover, extra cover. Wide mid on also. Good delivery from Hines there. His Ned is the man who was forced to readjust. He was coming forward trying to open up the face to play the on drive, and had to readjust and just drop it in front of him there. This one from Hines went straight through. It had a little more pace than the other one, but it went straight through, and Ned had nothing to do with it. It went through to the keeper. So as we said before, it is a nice, beautiful day at the Queen's Park Oval. Brilliant sunshine. The breeze it has now started to catch up a little. The wind is blowing across the ground, and it is a quiet period, you could say. Very quiet period indeed, where there's the battle of attrition, where the home team is trying their best to really come out of this tight spot in which they have found themselves.
So Trinidad and Tobago need something to happen here.
And the man to do it is Terran Hines. He is the one who has the ball, so I believe he's the one who has been entrusted to create some sort of incident or dislodge one of these batsmen.
Driving, lovely shot through the offside into the boundary for 4, along with Ned there, and Guyana approaches 400.
Lovely shot from Ned there. Let's have a look at it. Up there, up in the slot, and he threw everything at it. The full swing of the bat. It went to racing across the ground as it hit the boundary mark for 4. So the score moves on to 394 for 7. 6 runs away from the 400 mark, which is a good total indeed for a first innings total. And Paul and Ned, well, they continue to turn the screws here. A difficult partnership, a very, very vital partnership, and a difficult one for the Red Force. carry pair. Well directed delivery right up there, and Paul came right forward to it to kill whatever spin, whatever maybe.
Well, this one is getting away. They're going to come back for 2.
And at this stage of the game, you can see Paul, he is on the hunt for every single run. Well bowled, well played.
He's just batting. He's just batting. That's all. He's just playing his innings here, batting under no pressure whatsoever, because he knows that the longer he stays there, the better it is for Guyana as well. Oh, this is going to go into the boundary now for 4. Paul moves on to 36.
And that brings up the 400 mark for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. 400 for 7. Let's have a look at this. A late dab, a late cut. And it raced over the outfield for 4. So it's 400 for 7. Good total from the Guyana Harpy Eagles. That's the end of the over.
And it's probably a good time for Inderjeet Prasad to come a-calling, as Guyana is large and in charge here in Trinidad and Tobago.
You know, they have done pretty well. This has been the highest score as far as first innings is concerned in this year's tournament. The previous was 382 for 9 against Barbados Pride, and they have not batted all that well since then in the first innings. Perhaps they have saved their best for last.
And they have established a very good lead in Drew. To set the Red Force, which they have to clear off before they can think about a victory target.
Well, that will surely be on their minds. The longer they stay out in the middle, though, I think this is the game plan for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Bat as long as possible. Already, that lead is a very healthy one. 160. And with Kimo Paul on 47, everything is good with him. Not badly injured. Went off for precautionary examination and he's passed the test. He can bat. Might be a long afternoon too for the Red Force,
because the way in which these two are batting right now are not much alarm. So you find that it can be a long afternoon when it comes to the Red Force staying out there in this weather. And this is the third day's play. Tomorrow will take us to the fourth and final day's play, and they'll be hoping that they can wrap things up as quickly as possible. But the way how it is unfolding at this time, Guyana is large and are in charge.
Well, this one is in the air. Will the catch be taken? He has taken it down at the square cover region, and Ashmin Ned, he has to go. So they've gotten the breakthrough here, and that's a good wicket to pick up at this stage. So finally, something has happened for the Red Force.
Good wicket indeed to pick up here to get rid of Ned, who played some good shots and seemed to be a very good player. Coming in at that position which he has come in, he has shown that he's no rubbish with the bat. He knows a thing or two about batting. In the G.
Yes, certainly the youngster, while not a huge total, he stayed out in the middle, accompanied Virasamy Premol, and it's good to see that Kimo Paul is making his way back out in the middle. If you're asking the question why I'm saying he's making his way out in the middle at this stage, because previously, while he was batting out in the middle, he got to 46, stroke one, looking for his 47th run, got the run, but the fielder came in looking for a run out. The ball cannon into the helmet of Kimo Paul. He was floored and had a chat with the coach of the Guyana Harpy Eagles team, and he said to me that everything is good with Kimo and he's going to bat again. Good to see he's coming out in the middle.
A good sight indeed for all cricket fans who are on the ground and those who are viewing us on stream around the Caribbean and at home, to see Kimo Paul coming out to resume his innings here. He has faced 83 deliveries. He's on 47. And the score is 400 for 8.
And that's a very good position to be here after bowling out the Red Force for 240. You want to take advantage of that situation, and they have done that.
They went about their task in a very, very diligent manner and a responsible manner. It is well thought out, and they needed a total like that, and they got it.
Yes, certainly they did. Well played here. Just a little defensive prod by Kimo Paul, who is well set on 47, and it's always difficult when you got that kind of blow and then come back out in the middle. And with him coming out, we see here that Joshua James is running in hard. Try a too short one, even on a pitch that might not give you the response, just to wake up the mental toughness of Kimo Paul.
Oh yes, and it must have been a very, very a welcome sight for Kimo Paul, for him to really hear
and that short and pulled away brilliantly out through backward square, and the tough Guyanese Kimo Mandela Angus Paul is first class 50 in his 34th match, barring a hit shot by a return. He has come out and delivered the goods. Fine half century. Congratulations to him.
Let's have a look at this once more again. It was short down the leg side, and he just helped it along as the ball went into the boundary ropes. Good fine innings indeed. He has faced 85 deliveries, 51 is his score. That's Kimo Paul, and I mean he's having an excellent game, having picked up 4 wickets in the Red Force first innings.
Certainly. So he is fighting for all his worth there. And he's going to feel pretty happy after a long time. It's good to see Kimo back in regional cricket and looks in command with the ball in his hand when he bowled, and now with bat in his hand as well. He's matching that. A very good all-rounder.
Excellent all-rounder, as you say. And he seemed to be much fitter this season. I like the look of him. I like the way in which he approached his innings in earlier on, and during his bowling stints, he looked really fit, and it seemed like if all his injury problems or challenges he had, he has put them behind him.
Tucked away down towards short forward square, cannot score. The over has been completed by Joshua James. 2 for 66. The score is now 404 for the loss of 8. And you look here at Virasamy Premol. He's well set. Kimo Paul, who is well set, actually restarting his innings out in the middle. And the Red Force will be thinking here, when can we get this Harpy Eagles team out? They want a little bit break from that sunshine. I was out in the middle there when I spoke to Ryan Hercules, Guyana's coach, we are nice and cool and in all comfort in the come box. Those guys are under blazing sunshine.
Oh yes, indeed, and I don't envy them at all.
Well, this is what they have trained for. This is what they expect. This is what they have gone through on numerous occasions. Do you think that defeat against Barbados would have contributed to the performance of the Red Force in this match?
Against Jamaica, you were talking
Against
about.
Jamaica, I beg your pardon. They actually crushed Barbados.
I mean, they crushed Barbados in 2 days,
Yes.
but I don't think it from what the coach Ariel Emirates was saying prior to the start of this game, he said that all his players were fit mentally, they were well prepared, and they were looking forward to this encounter, because this encounter, it symbolizes a top of the table clash, and the winner from this encounter will be able to take home the grand prize.
Yes, certainly. So there's a lot to play for here, I'm afraid, though, unless something miraculous or something dramatic happen where the Harpy Eagles fold, in this competition. They're well and truly on their way to retain that title.
It seems so at this time, but stranger things have happened in
yes,
cricket.
say that again. We have seen it so often. In the last decade, the Guyana Harpy Eagles, first under the Guyana Jaguars brand, they won 5 consecutive tournaments from 2015 to 2019. Barbados, the only team that disrupted their flow. Barbados, they won 2020 and 2022. Remember, we had COVID and so on within that period. And the only 2 teams that have put up their hand and claim the regional 4-day title in the last decade. Guyana with 7 titles and Barbados with 2. If they get this, Guyana will come to 8.
Looking at that record, I mean, in Zanji, I mean, tell me something. What is the secret? is it well prepared? I mean, what have they been doing so good?
Well, I think as they overcome Stonehenge 406 for the loss of 8, careful planning. And I think the programs that they went through, the training sessions, they do go to camps very often. Many of the players are contracted, so they are guaranteed a salary at the end of the month. I think all those things contributed to the success of the Guyana national team. And of course, the territorial board there, the Guyana Cricket Board, they would have been able to put things together with lots of effective partnership. And the players themselves, they train hard, they know exactly what it is. The coaches, the managers all play a part. So it's a collective team effort. So Joshua James will pick it up once again from the come box end. Still 2 slips standing by there, hoping that a catch will come their way. Kumar forcing one off the back foot this time. Good looking shot. Beats the diving fielder down at short cover. And he will go back and complete 2. So batting has become so easy, or they have made batting look so easy out in the middle.
Yes, indeed, and they looked very, very comfortable. The wicket isn't doing much at this time, and the bowlers they've been trying. They've been trying their best. I mean, putting it there, doing things, but Joshua De Silva doesn't have much to play with.
Has worked away nicely into the onside. They'll get 1. Looking for a second here. Well, I think the second is actually allowed. Should have just gotten 1. And there's another component to the performance of the Guyana Harpy Eagles that have led them so far for 7 titles, maybe approaching their 8. When Leon Johnson called it a day, I mean, he's a gifted individual, Leon. He worked very, very hard on his game. Good cricket brain. He took the Guyana Harpy Eagles when they weren't performing all of that well, the Jaguars then.
Yeah.
And he molded a team. We must never ever forget that from Leon Johnson. wrapped on the pad. That's a half-hearted appeal, strictly going down the leg side. When Leon took over the Guyana Jaguars team, we weren't doing all that well in regional 4-day cricket. Barbados, they have won most title in the history of the 4-day game. And Leon took a team, he molded that team and reaped the benefits, set them on winning ways. And when he left, Leon Johnson, while he was dearly missed, but he left another generation of cricketers to continue the trend that he set. Pitched up and played back on the offside of the pitch. So as far as leadership is concerned, when he left, Tevin Virasamy Pamal, he captained for a few games, and then came Tevin Imlak. Good cricketing brain, and even when Imlak was in Pakistan, Kimo Paul was given that. He did particularly well. So grooming leaders began with Leon Johnson, and Guyana will always be grateful to him. Good shot down towards mid-on. Paul gets another run.
Good take indeed. The fieldsman there, he came across and made an excellent stop, but just couldn't find the mark of hitting the wicket too. But a good stop there by Jis Mohammed.
Yes, and you look back at West Indies cricket when our under-19 boys, I think it was in 2016 when they won the World Cup, you felt then that we should have been grooming some of our youngsters to take over the mantle of leadership in the West Indies. Now that we have had some changes, 411 for the loss of 8. Rovman Powell has lost his place as captain of the West Indies T20 team. Shea Hope, skipper for the T20 team and the One Day International white ball captain. Their talk around the region supporting him to be the all format. But when you look at that test team, it's like where the next leader comes from. I think if that grooming process had started a long time ago, we might not have been in the situation that we are to call on Shea Hope for all format. I don't know if it's going to happen that way, or selector Darren Sammy and his group of talent spotting people will be able to come up with another name to surprise us.
Oh yeah, because we have the upcoming Australian tour very shortly, and we need to appoint a captain for that series against red ball captain, that is.
There's a big swing by Kimo, and that's going to go away for a maximum over the top of mid-wicket. Picked it up nicely and celebrating his half-century in a fine way, smashing up a maximum.
And from this 417 total, this is the first 6.
Yes.
This is the first 6 of the innings to my memory. I think maybe Ali Mohammed had one. Did he?
I can't recall.
He went for a big one somewhere, but I don't.
No, I don't think he had a 6. He had a boundary over the top of wide long off.
But up to my memory, this is the first one.
Punched off the back foot this time and gets another run. And with every run score, you feel the added pressure here on the Red Force, on home soil. And so often we talk about having home advantage. And Premal has been scoring almost at free will with his singles, occasional boundary.
This happens when a team work themselves into such a strong position. Then you find some of the batsmen, they find it very easy indeed. But during the early part of the Harpy Eagles innings, the opening batsmen, they had a torrid time against James and Gabriel, and they weathered the storm. And now we are seeing the lower batsmen, they are enjoying or they are reaping the benefits of that solid foundation.
Yes, and that is how you do it when the going gets tough. You play towards whatever your capabilities are, and you rightly said they weathered that storm, and now they're blossoming. Premal just milking the bowling here, Pramal. And his frequency of getting singles is something good for him. Understand a lot about batting, Virasamy Pramal. It's 421 for the loss of 8. And you look at that summary. Red Force against Guyana Harpy Eagles here. It tells the story.
Oh yeah, that seemed to be a long way off when you look at the Red Force total 240. That seemed to be a long way. That seemed to be far away from now when you look at the 421 for 8 currently held by the Guyana Harpy Eagles.
And they're leading by a whooping 181 runs, and they're still batting out in the middle.
And they have 2 wickets in hand.
Yes, and I'll tell you about the longer format of the game. Something that is very crucial that players need to pay attention to. Outside the line of the off stump, while it's a 4-day game, it simply tells the story of making maximum use of time. If you score 300 on the opening day and you get bowl out, you can eventually lose the game. We have seen it happen at test level. A team go in, play bang, slam, bang cricket. You get 340 and you'll get bowl out on the first day. You eventually lose the game. So making use of the time, that is so important out in the middle.
Occupation of the crease. I mean, time.
That's right.
Use up the time, because it is once you're out there. Because there's talk amongst cricketers. Once you're in the middle, runs will come.
Yes, that's your territory.
Yes,
Make full use of it. And I think in this match in particular, the Guyana Harpy Eagles, they have made good use of the time out in the middle. Their batsmen, they have occupied the crease. And once you occupy the crease, you're going to score runs.
Exactly.
Yeah, these guys are not blockers. They know how to score runs. So once you stay out in the middle, the runs will definitely come. So I think what you're trying to do here is to get Pramal to go through the covers. Nobody out on the boundary except the square cover out on the boundary. You have a short cover, there's an extra cover and a mid-off. But what James needs to do is to pitch it a little bit further up. I think he's bowling too short, and Pramal has the luxury of cutting it away for singles. Good. Much better line delivery. But you don't want to have him jumping too often on the back foot. You want to get him to drive. Bring him on the front foot there. One of my friends up in Guyana during the lunchtime sent me a message asking me how the lunch, what am I eating? I told him the lunch was delicious. There's some nice baked fish with some sauce on it. Oh, this time outside the line.
Beautiful delivery.
Yes.
Lovely delivery indeed. I think James should have those are the type of deliveries that he's supposed to be producing ever so often. I mean, around for this type of this time of the game, and as the game is set up in such a position that he's supposed to be bowling, do much more of those.
Yes. And hello to Shabir Baksh of Big B's restaurant in Rosignol. Thank you. He himself knows a lot about cooking, Shabir Baksh. Jumping on the back foot once again, cutting away down towards short backward point region, can't score, takes his cap from the umpire there. Joshua James, 2 for 71. After 20 overs, it's 421 for the loss of 8.
It's a hard grind for the Red Force. A tough time for them. But that's the way in which cricket unfolds. Sometimes you don't ever have it all that easy. It shows what type of metal that these players are made of. If they can dig deep and come out of this with some credit, but it's going to be a steep climb for this team, for this Red Force team to come out of this one. With one day to go tomorrow.
I thought when they batted, they showed some good fight, coming back into the match after being 96 for the loss of 5, ending on 240. So there was some fight there. But when it came to attack the Guyanese batters, I think the batting has done particularly well. And if you look at the highlights of the Guyana Harpy Eagles batting, with the likes of Anderson getting a fine 51, Raymond Perez, the opener, scoring 82, and some support coming down that line. Imlak spent some time for 33, so too Savory for his 32, and Sinclair 25. Ali Mohammed made 19, and now you have Kimo Paul 65 from 99 balls. So you're going to give one more to Kimo Paul. He's going to now go on to 66. And Virasamy Pamal, the warrior of the Guyana Harpy Eagles over the years, he spent almost 19 years now playing regional 4-day cricket for Guyana.
A very good soul. I mean, a faithful servant to Guyanese cricket.
Yes, certainly he did. There was one period where Mahendra Nagamutu, the leg spinner, and the left arm spinner Neil McGarrell ruled the roost.
Yes, I
actually replacing people like Clyde Butts, the off spinner, and Roger Harper.
Yes, I remember Neil McGarrell, and Nagamutu, Mahendra Nagamutu.
Yes,
good players, excellent players. And now you have. But Virasamy Pamal has been around for quite a while.
Yes, certainly. And you had also Devendra Bishu. He and Virasamy Pamal. Bishu was the leg spinner. Remember, he played for the West Indies as well.
Yes.
Excellent leg spinner. They worked in partnership and they did a real good job for the Guyana team. You're never short of these kinds of spinners. And now we have Virasamy Pamal partnered by Gudakesh Moti. Moti has gone off to play franchise cricket, played a few matches in this year's tournament. Now you're having a young Ned, the left arm spinner, joining Virasamy Pamal. So never short on spin. Maybe the only thing is having the leg spinner. And he looks at number 3 here, Virasamy Pamal. You look at that defensive shot.
I think, I mean, Perez must think that his job is, his role is maybe in question at times.
Yes. And there's another good guy, a left arm spinner. Might have made another regional team if he was in another part of outside of Guyana. He's from Essequibo. Anthony Adams was always in the thick of things.
Never short on talent coming from Guyana when it comes to batting and bowling.
Yes,
and they produce some good fieldsmen also.
Yeah, of course.
Forward
Brilliant.
Bacchus.
Yeah. You remember forward Bacchus in the covers or at forward short leg?
I remember forward Bacchus. He was one of my favorite cricketers. Because I used to love to see him.
Yes.
Forward Bacchus. Yeah.
He's living in Canada at the moment. Made his home there for a few decades.
Mm-hmm. And then you had Roger Harper, who was quite a good fieldsman also.
Yes,
a good catcher.
Roger, he was magical.
Yeah.
You know, he loves fielding. That is one thing about Roger Harper. He wants to be into those positions. Wherever his captain puts him, he makes it count. That man is going to make a quarter chance into a catch. Such was his brilliance. It was good to see the likes of Fawad Bacchus and other member of the Guyana team that won the double, the 50 overs and the 4-day tournament. That 1983 team, they all reached back in Guyana, rubbed shoulders and had a festival match.
Oh, I see. Okay. And was Timmy Mohammed a part of that team also? Or he was a youngster at that time?
No, I don't think Timur was in that. I didn't see him at the festival game. But he was a fantastic player,
yes.
Timur Mohammed. Tell you something about Timur. When Alvin Kalicharan got injured in England, West Indies sent for Timur Mohammed.
Oh, yes.
Because they thought that Alvin was not going to play in the series anymore. So the West Indies had to play 2 county side. And in those two county, with those 2 county innings, he scored centuries. And when one thought he's going to make the West Indies team now, overnight Alvin Kalicharan felt well. Didn't want to lose his position to Timur. The rest is history. But Timur Mohammed was such a fine player.
That's the type of fierce competition you have players who even themselves they are not 100% fit, and they know if they give way, it might be very difficult to recapture that position, so decide to come out. That's how it is sometimes. But it's nice to hear about Timo Mohammed, Alvin Kalicharan, and I shot that lovely shot indeed from Paul. He whipped this one off his toes, turn it around the corner for two, a quick two there.
Yes, and that 1983 team, as they overcome Stone End here, 425 for 8, the Guyana Harpy Eagles, had the likes of Timur Mohammed. I think he was part of that. Not too certain, have to double check that. But you have Tyron Etwaru. I don't know if you can recall
Yes,
him.
I remember Etwaru. Tyron Etwaru.
Derek Kalicharan was
Derek
on that
Kalicharan,
team.
that's
Alvin's
nephew.
brother.
Alvin's brother? Yes,
His brother.
His brother, yeah.
You have Clyde Butts.
Yes.
So the players will continue with that little discussion. They're having a little water break. We too will take some water for just about 2 minutes. And
Yes.
we'll be right back. So we're back here at Queen's Park after the little water break. 425 for the loss of 8 in their first innings. The Guyana Harpy Eagles, remind you that Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they were bowled out for 240. So it's going to be the right arm off spin.
Brian Charles, he's the one who will continue his stint from the pavilion end.
Yes, and to continue a little discussion with that the Guyana team that won the double in 1983, who do you think was the captain? The big cat himself, Sir Clive Lloyd. Yes, he was part of that team. Clyde Butts, we talked so much about. May his soul rest in peace. He was in the planning committee for that game at Everest, but he never really actually made it there. He died prior to that.
Oh, I see.
And that's an excellent drive out through the covers. And Andrew Light is also one of them that passed away. He was part of that team, was a ferocious little man, opened the batting. Remember him scoring 100 before lunch against a mighty Barbados 4-prong pace attack at border. That will tell you.
That has to be a sight to behold.
Yeah, you had Sylvester Clark. There was Joel Garner, Wayne Daniel, and I think the next one was Malcolm Marshall.
Malcolm Marshall, yeah. Oh.
You can imagine that. He was a firecracker.
Yes, I remember him. I remember seeing him here at the Queen's Park Oval or down at Guacara Park.
Yes.
Because once they come here, sometimes they play down at Guacara Park. And Andrew Light was a fantastic player.
Was.
Yes.
And one of your favorite player who has also died and gone to the great beyond, the left-handed, you call the name, the little man that you admired?
Roy Fredericks.
Roy Fredericks.
Roy Fredericks, yes.
Yeah, Fredo.
Very good. I mean, I remember his 169 at Perth. I mean, that lifted all West Indian spirits, despite West Indies having been beaten 5-1 in that 1975-76 series.
Yes, those were the days. You know, we understand the identity of West Indies cricket. That was the only thing at the time to show to the world, you know, we can not only beat Australia, but we can beat England at their own game. It gives us pride. So, you know, whenever a West Indian cricketer goes on the field, you always will like them to remember what West Indies cricket means to the Caribbean man. It means a lot.
Because at one time, someone suggested that any West Indian captain, whatever nationality he comes from, should be given a diplomatic passport, because to be managing men from all different territories and molding them into that fighting machine, that successful fighting machine, they should be given a diplomatic passport.
Yeah. And we see in the outfield there, De Silva is making some changes now. He realized things are not working the way he wants it. So he has gotten a third man. He's gotten a backward point on the boundary. There's a square cover. There's also extra cover, a wide mid-off, and somebody out on the extra cover boundary. Now this is interesting. What he needs is bowler to deliver just outside the line of that off stump. He does, and he found the edge, beats a diving first slip down towards the boundary for 4. And this happens when you spend time in the middle. Sometimes you need that little bit of luck, and he rode that nicely this time. Kimo Paul gets the boundary.
Paul pushes on to, he has gone on to, the partnership is what, number 34 between Kimo Paul and Versami Pamal. Paul moves on to 71, and Pamal is on 42. Pamal has been batting well so far. I mean, it didn't seem like if he would have gotten so far, but he have gotten 42 from 78 deliveries. So it's worrying.
Off the back foot this time, played it nicely down towards cover. Gets just a single, but every single run will add there. At the end of the over, we're going to allow our dear friend Ren to take some juice and water. At the end of the over, not right away. And we're going to be joined by Vinod Mamchan. He will come a-calling at the end of this over. And what a splendid afternoon here. Not so much for the boys out in the middle representing the Red Force, but they're trying to make things happen now. We see that the square cover is going down towards the short backward square region, looking to avoid Primor from getting a single there. You want to cut out those scoring opportunities.
And what De Silva is doing at one time, he's trying to concentrate bowling on one side of the wicket, because if you look at the field placing, he has protection on the leg side, but not too much on the leg side. But he's concentrating, forcing the players to go on the offside. because you have 7 players on this side, on one side of the wicket, trying to get Paul and Paul to play shots on this side, because that's where.
Well, that was a good Yorker, the previous delivery. Yes, well played by Virasamy Pramal. He's in sight of another half century with all the wickets he have taken so far. I think it's 664. All that time he has scored 5 half centuries, so he's looking for his 6th. He's on 42 and is in good standing of getting there.
And the Guyana Harpy Eagles, they will be very happy indeed, and welcome a man coming in as where Virasamy Pramal comes in, and if he can get to his half century, it means that they have a very, very deep batting lineup, a long line, a very long middle low order.
Yes, they certainly do bat well at the end, and so often when they called upon these all-rounders, they have come to the fore.
And Kimo Paul, he's on 72. Well, he must be eyeing 3 figures also, because the way in which these two are batting at this time, it is not beyond Paul to be looking at that.
Good, sound, solid defensive shot once again. Pramal walks away knowing that he has done well. 431 for the loss of it. So we're going to be joined by Vinod. He will come a call in a matter of moments.
Okay, while we wait on the legend to come forward.
He's coming.
He's coming.
Yes.
So I take my leave, and I leave you in the capable hands of.
People, keep going backwards and backwards and backwards. Because the advantage continue to pile on here. What pleasant atmosphere here at Queen's Park Oval. And I've been joined by Vinod Mamjan. My dear brother, how are you doing this afternoon?
I'm good, but I'm upset with you, and I'll tell you why just now. Here's Brian Charles. And Guyana continues to pile on the runs here. Yeah, I'm upset with you because you had Asselren on with you for the last however long. And you had the man standing and commentating.
Hello to you, Ren. Take some water and mind your business.
So it's a situation where I think President Irfan Ali will have a good Friday afternoon. Dr. Grong, a magnificent hit. That's a hit of a strong man from Saxakali.
Yes, I had a lot of cassava out there in Saxakali, and of course some warrap, I guess, as well. Strong drinks in that area. He packs a punch. Well played.
He got the opportunity there just to clear the levers, and he punished Charles. Well, this is getting a bit ridiculous now for Trinidad and Tobago. Had a lead by a mere 199 runs.
A mere 199.
I think Indrajit just got a phone call to make room in his check-in luggage for a trophy. 439 for 8.
Yes, and there's I tell you, you mentioned trophy.
Sorry, sir, trophies.
Yeah, my dear friend in Guyana, Ramesh Sunich. Have you ever encountered that gentleman? Maybe next time you go there.
I know there's a Guyanese guy who lives in Trinidad. He's into media. I haven't seen him. He's probably not in the media anymore. By the name of Kevin Sunich. Struck away. And that's a nasty bounce into the boundary for 4. Jason Mohammed down there. And the Mohammed season has really tailed off badly.
Yes, Ramesh is the trophy man, the best in the business. He does so much of compassionate work there, donate trophies to so many different players, teams, and putting up trophy. We have the one Guyana Super 50 coming up, and he's going to be the trophy king there.
Wow. Well, in Trinidad and Tobago, our trophy king is Narayan Bideshi, the former Trinidad and Tobago middle order batsman. He makes the trophies here for most of the cricket, He was the manager of the Trinidad Tobago on the 19 team that your good friend Mr. Liam played on. And off here he will give you some stories about that lovely trip to Jamaica. End of the over is at 443 for 8. So, you know, what do you think Juice Man is doing right now?
Juice Man actually sent me a message that he's listening to Cricket 360.
Good.
And he's enjoying it.
Good.
He remembers you guys.
Yes, because, you know, I think the cameraman, they kept on giving him some focus, because it was amazing that this man, for the entire day, he's so energetic. He has advice for everything. I think President Ali may do well in having him as an advisor.
Well, the president of Ghana, His Excellency, is a huge cricket fan. You know, wherever he goes, he talks about cricket. And in Guyana's countryside parlance, they say, put your mouth where your money there. And the president, he has been doing that wherever he goes.
He has done that. he's now chairman of CARICOM subcommittee on cricket.
Yes, so
I say
true.
congratulations to him on that. And I look forward to great things from him. So it's going to be Kamil Puran who opens the bowling, I was told, sometimes for Central Sports in Premiership 1. And I think Jesse Bhutan has turned his arm over as well for that club. Is there a crisis of fast bowlers in Central? Even Leonardo Julian, I was told, is bowling there as well. But
I remember Colin Croft, when a certain West Indian fast bowler was bowling, Colin once said, this guy's running in faster than he's bowling. Hello to you, Colin Croft, wherever you are, my Guyanese brother.
good old Colin Croft. Crofty, there's always action around Crofty. I tell you that. Very good analyst of the game.
Yes.
Driving nicely. I remember a story where fellow Guyanese who lives in Trinidad, he has been in Trinidad probably since I was born, Bridge Parsnat. He said once in a domestic match in Guyana, he struck Crofty for 4 successive sixes and Crofty left the ground.
I'll have to find out from Crofty that one.
Yeah, you need to find out and immediately let me know.
Yes, I surely will do that.
So that's one more. Good afternoon to Bridge, a man who really loves his cricket.
Yes, I know once in Region 5 he was the sports officer there and then came down to the lower East Coast as well and managed sports, especially in the field of athletics and cricket. Did a good job. And sometimes I feel he's the Paul Keane Douglas of Guyana.
I don't know how to take that. This is clipped away. Runs here. All 4 of them.
That's a beautiful shot, Vinod. All timing and placement. And the way that he went around the delivery there talks a lot. The partnership so far, 50. So the 50 partnership has come up. And look at the time. Just 62 balls.
Yeah, and Kimo Paul is on 89. Oh my golly.
Yes.
Everyone is on the edge of their seats. 119 people in Saxakali. They are at the edge of their seats waiting for the century.
Yes, certainly it's going to happen along many sports bars in Guyana.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, he has a big following there as he overcomes to an end 450 for the loss of 8.
It's good to see Kimo Paul back and really looking good. You know, I have etched in my memory that opening spell on day 1. And I think that opening spell really is that's a marked moment for Guyana in this match.
You're right about that. They set themselves up nicely. Those 3 wickets that he picked up, I didn't see a bad shot from the batters. They were excellent deliveries that swung, pitched on good lines, and he did bowl quick, Kimo Paul. You're so right about that one. That set up the game where it is at the moment.
Yeah, Paul was absolutely brilliant in that opening spell, and when you look at it and you consider, I take your point and I agree with you, where not really bad shots by the TNT boys. Those deliveries were on player, but
yes,
they just couldn't touch it.
And I recall seeing him bowl a spell just like that against Barbados. I think it was 2 years ago, right here at Queen's Park. Down the track comes Virasamy Pamal.
So Paul seems to like Queen's Park.
As he runs in and bowl very hard. Once Kimo Paul remains fit, he will be a fine cricketer. It is injuries that has kept him out of so many vital tournaments. And Vinod, do you know what's his full name?
I'll take an attempt at it. I think it's Kimo Mandela Angus Paul.
Absolutely, 100%.
So here he is now, Goulli. A man who can break a partnership, you know, Goulli.
He did that previously when he came on, got a wicket. So I think trusting his arm once again, the silver.
And Trinidad and Tobago, as has happened on previous occasions, just towards the end of the tournament, they always fall away. And it's something that they have to work on.
Has it to do anything with the rigors of the regional 4-day tournament? There were once when they started just 5 rounds. Now you're having, 7 in between? We had 10 rounds of competition. They're mentally tested, physically tested.
Well, our 360 man out there in Guyana, a fellow commentator, the man who was commentating in Guyana when Kimo Paul played the first game, and he said he was from Saxakali on 17 occasions. Sean Devers, he's telling me that he's at GCC looking on at the game. I want to say very good afternoon to Sean Devers. Sean Devers, a top man, and of course, hello to all the good guys there at the GCC.
Yes.
Inderjeet Prasad is in Trinidad, and let me report he's having a whale of a time.
Yes, I am. I always enjoy Trinidad and Tobago. My second home.
Well,
Whether it's chicken curry or curry chicken, that blend of friendship, between the two nations and individuals as well, is going to last until eternity.
yes, here is Puran driving beautifully through the offside. But now, here's a situation that the Guyanese used against Terence Hines, where you have 7 men on the offside, only a long leg, and Gabriel at a straightish mid on the on. So they're looking to go wide. Paul just driving just now. Well, the bowler has to support the field, and there he goes. The bowler is running it down. He's feeling this whole bowling, and it's running way behind square, and they're gonna come back. So Cephas Cooper was down there. That was funny, wasn't it?
Do you see that often here? Camille Puran, the slow, medium, fast.
I would like to see that again.
And he seems to be a very good sprinter as well.
He did make good ground.
Yes, he did.
Because Cephas Cooper, who is quick, was closer to the ball. In the end, he got there. But Camille Puran was quick.
Yes, exactly. Took off. He didn't want a boundary to be struck off the delivery. That's the reason why he chased it all the way there. And he has to come back to the top of his long run.
456 for 8. Well, hopefully our producer gets that replay for us.
Yeah, I enjoyed that one.
Yeah, that was hilarious. I love it. Here's Puran. Oh, nice firm drive. Look good there, Paul. The only thing that would have made that look better is had it been to the right or left of Carrie Pair. It would have screamed into the boundary.
Yes, good looking shot. Pose for the camera a little too, Kimo Paul. And that tells you about the confidence level he has out in the middle.
Driving again. I really enjoyed the work here of Kimo Paul.
Yes, when you can deliver with the ball and you can deliver with the bat as well, and his feeling also is exciting. You watch him always alert like a bird in spring running across the field. He's such a fine cricketer. I just hope this is the second coming of Kimo Paul.
Well, West Indies need him. I can tell you that. Cut away by the elder statesman, Paul. Well, whilst we were talking about this impending century by Kimo Paul, good old Paul has gone on to 49.
Exactly.
Look, your guy has found it. Look at that. Straight delivery. No one is on the onside. Sean Gabriel is not going to help there because he's reserving that energy for that cooking woodland with Dennis Ramdin. And look at it. He's there. That's the bowler. That's your guy.
Yes. So Paul is on 49, one away from a 50 here. If he gets there, it's going to be celebration time for him. Got there on, I think it's 6 previous occasions. So if he should get there, it's going to be his 7th, given yeoman services to his country.
I think he deserves, I don't know if he has gotten it already, but he deserves a national award because in regional first class cricket, he has played the biggest hand in Guyana, winning so many titles.
Absolutely. So partnered Devendra Bishu. That was a total powerful partnership with the two. One the leg spinner, he the left arm spinner for a number of years. Pramal is tickling this one into the onside, down to backward swear, gets the single, and the 35-year-old Guyanese will surely celebrate his 7th 50 in the history of his career as a regional cricketer and at the first class level as well.
I think he enjoyed that, didn't he?
Yes, he did. And I think Albion will be celebrating as well.
Andy Ramnarine, I think Andy Ramnarine would not be able to to control his excitement. Andy Ramnarine is from Essequibo, is he? Where is he
he's from Essequibo. Albion is up in Barbados.
Don't phones work there? He has been messaging me since day one and asking me if rain is falling.
Yes.
The guy just messaged Andy Ramnarine, one of our commentators, they're a great guy, but he said, like, it's raining down there. I'm not seeing the match. Oh, my. I sent him to Georgetown
but I'm just
to look for a new phone.
Well, I would have sent him to one of those opticians to really get a spec there, Andy. Or maybe he could have been on the rough waters of the Essequibo River. Traverse that part of Guyana very often.
So, the man, Paul. So, he's from Albion, isn't he? Paul?
Yes, he's from Albion.
Yes, I'm sure that there will be a street at least named after him pretty soon. Probably the street just after the Sean Devers Avenue.
You never know. All those are possibilities. When you think, Vinod, of a guy playing for almost 19 years at regional cricket, the endurance level and the commitment.
He looks like he can play for another 19. Look at him. The guy's fit. Worked away nicely. So Guyana at the moment are large and in charge here. And they will more likely celebrate a title. Again, yet another. So we have one of Guyana's most decorated commentators in the house with us here at Cricket 360, Inderjeet Prasad. And
if you love the headphone that you have given me to put on, don't say those things. My head is swelling, so it's going to open, burst apart.
Well, it's been great having him here. I can tell you that. And when history is written, he would have been the only commentator from Guyana to travel here for this game. And to call this game. I know Andy Ramnarine was due to come down. Sean was also due to come down, but Sean had some matters he had to take care of in Guyana that kept him away. Andy Ramnarine had to come down, but someone sent the ticket on his phone and he never saw it. So Andy Ramnarine couldn't make it.
Yes, I'm just wondering to know what kind of phone he is having at the moment. Hello to you, Andy. And I know that Essequibo will definitely be tuned in, especially with the prince in this game. That's Kimo Savory, Kimo Paul as well. So there are lot of things to shout about there. Good things are happening in Essequibo cricket.
So here's Harry Pierre, who has had a great season for Trinidad, hasn't been able to replicate the type of success he's had early on. But still, at 462 for 8, he has taken 3 of those wickets.
Yes, absolutely so, and he has gotten to 40 wicket in this year's regional championship. That will tell you how well he has bowled, Harry Pierre, and he continues to bowl his heart out. Down the track comes Kimo Paul, high in the air. Has he given it away? The catch will be taken now, and nicely judged on the long on boundary there by Kamil Puran. And Kimo Paul will have to go after playing a splendid knock of 93, just giving away 100. Should be mindful of where the player was.
Yeah, and more than that, he had to fetch the ball. It was wide of him. I don't know if he left home too early and Harry Pierre saw that. Excellent bowling by Harry Pierre though. But Paul, in the end, would be very, very disappointed with that. He and the people of Saksakali in Guyana. But it was a tremendous hand.
Yes,
Take nothing away from him.
Exemplary performance by the right-hander. Previously had 1 century, 107. Had a chance here, but he did not. And you saw Joshua De Silva putting up the 2 hands up in the air. That was something planned. And I think you're right, Vinod. He came down a little bit early. So if you're coming down the track, you must time the bowler when to come. He just pulled it back a little and straight it a little further outside the off stump, so you had to drag it away.
Yeah, Niall Smith is the new man in. 462 for 9. How proficient is Niall Smith with the bat?
He's reasonable. He can stick it around, Niall Smith. I've seen him being a little bit stubborn out in the middle at times. He's no rabbit whatsoever.
But he looks the part. Broad brim hat, which was donned many times by Sir Carl.
And that is so true, brings back memories. But he can bat. And that has been the good thing about the Guyana Harpy Eagles team. On several occasions, their lower order has been called upon to come to the party, and they have done so. Guy Smith, he plays for Tuckburg Park in New Amsterdam, so he's a boy from the Berbice area as well.
I think he also plays in Trinidad at domestic cricket here as well when he gets the opportunity and the chance. So it's good.
So many Guyanese cricketers will come across to Trinidad and Tobago over the years.
Yeah, I think one of the first to come and actually play in the domestic league was Rabindranath Siram.
He was a fine player.
He came to play for Clark Road. And that was in South Trinidad. Baldat Mahabir, the president there, saw the value in having Rabindra Siriram over. And has produced some tremendous batsmen at time. What about Sudesh Daniram? He played here as well.
Yeah, boy, I tell you, he was a fine opening batsman. But
Paul Prasad.
Yes. Paul is in United States of America.
Yes,
so too Sudesh Daniram.
And another 2 million Guyanese outside the off-stop beaten.
In a population of 750,000.
Yeah. 2 million has left out of 700,000. And 4 million wants to come back now.
I tell you, they will be coming back. I'm sure about that.
But on their own accord as well, because, things have been really looking up in Guyana. I was so impressed when I was across there. You come before, what you enjoyed back in the day in Guyana was the friendship, the camaraderie, the treatment, the people are so warm, and of course the food. Now there's a lot more than that to enjoy.
Yes, and I'm happy that you are saying this because you experience it, with your own self rather than listening to others. It's massive development in infrastructure.
Yeah, massive, massive. These guys were taking us along. So all these different roads and the road network has expanded tremendously.
Yes, and that's happening all across the country. Almost in every sector there is development taking place. You go across Guyana today, you'll see the number of recreational parks that are going up. Agriculture, massive as well. Both aquaculture. You also have the animals, livestock beginning to improve, and there's markets for them as well. So the country is on a good part taking off as a small nation.
Guyana, of course, I think, is the food basket of the Caribbean.
Well, as a little boy growing up, we always hear that Guyana is the food basket. That basket had a lot of holes then. Now I think the bottom is protected. And indeed, we are beginning to get there. And I like the partnership that is taking place in CARICOM with Guyana. You know, Guyana now is playing the lead role in agriculture. The food hub will be set up in Barbados, the port of entry there. Going to be distributed across the region. So good to see leaders coming together. That's the only way, you know, CARICOM can survive. Togetherness, you know, as brothers and sisters, we can't do it alone.
Yeah, we can't. And of course, Guyana has a big role to play. So too Trinidad and Tobago.
Of course.
Goulli, a man from South Trinidad.
And Trinidad and Tobago, they've gotten decades and decades of experience in the oil and gas industry. And Guyana, of course, will need that expertise. You don't have to look outside of the region for those expertise.
It's right next door.
Exactly.
Oh, that looks very good, and he's out leg before. Goulli himself making his own decision. And that's the end of the innings as Niall Smith, after being talked up by Inderjeet, has to go back. Well, that kept a bit low, though, to be honest. It will be a worrying sign for Trinidad and Tobago as they go now to bat. Guyana has taken a lead in excess of 200 here, 223 to be exact. And after more thoughts from Inderjeet Prasad, we will take a short break.
Now that's a huge lead by the Guyana Harpy Eagles. It will left now to be seen, you know, the quality of Red Force to come back in this match. There's still some time in it, but when you look up and see you first of all have to wipe off that too is pressure by itself.
Take a short break. We'll be right back.
Well, we're back here for the Trinidad and Tobago second innings. Amir Django is not going to be opening the batting. He's going to be batting at 3. And it's going to be Cephas Cooper and Kamil Puran. Cephas Cooper coming off a good half century in the first innings. Kamil Puran unfortunately didn't get going. Was out with a good delivery from Kimo Paul. He picked up 3 wickets in his first spell. Trinidad and Tobago to be looking to counteract that in this second innings. Guyana Harpy Eagles have a lead of 223. So, which means Astle Wren.
Well, thank you so much, Liam, for this introduction as we see the start of the Red Force second innings. And they'll have a steep climb of a lead of 214 to wipe out first and then start their, how should I put it? The total to set the Guyanese to really get something to win.
Yeah, I think it's going to be tough. I don't think it's going to be something that is in the Red Force mind too much. I think at this stage it's just about playing for a draw. It's going to be very tough for them to come back from behind now and win this game. I think they have just got to understand that they've got to bat as long as possible and try to save the game.
Because there's a lots of time in this game still. There's this session after the tea interval, and we go into the final day tomorrow. So there's a lot of batting left, a lot of time to occupy the crease, and I think the Red Force batsmen, they'll be looking forward to that, despite having that tough and grinding task ahead of them.
Yeah, I think it's a situation where Trinidad and Tobago need to understand that if they're gonna save themselves from this game, they need to bat 4 sessions. It's as simple as that. And the wicket, as we said, there's nothing in it. It's a good batting track. All they've got to really do is see off this new ball. They're going to get some movement early on. Kimo Paul, we saw how well he bowled with the new ball in the first innings, picked up 3 in his first spell. He bowled a long first spell of 10 overs. He needs to just continue on that note, continue getting that ball to move away from the right-hander. But Trinidad and Tobago just need to see that period of shine off.
When you look at the conditions in which they are playing at this time, the excellent conditions. You have brilliant sunshine around this time yesterday. The clouds are coming over, but there's no clouds you can see. And the wind is a gentle breeze coming across the ground, so the players will feel comfortable. And the batsmen, well, they know what has to be done.
So it looks like a change in the field now. They're going to move the man from cover into short square leg, and Kimo Paul 3 slips, a backward point and a short cover on the offside. Here he comes into Cooper. Cooper thought about playing at that one, pulled away at the last second. Trinidad and Tobago already off the mark because the first ball of this over was a no ball.
So Kimo Paul, he will be thinking about what he did in the first innings and how he got that ball to move around, and so he'll have a spring in his step. He will be determined, and plus he was very successful with the bat, so he's having an excellent game. And so too Cooper. Cooper had a pretty good knock in the first innings, so it promises to be a good battle between these two. And plus you have Kamil Puran, he will be looking to really establish himself and to go on to do well.
Yes, the last innings he's going to play in this year's competition. This last innings Cooper's going to play as well. They would want to end off with a bang. I thought Puran did well against Barbados, when he played the game before that for CCC, and after that he's kind of faded away. He's been struggling a bit. He'll want to finish off well. That one getting some bounce and carry into Imlak at the end of the first over, is 1 without loss.
I see a very good first over there from Kimo Paul. I mean, he picked up where he started off in the first innings, and I think he'll be looking to continue that good vein. But when you look at it, it promises to be a very, very tough task for the Red Force. But they can survive and they can pull something out of this game, at least come away with a draw if the batsmen live up to expectations.
Yeah, definitely. So Kimo Paul is gonna stay at first slip. Kevlon Anderson is at second. and Sinclair at Goulli. And Ronaldo Ali Mohammed is going to take up the attack from the Brian Lara Pavilion and picked up a couple of wickets in the first innings. Looked good with the bat as well until he held out to Goulli at the backward square of the bowling of Joshua James. And he is going to look to continue his good form with ball in hand. Kimo Paul, however, is going to have something to say about that. As I said, he did well against Barbados, where Trinidad and Tobago beat them by an innings, and they won in 2 days. After that, he's been quite unfortunate. He played against Jamaica and probably got the 2 best balls of both innings, and then he came out in the first innings here in a tough situation against Kimo Paul with the new ball. The ball was moving around, as we said, and there was also some grass on the wicket early that really assisted Kimo. So he unfortunately faltered to that as well, but he is going to want to finish off this season with a bang, and Ali Mohammed is coming in.
Ali Mohammed seemed to be very deceptive in his approach, in the way in which you think he could be just wrong in his arm, and then all of a sudden the ball comes at you. So he based his whole attack based on deception. And but what happens to a batsman, to a batting team when they face such a huge total? I mean, what goes through the mind of the batsmen? How do they approach their innings, their respective innings?
Well, I think in a situation like this, I think the Red Force knew that they can't win from here. It's almost impossible unless they could try to get to 450, get a lead of 200 and try to skittle out Guyana, which is not going to be easy. Guyana have shown their batting prowess over the past 7 rounds, so I think it all depends on what Riyad Emirates and the team would have decided their approach is going to be. But in a situation like this, it's going to be to bat 4 sessions.
Bat 4 sessions and play each ball on its merit.
That's a beauty from Ali Mohammed, and that's the deception we spoke about. This one coming back in to Puran. Let's have a look at that one again. It was it just seemed to not get up as much as well. Just kind of holding its line. Let's have a look at it. Yeah, didn't get up at all actually.
Didn't get up at all. Good delivery. Lucky it wasn't on the off stump, otherwise Puran would have been walking back to the pavilion.
That's a good delivery. Maybe doing too much, or could have been hitting him outside the off stump. Let's have a look at that one again as well. Ali Mohammed is starting off well here. Yeah, definitely going down the leg, doing too much. The ball is new, so it is going to swing around, and Ali Mohammed moves it both ways as well. So that is going to cause another bit of concern for Puran, who has been short of runs and is going to look to score big here today. No ball signaled by umpire. Imnak with the gloves on. Paul is at first slip, Anderson at second, Sinclair, Goulli, Savory at point, Niall Smith, who bowled really well in the first innings as well, he's at mid-off, Ned at short mid-wicket. In fact, Ned's at fine leg. Short mid-wicket is Matthew Nandu, and mid-on Pumal. Puran a bit more in control of this one.
When you look at Ali Mohammed, he seemed to be approaching it very, very easy, but his final 2 strides, that's where the shoulder comes in, and the arm movement. That is where he gets the ball to go either way, in or out of to the batsman, and that is deception. You have to be you have to look at him very carefully once you're facing up to him.
Yes, definitely a bowler bowls off his shoulder. This one flicked away from Puran. But Ned cleans up down at fine leg. Just 1 to the total at the end of the second over. 3 without loss. Kimo Paul off the mark. He is on 1. And
so it's 3 without loss for Red Force in their second innings. They have to wipe off a huge total of over 200 runs, 220 runs, and then start to give the opposition something to chase. That's a big total. that is a lot of headache ahead of the Red Force.
Yeah, it's definitely not going to be easy. And we already seen actually in that last over from Ali Mohammed a ball keep low. So that can be signs of this pitch starting to show some demons in it. And that is not going to make it easy if their plan is to bat 4 sessions. So we'll have to wait and see how this one plays out. But I think the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force would back themselves to bat. So Puran off the back foot nicely punches it into the offside. He wants 2. And these two are very fit athletes, so they pick up 2 very easily.
When you look at the Red Force batting lineup, it is a pretty good batting lineup, but just that each batsman has to approach it with caution and play each ball on its merit, and from there they can bat in sessions and bat in partnerships.
Here is Paul again. That one starting that movement away, and the Puran needs to be careful.
There is no better sight on the cricket field than to see a medium pace of a fast bowler runs in and let it go, and the keeper comes across and collect. You know, it looks so lovely. Sometimes just the batsman that shoulder arms and allow it to go. It's a lovely sight indeed, and this is what we are looking at.
Played again from Puran. Paul has a deep point in play for that slash that he knows Puran likes to play, and he is allowing them that single. There's no harm in the single at this stage.
Yeah, yes, I think Emblak has all the cards. I mean, he has all the cards within his grasp, and I think he will be playing every single one of them. And he's hoping that one of the cards in his hands will be the trump card.
He's got options. That's one thing about Tevin Emblak and this Guyana Harpy Eagles team. He's got the experience of Pumol, the youthfulness of Ned, the pace of Kimo Paul and Niall Smith, the deception of Ali Mohammed, the energy that he gets from Sinclair when he bowls as well. So he's got a lot of options. Kevlin Anderson can round his arm a bit as well if need be. And for Guyana's sake, they would hope that they don't need Kevlin Anderson to do that today. Scored another half century. He had a brilliant tournament, backing up a century from the last innings. Not the last game, in fact. He has been in tip-top form. Oh, that's a beauty from Paul. And look at where Cephas Cooper ended up. He's way outside his off stump at the moment, playing at that delivery. Let's have a look at it again. Now he followed it a bit. He kind of pushed his bat at it. Luckily for him, there was no edge. But Kimo Paul, really good areas.
Brilliant delivery. And I don't know if you notice, Liam, the positioning of it looked like a third slip, but he is a step or 2 ahead of the second slip. But they have made that adjustment now, and they have put in a third slip. I'm seeing that there's so much movement now.
So here comes Paul again. And that's better judgment from Cooper. But Paul starting to get some lift now. He's bowled now 2 overs at the end of over number 3, 6 without loss. Kimo Paul 2 overs for 4. He has been excellent in this game. As we mentioned, 3 wickets in the first innings. Came back out with the bat, scored 93. I thought he threw away 100. It was pretty easy stuff for him. The field was spread, and he could have gotten there in singles, and then he ended up holding out to Kimo Paul that long on.
That's the uncertainty of this game. Sometimes you're all set, you look ready to get 100, and you may get a 99. And sometimes that happens a lot, especially at the Queen's Park Oval. Like, I remember so many guys just fell short of that 3 figures.
Oh, here comes Ali Mohammed again. Oh, Puran chasing one that was almost outside the wide line, and a bit naughty from Puran here.
That was a swing at it outside the off. So I don't know what he went after it for, because I mean all that had in it is it marked out.
Yeah,
I mean all over.
It pitched just about there, right on the wide line, right?
Yeah.
Just there and there about.
I went further away.
Yeah, and it was swinging away, and Puran still went at it. The Cardinal sin. That's a good delivery from Ali Mohammed. This one coming back in now. So showing a mixed bag early on.
And the Guyanese bowlers, they are really enjoying this session. I mean, this innings, because they know that they have all to play for, and they can do what they want to do. They can experiment. They can because they have a huge lead of over 200 runs. That's better. Puran came forward and just allowed it to go, baby. He saw it early. And he didn't have to stretch for it. He didn't have to do anything naughty, but allow it to go to him like.
As we mentioned, Guyana lead by 217 runs still. So it's going to be a mountainous task. Trinidad and Tobago all out for 240 in the first innings. Ali Mohammed getting some lift now. He's starting to get warm, and something that we've seen with Ali Mohammed in the first 2 or 3 overs of his spell across his competition, he uses that to see what the ball is doing. He uses that to find the lengths of concern, the lengths that are going to give the batsman problems. And when he gets into that rhythm, he's very good. He's a wicket taker.
Yes, he seemed to be a wicket taker because he knows exactly what he wants to do, and he's trying exactly that. So this one from Puran squared room. This one it went close to the boundary. It didn't go into the boundary because the fieldsman is down there, and they got a 2.
Yeah, a bit of a misfield from Perez down on the backward point boundary. Allowed them to get 2. Perez batted well in the first innings. He picked up 82.
So I don't think the Silver would have envisaged that he would have been under the gun at this time. That his team would have been so hard pressed at this stage of the game on the 3rd day of play, leading into the 4th play. If once weather holds and everything works well for tomorrow. When you look at the scorecard, indeed, from the summary of this match so far, 240 by the Red Force, 463 by the Guyana Harpy Eagles, and batting the second time, the Red Force with a deficit of over 200 runs, well, they are 8 without loss. A lead of 215 to wipe off first. They're still in arrears, and they're owing the bank a lot of money.
Yeah. So there is going to be 32 overs from here now left in this play. At the start of the Red Forces innings, it was 36, so 4 overs gone now. And the first goal would be to get to the end of the day. If they could lose no more than 1 wicket, maybe they would be very happy if they can go with wicketless at the end of the day, no matter how many runs they have on the board. But I think they'll give themselves the chance to lose 1 at least, and that's going to go for 4. That's very well played from Cephas Cooper. Good timing on that one, and he picks up his first runs and his first boundary of the innings.
Lovely shot indeed from Cephas Cooper. That one was on the leg some, and he worked it well. Just he clipped it off nice, and it raced along the carpet there. It raced along the boundary all the way to the fence for 4. So that one where Paul strayed a little, and he paid the price for going down the leg to Cephas Cooper. He opened his account, and the score moves on to 12. Without loss.
On the front foot, pushing it wide off Matthew Nandu. Easy single for Cooper and Puran. So the run's starting to flow a bit. They're taking the strike over. And especially now where there's no one in the circle at point, it becomes easier for them to just push the ball towards that gap and get a single. And Puran has done that well in the last over. That Paul bowl now Cephas Cooper taking pattern.
Well, I'm sure the Red Force team, the management and the team, that they will be they will be at least looking at, because this is the final game of the of this of this format of the competition, and I'm sure that they will be looking at after this game. In fact, they'll be doing some inventory to see where they can improve for coming on to the next season, and how the players, where things went wrong, and to be really corrective.
Well played there from Puran, and I think, looking at where it went wrong this season, I think it's where it went wrong in seasons before this. Trinidad and Tobago somehow always are in a position where they can't win, and they find a way to lose. And I think the game that's going to hurt them the most when they look back at this season is that last game against the Jamaica Scorpions, because Guyana were in trouble against the Hurricanes, and Trinidad and Tobago knew that they had a chance to really get some points and bridge the gap a bit, and maybe even get ahead. And whereas they would have been coming into this game not needing to win outright, they could have gotten a draw or first innings lead, and that might have been enough. So that game hurts them. I think you look back at the loss of Anderson Phillip and Jaden Seals, I think that's hit them a lot as well. That's your two best fast bowlers. They've been leading the attack well throughout the tournament, and then you go ahead and you lose those guys. It becomes a lot more pressure on the likes of Carey Pay and Brian Charles, and then the injury of Karaya as well didn't help.
Oh yes, because you had to change and then chop and change that little, and sometimes when that kind of interrupts the rhythm of a team, the flow of a team, and that can happen at crucial moments, at a crucial time in the season for the Red Force. But that game against Jamaica, that was a blow, a heavy blow, because no one expected that after they coming from the Kings from Barbados and beating the Bajans at home in 2 days. So I mean that no one expected that the Jamaicans will have come here and do them the same.
Yeah, it was pretty disappointing for the Red Force to see the manner in which they lost. This is not necessarily about them losing alone. It's the manner in which they did it. And it's a good delivery from... the manner in which they lost is what was disappointing. And, it's happened to an extent in this game as well, where they batted first this time, and then Guyana came out to bat and made it look like a totally different wicket against the Scorpions at Brian Arad as well. They wanted us on bowl first, and they came out to bat. That's an edge. Puran chasing after a wide one again, getting the under edge, and a good catch from Tevin Imlak, and Ronaldo Ali Mohammed continues to impress.
What a Puran, they stood there. There was no foot movement, and just threw the bat, hoping that he might make contact. He made contact indeed, but it went straight to into the hands of the wicketkeeper, which caught behind.
Yep.
Right. So there was no foot movement at all. He just stood there and threw the bat, and that's a crucial blow, and that's a good one indeed. That's what the Guyana Harpy Eagles wanted, to get an early breakthrough, and they got it. The score is 14-1 in the 6th over.
And you can see the disappointment in Puran's face there. He knows that's a ball that should have been left. There's no need to chase at that. And in at number 3 for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force is going to be Amir Django. And Django started the season well. Came back from Pakistan with the West Indies team in a bit of form. Got some half centuries, but hasn't gotten that big score yet, and no better time than right now.
I think now is the time he has to deliver, and now is the time he has to call on that all that experience which he has gained with the West Indies team, both in the Test series and the One Day series, the T20 series. So I mean, he will be calling upon all of that. But you think that the Red Force still has to settle that position of getting two solid openers?
Yeah, they've chopped and changed with the openers throughout this season, and I don't think you look at a lot of other teams in terms of this season, and a lot of teams have those two set openers, and anybody else comes after that. Obviously, the Harpy Eagles would have lost Paul and had to replace him with Perez, but Perez has stepped up. And you look at the Red Force; they tried with Vikash Mohan early on, and Cephas Cooper. Then after that, Goulli came into an opening position and didn't do well, so they dropped him. Then Mohan came back. Then Mohan's gone. They've tried with Kamil Puran now for the past 3 rounds. They've been chopping and changing quite a lot on top. I don't think they've been settled. And there's a lot of things that this young Red Force team has to work out, and they've also got to start planning for the future, because Shannon Gabriel doesn't have a lot left in him. He's been doing a lot for the Red Force for a lot of years now, but it's going to get to a stage soon where his body is not going to be able to continue performing the way it has. Jason Mohammed is also getting older, and he's becoming a bit tired now. When you look at him, he's not scoring as well as he would have liked in these last couple of rounds. And you've got to think maybe that has to do with him getting a bit older now. But he started off the season so well, so I think he's done enough for him to decide when he's ready to hang it up. And if he's not ready yet, so be it, because he is still capable of scoring runs at this level. But you've got to start to think ahead now. You've got young players like Andrew Rambaran, like young Ratcha, Justin Manick, these guys waiting to get their opportunity. No ball signaled by Chris Taylor. So yeah, it's just about succession planning, and I think a good thing that we've seen is that Cooper's been given an extended run, James has been given an extended run, and those two are the 2 youngest guys on the team. Other than that, you've got the experience of Pay and Charles. The server is quite young. Django's been batting well. So you've got a good team going forward. And you've got to just add the right pieces around that and try to manipulate a championship team.
Oh yes, indeed, and especially I think the search has to continue to get the top order settled, because once you don't have the top order being settled, you find that Django, who's coming at 3, or whoever is coming at 3, will be inside very very early, and one doesn't like to have that. Because you want your number 3 to come in with a score on 50 plus 60 around there, maybe 100 and something, but not to come in when it's no maybe single digits or no get to double digits, and that's a difficult time. So the search has to continue, and players who are knocking on the door need to step up. Some excitement there. You had Django pushing this one there, and he attempted to make to get in a quick single, but he was sent back by Cooper, and he went back indeed very quickly indeed. Yeah. So at the end of the over, the score remains on 14-1.
Yeah, I think it was a bit of nerves there for Django more than anything, looking for that quick single and not getting it. Just wants to get off the mark as early as possible.
Yeah, being able to get off the mark. For no matter how experienced you are, but you will like to really get off to get out of that dreaded knot and to have at least one to your name. That tends to settle all the nerves in the world, and maybe Django has that on his mind. But Cooper told him, well, wait a little longer.
Hey, it's Kimo Paul, and he beats Cooper outside the off stump. It's been that length, that line and that length that Kimo Paul has lived on. Let's have a look at it again. Just angling in and straightening just a bit. Cooper unable to make good contact with that, beating the outside edge.
And this all comes down to a good link and good line. I mean, once you keep a good link and a good line, batsmen who are they'll always be difficult for them to handle bowlers who are keeping a good link and line. And Paul has demonstrated that throughout this innings and the first innings also. he has kept a Lincoln line, a good Lincoln line, and sometimes he have generated some good pace.
And he is someone who's coming off injuries, so he's just getting himself back into first class cricket, and what a time he's had here at the Queen's Park Oval. Oh, that one straightened, that one kept going the other way, and Cephas Cooper did not read that. It started swinging late. Let's have a look at that again, almost going with Cooper's off stump.
That was close. That was close. I think Cooper, you read it right. He didn't pick it up at all. I mean, he didn't read it right, and you almost allow it to cannon into his off stump. But as fate will have it, it went all the way through to wicketkeeper Emlak. But this is a testing moment indeed.
So back into him, and Cooper off the back foot nicely. No run for him though. The Red Force trail by 208 runs still. 9 wickets in hand. And as we mentioned, the goal should be to bat 4 sessions.
And also bats in partnerships, because you need to have each other, each player rallying with his partner to make sure that they don't lose any more wickets at the end of the day.
A beauty from Paul. And this one getting some pace, some carry. And Cephas Cooper's really not enjoying himself out there at the moment. That one just hitting the surface, going the other way, and moving past Cooper's outside edge. And that's the beauty of a bowler like Kimo Paul, where he's charging the outside edge and the inside of the bat too. Remember when I played for Trinidad and Tobago in the 19, Coach Budish Duki said he wants fast bowlers who could challenge both edges of the bat, and you would have loved Kimo Paul. So that is the end of 7 overs. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 15 for 1, and we're gonna have a double change in the commentary booth. It's gonna be Inderjeet Prasad and Colin Murray.
Well, thank you for joining us once again here. 15 for the loss of 1, 7 overs gone. And good news for the commentary box, because a very busy, truly gentleman. It's been all over the place. Hello to you, Colin Murray. How are you doing, my brother?
I am excellent, boy. But that word you used just now, busy. Boy, I tell you.
Oh, that's a lovely looking shot. Pitched up on the pads, and the left-handed Django went into it. Glorious looking shot. True forward square and away to the boundary for 4.
Badly lined. He should have known that. And plus, you got nobody backward of square or even in front of square. You got a man at fine leg. And then you got a mid-on. So once you pitch on the pad and a player of Django's class and ability, he's going to die. I mean, that's like taking candy, as they say, from a baby. But a lovely shot. Now we see him like is strengthening that onside, and he's going to put a mid-wicket. That ball went just backward of square though. But you want to tell, the first thing you need to do is let Ali Mohammed know that is that the correct pronunciation?
Yes, Ali Mohammed.
Yeah. The first thing you got to tell him is keep that ball away from the leg stump. Don't, because it was a bad ball. So what you're really doing now is you're catering for that bad ball, because you had 3 slips, right, and a gully. Then the point cover mid off. So you're literally saying to Ali Mohammed, bowl wide of the off stump, because you got no protection in your leg side. Now you've put a mid wicket. So are you now telling him, hey, bowl on the stumps? Well, there he's gone wide of the off stump. So in fact, that's a little too wide. But in fact, he's bowling to the field. But they've taken out that extra slip, which I don't think is a good move. You just have to tell the bowler, hey, guy, pitch much. I would have loved to actually see him bowl over the wicket and taking that ball across the left-hander. You know, let him try to work the ball. Let him try to work the ball wide of mid-on, and hopefully he might get the leading edge, or he gets just a normal edge, and one of the slip fieldsmen could come into play.
So just can't set a field for bad bowling. And here's a drive again. This time he didn't pierce the offside field down towards Matthew Nandu, lurking at short extra cover. And when you have a lead of 223 and the opposition 20 for the loss of 1, you want to ensure that your slip is fortified. Don't take the man away from there.
Yeah, agreed. You want to keep the pressure on. And Django hasn't scored in the last couple of games, the last couple of innings. No, I tell you something. I have a lot of time for Django. I think he's a really good player. And at this level, he should be scoring more regularly. And again, he's gone on just outside the line of the leg stump. I don't think he got bat onto it. But we'll wait and see. Buys. Oh, I thought that's a little surprising at that. I thought it took the pad, but then Imlak is right up under the stump, so he must have didn't get hold of it. Yeah. So you know, it's an interesting field. And obviously Imlak knows Django, because not only have he's played against him, but don't forget the tour of Pakistan a little earlier. So he would have seen Django in the nets, he would have seen his strengths, he would have seen his weaknesses. And it's interesting how he's gone up to the stumps and has told Ali Mohammed, bowl wide of that off stump.
Well, there's something exactly that he would have known of him. Better line delivery this time. And the right-handed Cooper batted well in the first innings for his half-century. Looked the part, batted under difficult circumstances when the ball was swinging. Both Ali Mohammed and especially Kimo Paul.
Yeah, he's got a couple half-centuries this term. He seems to be coming of age, but of course, you know, 1 or 2 innings, as they say, don't suddenly make you a good player or a great player. Consistency is what is the most important thing, and I think that's a big problem with a lot of the players. The end of the over, 21 for 1. Yeah, I think that is the problem with a lot of the West Indian players playing regional cricket. The consistency is lacking. Jason Mohammed had it a little earlier, talking from a Red Force perspective. Then Josh De Silva, he's been very, very good this season, even when that atrocious game against the Scorpions, when I think the title, in my opinion, the title was lost at that game. And even that, out of 171, or you know, he got 89 odd or something to that.
Yes, he got, I think it was 85, was a fine innings as well.
Yeah. So you know, that's what you need, is that type of consistency. But you know, it's a mentality, you know, Inderjeet. It's not just saying, hey, I'm a good player and I'm going to go out there and do that. It's a mentality, and it's something you have to keep working on in your game, on your batting in the nets. You're looking at how you got out in the last innings, and you need to maybe cut out certain shots. But hey, it's Kimo Paul. That's a good shot.
Yeah, lovely looking shot out through extra cover, and that's going to run away down towards the boundary for 4 off the left-hander. That should give him some confidence. And the statistics, the regional statistics, will back the point that you are making about the lack of consistency. Because many of our regional batters who have gone on to play Test cricket for the West Indies, they're averaging in the 30s. And they'll have a century here, a half century there. You cannot have that poor average and want to make it big at the international level. So consistency is the key thing for our young batters, and it's what do you do off season, how much badly you want to make cricket a career for you. All those are questions that our youngsters and our players must be able to answer. Sometimes you look at players and they look so good, they score a half century or a century, and you feel will be one to go forward, and they never did. Outside the line of the off stump by Kimo. He's not going to be tempted there. The left-handed Django. And he will be looking, of course, to improve on his average. In the first innings, Django made 7. He was caught at the wicket of Paul. and certainly he wants to improve on that. He's an 8 at the moment. He's a strongly built left-handed wicket-keeper batsman, Django. Tucked off the pads, can't score. And Matthew Nandu very quick in that short mid-wicket area. Ensure there's not even a thought about going through for a single. So I can remind you that the Guyana Harpy Eagles today, their innings ended on 463. Batted a long time, 132.3 overs. Right what their game plan was all about. Occupation of the crease. Once you do that, you're going to score runs. We saw some brilliant performances by Anderson, 51. Raymond Perez, a fine 82. And then Kimo Paul, fine knock of 93. Literally give it away. The lone man out on the boundary at long on. He found the pair of hands there. Paul round the wicket. Right on target. Straight at the last moment. So he's just trying a different thing, coming from a different angle. But I still want to see Tevin Imlach get another slip in there. That is vital. You're having 2 slips and 2 gullies. And with Paul very capable of swinging the ball away from the left-hander, you do not want the ball to go between that territory of the second slip and the first gully. Holding his head. That was a good delivery, but he got bat onto ball, the left-handed Django. The end of a relatively good over by Kimo Paul. It's 9 overs gone, 25 for the loss of 1. In the bowling department, Gabriel 1 for 79 off 18 overs. Joshua James 2 for 78 off 22. Terence Hines did not pick up a wicket, none for 49. Pierre led that bowling, a splendid performance, marathon spell, 44 overs, 7 maidens, 4 for 119. And in difficult circumstances, I thought that his bowling was real good. Charles 1 for 78 from 20. Goulli 11.3 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 29. The man who got 2 breakthroughs. And Puran 2 overs for 13 runs. So we updated you with what transpired in the Harpy Eagles batting and the bowling for the Red Force. The Red Force in their second innings facing a deficit of 223. They found themselves now reducing that to 198. But they've lost a wicket early. And that's flicked away out through the onside field and away down towards the forward square boundary for 4. That's a fine shot by the right-handed Cooper, as if to say, welcome once again, Colin Murray.
Yeah, another fine shot from Cooper. I tell you, he's looked the part, and I think again, I want to make the point because he's been having a good season. His confidence is high, and in Jajit, I tell you, batting is just about confidence. Once you have the ability. If you're going through a bad patch, all sorts of wrong things happen to you. Guys take fantastic catches off you. You just hit the ball in the air, 10 feet away from a guy. He runs and dives and takes it one-handed and things like that. That's another good shot. He didn't time it all that well though. Yeah, but when you're in the, things are going well your way, guys drop sitters off of you, things like that. And I think he's having a really good season, Cooper, and but again, the season is so short, and that's the problem. But Vinod Mamchan was trying to upset me yesterday, and I
what
don't
is it he said to you?
Well, no, he keeps talking about when I bring up these points, he keeps pushing me. Yes, so what carry on. Because one of my I'm distressed at the season here in the region that we only playing how many games? 7 games, 7 rounds of cricket, and not only that, you have these breaks, these 2-week breaks, and one of your countryman called me last week for famous fast bowler. I don't have to call his name because you have produced 1 or 2 fast bowlers, but probably the most famous of them all. And he said, "What is going on?" I said, "What he's got this. He talks, eh?
Yes.
And I can't use some of the language he used. Very colorful, but he said." you're playing 7 rounds of cricket, and then you had a break. You have breaks in. I said, well, that's how they set it up. He said, when we were playing Shell Shield, he said, you play right through. You play 5 or 6 games, and you play right through, and that's the end of that. Then you go off to your county. Because I was also mentioning the unfortunate, what has happened to the Trinidad Red Force team, with the loss of Philip and Jaden Seals going up to England.
Yeah.
And he was telling me, well, they should have said they're coming after the season. I said, well, maybe you could have done that with Lancashire, but they probably think if they say that, they'll say, okay, no worry, we'll get back to you for next year. So I can understand the little bit of problems, but honestly, our first last season should start somewhere early in January and maybe finish with more games somewhere in early April, which will then give the players the opportunity to go up, those who play in county cricket, to play. But playing 5 and 6 games or 7 games a season, it's not enough. And then you have some players that you look at and you say, well, he's got the potential, but he's batted 10 innings or 12 innings, maybe has 2 half centuries and a century, but you want to say, well, he has potential, but you're not seeing enough of him.
Yes, I agree with you. We need to extend the season. If we trace back what happens in the gone by years when West Indies cricket was at the strongest, when we had 5 teams participating, including the Combined Islands, 5 teams, they used to play just 4 matches each team.
That's right.
But those were the days too in England when they were not all that restrictions on West Indian players or foreign players playing there. So many of our foreign players end up playing in England, and of course they work for some dollars as well. Times have changed with the Combined Islands divided into Leewards and the Windwards. Mm-hmm. Now we have 6 participating teams. So they used to play 5 games other than the 4. A few years back, we started with the Professional Cricket League, where we had 10 rounds of action.
That's right.
Yes,
That's
but then COVID stepped in, and it reduced, to just a few matches. I think they've improved this year with 7 rounds. Last year it was just that 5 rounds.
Yeah,
so there's a trend that's just beginning to take place again.
Yeah, I'm not sure, honestly. You see, and I'm not sure as well what the combined campuses and colleges. Yes, you're giving some guys an opportunity to see themselves a little more, and then you have the academy. But I tell you what, you're talking about 2 very inexperienced teams. You may have 1 or 2 experienced guys on the team, but in general, they're an inexperienced team. So, how another good shot. But again, you look at the field. You're bowling to a 7-2 field, and you're bowling Django on the pads. That's just not on. Neil Smith is the new bowler. In his first over, but so you're going to give him a chance. Maybe he's just in his first over, he's got to get his line and length correct, but obviously Imlak wants him to bowl wide of the off stump. He's got 3 slips and a gully. Yeah, and I'm not too sure of how competitive, and yes, they do win the odd game, but do you really think the CCC or the academy can win the West Indies Regional 4-day tournament? I don't think so.
That's going to be pretty difficult. We'll get back to that after this delivery. Well, he was flirting with danger there, the left-handed Django. Pushed at it. Went by. Good delivery by Niall Smith.
Yeah, I think he had some movement. It seemed to have come back. At Django pass between bat and pad. That's a really good delivery.
Yes,
excellent.
And he has been bending them both ways.
Yeah.
The in-swinger, the out-swinger. Combined campuses and colleges perhaps save their best cricket for the final round because, and the academy as well, because Jamaica and the Windward Islands, they have suffered in this final round. Just think about this. Get back to this after this delivery from Niall Smith. Down the leg side.
Got away with that because Django should have put it away.
Yeah,
not a good delivery.
Exactly. Yeah. how are we going to play more cricket in the regions if we do in the region if we do not have more teams playing the competition? Then we are saying, let's say, all right, you have 6 teams now playing outside of the CCC along with the academy. If they play a double round, they'll be playing 10 matches each, right? Now you're having 2 teams added to it. If you play a double rounds, you're having 10 matches other than that 8 matches we're talking about. And to be honest, I do not see it as a bad idea in the context of present-day West Indian cricketers playing at the regional level. The standard is not all that huge between the normal traditional teams and the academy and the CCC. If you recall in the state cricket, the academy boys once walked away with the trophy. It's not going to happen every time. On the other hand, you have top teams like Jamaica, Windies, who are actually struggling in the 4-day championship.
Yeah, it's a difficult one.
It is.
But let's Smith continuing. It hasn't been a bad over. Needs to concentrate outside that off stump. Kenny's gone on the pads, and that's easy pickings for Django.
And you mentioned about Anderson Phillip and Jaden Seals. Yes,
and end of the over. So, and we're still going to have a little bit of a drinks break. So 31 for 1 at the end of that over. Yeah, sorry,
yes,
Indrajit.
That's all right. You mentioned about those 2 boys going off to play county cricket. And we speak so much in the West Indies how helpful is county cricket to our players. And if you look at the broader picture, any exposure for West Indian players in county cricket augurs well, because there's no doubt about it. I feel these are 2 of our most talented fast bowlers in the region, and they might very well, I shouldn't say might, I think they will be playing against the Australians when they come down here in Test cricket. So they're getting that exposure at county cricket to develop the skills, the mental toughness we talk about, and at the same time too, very difficult to stop our players from earning a few dollars.
Yeah, the thing about it, when you look back on the whole scenario of the 8 teams now, is the academy and is the CCC, what are they adding to the tournament? Yes, you have I understand why they want both of them to be in the team, but is the competition better off with the 2 of them there, or is it being a little bit watered down? And I'm not being unkind.
No, I understand.
Is it? Do you say now? Because honestly, you look at Jamaica. Well, you look at Guyana, Trinidad, Barbados. To a lesser extent, Leewards. And you look at the 2 teams when they play against each other, you're disappointed if any of those teams do not win the games outright against the academy and the CCC. And that's the point I'm making. I don't think those teams are strong enough, So you have, and I'm not saying for one moment that they don't have some talented players on those teams. There are some talented, but they're inexperienced, right? And you just have to say to yourself, well, how do they develop you just don't develop by saying, okay, we're playing against Trinidad and Tobago and Prasad is going to play, right? Prasad needs help. He needs, you have your coach and you have but he needs when things are tight on the field, who can he turn to? Is there someone he can turn to who can advise him and that? So I am a little bit concerned about that. I would much prefer the talented players to be, let's say, a talented Barbadian, for example, on the academy team. I much prefer him to be playing with Jason Holder and Craig Brathwaite. He may not make the team, but you know what? He's among them. He's learning, and you learn sometimes just sitting down, listening, going in the nets, practicing, and some of them tell you, well, son, you're bowling that ball too much short or too wide at the off stump. You need to bet that a little bit here. Bend your back a little bit more. Little things like that you get from the experienced players. and that's my concern, that we're playing 8 teams that you worry sometimes about the standard of it. But it's how should I say it? They keep tossing and turning and trying different things. And I don't know if you remember, a few years ago we had an A team, England A team and an Indian A team used to come down. They couldn't win the tournament, but I'm going back maybe years now. But they participated. There wasn't the academy and there wasn't the CCC. These teams were to give our regional teams stronger competition, and that's why the A teams came down. And I thought that wasn't a bad idea. Did it work? Did it improve the standard of our teams? Did it improve the standard of the championships? Maybe it did, maybe it didn't. But they've done away with that, because obviously I would think it's a costly exercise to bring the England A team here and to put them up in hotel, because I don't think, unless the Indian board and the English board and whoever it is says, well, look, we will take care of accommodation and all of that. But they're being invited by the West Indies board. So, by Cricket West Indies, they're being invited, so they will say, hey, well, you take care of all the expenses.
Exactly, yes.
So it's but I would like to really see the tournament 2 rounds, just the 16s, 2 rounds, start earlier and go until the end of March, so which will give the players, as we start after the drinks break, which will give the players the opportunity then to go on to England. Because, the thing about it, when West Indies was successful, especially at test level, all our players played county cricket. All. No, I don't expect we don't have the quality as we did, and you don't expect the players now, all of them, to be playing county cricket. But the more we can get playing cricket, somebody told me, the reason for the break is because they're tired. That's the reason for the 2-week break. I told your countryman that, and he nearly fell off this chair. He said to me, what? He said, we used to play Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and then start the following games Friday. Okay, it was only 5 rounds or whatever it was when the islands were split. But still, and let me tell you, in those days, cricket was really hard.
Yeah, the strength of West Indies cricket there, amazing.
Yeah, and then the look at this. This is a virtual final. I know we are in the second day, and Trinidad and Tobago not doing all that well. We're in the third day, and Trinidad and Tobago not doing all that well. But from the first day, there was not more than 2 handfuls of spectators, and this is a final.
Yes, I agree with you with this aspect of it. The thing is, there's a serious question there. Are there stars playing here? Music will not bring people to a 4-day cricket match. That was tried before. If West Indies cricket was doing well, and Trinidad and Tobago and Guyana with big names on their side, they would have definitely drawn some crowd. You look at the days of Brian Charles, Lara, Chandra Paul and Hooper from Guyana coming here. Those were big names.
Yeah.
People would have come out and see it. That's one of the things too. And with the number of leagues around the world, I've not checked the viewership on live stream here. Some people prefer to stay home. Okay, why do I go to the ground? I can get it here on live stream as well. All those are things, but they aren't really big stars playing here. People prefer to go somewhere else. These are all things happening.
But this is a final. This is your 4-day regional final.
Mm-hmm.
Do you need big stars to be playing? Shouldn't you just come out this? This is whoever wins this game is your winner of the tournament, and yet the crowd. It's like a test match.
It has happened all across the region.
I know. Let me tell you something. I played at Border, okay, in the 80s, and Border was packed. I was frightened.
Yeah,
I was frightened. Well, also Colin Crawford's bowling.
That's our best part, right? That we have produced.
But the crowd was this is interesting. I just want to cut and go back to the end of the over. But you notice Ali Mohammed now, he's come over the wicket and his line has changed. He's now attacking the stumps, but because he's got that mid wicket now, the security to bowl on the stumps, and all Django could really do is push at it, not able to just get a comfortable single. So that's interesting. They've changed up a little bit the attack against Django, but that's good thinking. I like that. They keep trying different things, which is good. Yeah,
Colin, let me just get back to this point that you made. When you look at the two teams, the combined campuses and colleges and the West Indies Academy, there might be some questions asked to people listening to the discussion. Is it better to have our young players in those two teams being in a Barbados setup, like you said, not really playing, but being around that team, looking at it? And on the other hand, the question will be asked, is it not better to have them play in a setup rather than looking and see what's going on?
Well, then, and I hear you, and that's a good point. But then you have to look at the results. You have to look at how do they participate and what do they do. And that's another good delivery. Pitched and left him. He's getting some bounce and movement. Smith. I have a lot of time for Smith, I thought he would have come on much better over the last couple of years. When I first saw him, maybe 4 or 5 years ago. He's what? How old is he now?
Smith is 27.
Yeah. Well, I must have saw him in his early 20s.
He actually had some injuries, hamstring, ankle, that has plagued him. He didn't bowl as fast as he's bowling now in the earlier stages of the tournament. So he seems to be getting back to full fitness level. Yeah.
He's bowling well today. He's getting the ball to move, which is excellent. He's getting that ball to leave the right-hander. Look at that pitching, and just got to get a little closer to the off stump. He's a little too wide of the off stump at the moment, and he's got to get a little. Yeah, he's got to get a little closer in that corridor. Yeah. No, and I hear you, and it's a difficult situation.
Yeah, it is.
And do you now say, okay, but you've got to also look at the performance of the two teams, and are they doing justice to themselves playing in the league and to the competition? And if the answer to that is yes, and you've produced, and I'm going to come back to that after this delivery. How many players out of the academy and the CCC have made their way up to a regional team?
Yes, I hear you. That's a valid point as well. Not many.
I can't think of. I think Teddy Bishop, probably.
Yes, he played for the academy team.
Yeah, but he got into West Indies, I think, the ODI team.
Yeah, but what happened at the same time, some of these very players that plays in the academy or CCC will actually get into the regional side from this tournament.
And that's fine.
Yes.
And that's good. Because it's a great... That's a good delivery. Yeah, it's a great... so what was the word I want to use? Dress rehearsal, to move on, and that's fine. So if you're using it as that as well, then that's great. But my point is, you got to sit back, and you got to look at it and say, well, look, is the teams, the academy and the CCC, how many players are we developing to either get into the West Indies team or to get onto because that's the next step, so I understand it's a difficult. Yes, it's difficult because you as you rightly said, you're exposing players, you're exposing some of them, but my concern is the
you don't want to see the tournament being watered down to a lower level.
That's my concern. Yeah. That's my concern.
Yes, and that's a concern of a lot of people as well. When you look at this present setup, you look at the likes of Johan Lane.
Right.
I think he's an absolutely good fast bowler. Young, he is quick. Had Craig Baffett, the former West Indies Test captain, in all sorts of trouble.
Hopping.
Yes, exactly. I'll call another name after this delivery.
All of a sudden, this guy has upped his level. Smith, he's bowling exceptionally well. What I like about him is he's got a little closer now to that off stump because Cooper has to play at the deliveries. He's getting some bounce and he's getting some movement. I think that last delivery, maybe we can have a look at it again. I thought that came back at Cooper. rather than going the other way. Let me just have a look. No, it did go the other way.
Yes,
it
it
pitched,
did.
but he made Cooper play. It was close enough to that off stump to say, well, I don't think Cooper could have left it, and that's that's excellent bowling on his part. He suddenly upped his level.
Yes, and has a good rhythm too as he goes through. It's closer to the line of the off stump there.
But a little fuller. So
yes.
it gave Cooper the opportunity.
Johan Blades.
Yeah.
You remember that young fast bowler?
Yes.
Shows a lot of promise. He's one of them. He's in the academy team. Johan Lane is here. Evelyn, a young batter. He has been very solid throughout this tournament as well.
Mm-hmm.
So there's some talent you're looking at. Yeah. So the thing is this. That you look across the region, the cricket is not what it used to be. And I love what Chris Derring, the CEO of Cricket West Indies, said the other day. I'll tell you just after this delivery. Something we have been saying all along. He said in his tenure, he's not looking to get West Indies cricket to dominate the world again. He said that's reality.
Right.
All he's trying to do is to ensure that Cricket West Indies garner all the talents across the region, and with the great hope that we can be competitive again. So when there's a World Cup, a West Indies team is there because you're qualified.
That's right.
Yeah.
And I agree with that. Total.
Yeah.
I mean, 34 for 1 there at the end of that over from Smith. Yeah, I agree with that totally. I think we all want that. We all want to see, and I've said it all along that you want to be compared. I tell you, I went to the Test series last year in England, and I went to Lords. I went to Lords because I said, well, if I'm going up to England and the series is being played, I want to go to Lords of all the grounds.
Yes.
I think one game was at Lords, one was at Trent Bridge. I think the last one was at Leeds, if memory serves me right. But I decided I would go to Lords. And oh my word, it was a disaster from start to finish, right? And I sat down next to an English guy, and he said to me, and it's almost as if how should I describe it? The only thing he didn't do was to cry over West Indies cricket, and you could hear it in his voice. He was saying to me, "What has happened to West Indies cricket? It's such a shame because you're not even competitive. We lost the game in 2.5 days. We lost by lunchtime on the third day, and he was saying, and people. I mean, Lords was packed to capacity. It was you could not fit a pin into Lords, right? And it's simply because of one is because their team is doing well, their test team, but secondly, it was Jimmy Anderson's final test, and maybe that could have been the reason that it was packed out. Even the third day when I went, because I had tickets for all the days, and the third day, West Indies were batting, I can't remember, something for 6, right? And we were trailing them. I mean, we had no chance. So a friend of mine who I was going with, I said, "Boy, you sure you want to go?" I said the game could be over within 20 minutes, within an hour, within lunchtime. He said, "Yeah, I want to go. I want to." I made up my mind. I was going on the third day. So we went to the game, and I said, "Well, okay, they should be okay now because we should get down there and shouldn't have problems getting in." When I got there, the ground was almost packed to capacity. You would have thought the way the game was set up with West Indies 6 wickets down and they were going to obviously lose by an innings. Oh, Django, naughty. That's a naughty shot. His head was a little bit up, but you could see him getting a little bit. He's getting a little bit, in my view. He never got across to the pitch, but in my view, he's on 11 from 31 balls. But and this, I have a lot of time for Django. But I've always said that. But he's got to be, when he comes down to this level after playing a test match, those are not the kind of shots he needs to play. He needs to leave those deliveries alone.
Yes,
wait for the bad ball.
You're right. He's struggling out in the middle there, Django. Badly seemed to be out of nick.
That's a good delivery. Very good delivery. I'm not sure if he tucked the bat inside of the pad or did he actually play at it. Let's have a look. The replay will tell us a lot. Yeah, he played at it.
Yes, genuinely beaten.
And the ground was almost packed to capacity. The game finished, I think it lasted about an hour and 3/4. And they made an announcement over the system that all patrons will get back their money for the third day. But I was, and the reason I'm bringing up that point is just to show you the what's happening now with where our cricket, as opposed to as they call them, the big three: England, Australia, India. I mean, I don't know if you had the chance. That's the end of the over there. 35 for 1. Django's 12 and Cooper is 9. Ali Mohammed 7 overs, 1 for 15. And I don't know if you had a chance to look at that test series. I was glued to it. Couldn't keep up sometimes. It's because some of the games started at 8 o'clock. Australia, India. I mean, it looked a different level.
Exactly, as though they were in a different world than this world that we live in.
Yeah, I mean, but it was. I mean, it was scintillating cricket. That's the only way you could describe it. And it just shows, how far we need to go.
Yes,
in West Indies cricket.
Colin, one of the things that happened in the early days of West Indies cricket, when we started to be competitive and then dominated the world for quite a few decades, cricket in all territory, in clubs around the region, cricket was of an excellent standard, very high standard. And the question we should ask ourselves, what was it that produced that generation of cricketers that came from the seashores, the sugarcane, plantations, or the cities, or the street corners? What was it that motivated our players to play to that standard? I remember, I think wasn't Sir Frank Worrell, or was it he, that went to Guyana to do some coaching on the sugar estates in Barbados. And he said when he went there, I tell you, after this delivery by Niall Smith, a lot of people credited him for the likes of Basil Butcher and Rohan Kanai. You know what he said? He said, when I reached and I saw these fellas play, I felt they were ready for Test cricket.
Right.
So the thing is, what caused that generation of players across the region? Club cricket. The club cricket were so strong. You mentioned going to board a regional match. In club cricket, you used to have thousands of people turning up to the grounds across the region watching those games. So I felt at that time, we never really looked to the future. And I talk about those that manage West Indies cricket in that era.
Yeah.
You never look to the future to see how the game is changing in different parts of the world that copied our brand of cricket. They begin to put a scientific approach to almost everything.
That's right.
Opening up academies, looking at West Indians, how they're batting, train their coaches, and they went ahead of us. Not always those talents will come from the street corners.
Yeah.
You have to create the necessary infrastructure, have the right systems in place. It caught us off guard totally. West Indies' demise was like just not a rapid downhill movement.
No, you're
it's
right.
like somebody jumping off a cliff, coming down with the speed of an avalanche. And that's the reason why we have found ourselves here.
It's too wide of the off stump from Smith.
Now you're having technology can test the revolution of the ball from the time it left the bowler's hand going through.
It's amazing now with all the technology, isn't it?
Australia and England, they use Malcolm Marshall to show them how to swing the ball. And today we are struggling to have that kind of thing. But we cannot lose hope as a people.
You can't. And you got to continue. Again, what I would like to see a lot more of in the GT is the respective boards, doing a lot more for cricket. I don't, for example, I can speak for the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board. That's a good shot. But that's well fielded. Excellent. Oh, you're giving it away. Django is going to get he's going to get a boundary inadvertently because he didn't time it all that well. and I think he was looking for it to go a little bit more to the right of mid wicket, to the left of mid on. Let's have a look. He was just working the ball really than hitting it with everything he had. But he's got 4 runs.
Yes, and
4 in the dark.
Colin, there's another thing to it as well. During those days when we dominated cricket, or just when we begin to fall as a real international competitor, you did not have in those days all the different things that our youths are exposed to in this generation.
That's correct.
You're having more basketball now, more choices.
That's right.
More football, more choices.
Ooh, that's another good delivery.
Yeah, that flew off the edge.
It was a little bit back of a length, and again, he's got a little bit of movement, and Django was sort of just reaching out to it. He never sort of got across and covered. I thought he could have left that alone, but maybe we could. Let me have a look at it again. But it was another good delivery. Credit to Smith. Oh no, it came back at Django. Yes. Certainly didn't reach out for it. It came back at him and peeled off the outside edge.
And maybe that's the reason why it fell just in front of the field in the slip, because the ball came back to the left-hander.
Yeah.
So good battle going on between these two here, and you definitely want to see that.
Yeah, and so it's I tell you, it's a difficult situation that West Indies cricket find themselves in at the moment.
Yes, and at the same time, Colin, while we are struggling, it's not that we have not produced some stars in the cricket, but they've been glued to franchise cricket. You imagine if the likes of Dwayne Bravo, Kyron Pollard, Sunil Narain, Romario Shepherd from Guyana, Rutherford, our next left-handed player Shimron Hetmaya, and some others around the region, if they had played 4-day cricket and concentrated at this level, surely I think we would have had a competitive team.
Well, I made yesterday when I was talking on air with Vinod Mamchan, I was making the point about the funding with the big 3, India, Australia and England, where India gets somewhere in the vicinity of $240,000 US. In England, I think, get 135, and Australia 138, and West Indies gets 27.
We're talking millions, not hundreds of thousands there. The distribution. India almost getting 70% of all world revenue.
And then and then ICC wants to come and say, well, you know what, we should have 2 tiers. And obviously you're going to have 2 tiers if you're giving those teams. That's a nice shot, nice looking shot, was full and wide. Yeah, you obviously, if you're giving the big 3, as they call them, that kind of money, how are the others down at the bottom who are getting 27 million? How are they going to develop their players as opposed to India? And look, somebody yesterday mentioned to me that Akil Hussain, the number 1 T20 bowler in the world, is not playing in the IPL. Why? Because the Indians have maybe another 10 left-arm spinners, and they're not going to bring Akil Hussain to and keep out one of their own.
Yes, it's not going to happen.
And he said to me, yeah, but this man is number 1. I say he could be number whatever. If you have if there was maybe 1 or 2 left-arm spinners, and they would have said, boy, we need somebody. But there's so many. You look around all the teams. There's 1 and 2 in almost every Indian franchise team in that IPL.
Yes, it is definitely happening. And that wealth distribution, it's so important for world cricket. I mean, you look at world cricket. How can world cricket be strong with a very poor West Indies team?
It's true, very true. Yes. I think he's loud appeal. May have clipped the pad. Yes, on the way through.
From this vantage point, it did clip the top of the pad. Sometimes those that are at the top, they forget easily what West Indies cricket did for world cricket. They were gate drawers in all parts of the world.
Totally.
I watched a video when West Indies defeated Australia and they were coming home with the great man Sir Gary Sobers. They were given a motorcade by the Australian spectators right on to the airport. And today we are going through some hard times. We need that support, and I personally feel that the ICC should be more balanced in that distribution.
For sure. And it's strange because I would have thought that that's just dropped short. I think it's gone for 4, but it was a short delivery there from Ali Mohammed. Obviously, he's decided to test Django with that short pitch delivery. Wasn't all that short, but Django, it was airborne for a little while. Like the partnership 31, but it wasn't all that short. He picks up another 4, bit of a misfeel. He got on top of it, but still it was airborne for a while.
Yes, Kimo Savory was in that position. They're just checking his fingers. So it could have been into the ground and then the bounce. Right.
So I always when I talk to foreigners, and they all say, well, they're supporters of West Indies cricket, they're fans of West Indies, they're so disappointed to see what has happened, and it's amazing. But I would say 90% of the world population that follow cricket, they support their home country, and then they support the West Indies. It's amazing. If you're an English fan, you support England, and your next team you support is West Indies. And that's with a lot of the countries, a lot of them, because they've so loved West Indies cricket and what West Indies cricket did for world cricket. You talk about some of the guys from Kenya and who played in the last World Cup, Papua New Guinea, right? You hear how they talked about and Uganda, how they spoke about West Indian cricketers. They were, it was like if they were gods, and they were so happy to come to the Caribbean to play cricket.
And I'll tell you a little story. There were a few old people that I know, back home in Guyana when they visited India and so on. When they went there, and they were asked which country you were from, and they say Guyana. Just like wondering, where is that? But then, okay, we're from the West Indies. Oh, you're from the land of Sir Gary Sobers. you were from the land of Ron Kanai. That's right. They didn't call prime ministers and presidents' name. They called cricketers.
And you can almost say football is very much similar to that. You tell anybody you're from Trinidad with football. You go to England, they tell you, and Dwight York. You say, well, I'm from Trinidad. Oh, Dwight York, and and they remember the sporting heroes that have given them so much pleasure to look at.
So true.
But it's
one of your former footballers died yesterday, I understand.
Coach Leo Benhaka. He was the one who. Incredible story. He was. We'll give you that in a minute. Here is. Oh, that's short and pull. That's a good shot, but far too short from Ali Mohammed. Doesn't have the kind of pace to really worry Django, and Django helps himself to 4 more. So he's on to 24 now. At the end of the over 49 for 1. Leo Benhaka, when he came to Trinidad, Bertil Sinclair, who is a very good coach, excellent coach out of Tobago. A lot of time for Bertil Sinclair. But Trinidad and Tobago at the time, had 1 point. I think from 3 or 4 games. Maybe 3 or 4 games. And he went on to get qualification for Trinidad and Tobago. So he was like a mini god here.
Yes, 49 for the loss of 1. Some anxious moments for both batters. So they're battling away at the moment. 174. They still need to wipe off to make the Guyana Harpy Eagles bat again. But a good little partnership developing between Amir Django and Cephas Cooper at the moment. Niall Smith won. Well, in fact, he hasn't picked up a wicket. It was Ali Mohammed who picked up that wicket. And that's another good delivery and well played too by the right-handed Cephas Cooper, leaning into it, opening the face down towards a backward point. And Niall Smith is asking for a change in the fielding position here, having a little discourse with Devin Imlach. Yes, and Kimo Savory is going to come on the offside, and we're having the fielder down at short cover. He's going to go into a third slip region. So the thought here, Niall Smith, is to get that ball pitched on a good line, moving away outside the line of the off stump. And I think this is intelligent thinking here by Niall Smith, strengthening the slip area. Now there are three of them. Yes, and pitch straight and stumps. Yes, Colin.
Especially if he's going to move that ball away from the right-hander, which he's been doing most of the time. The only thing with this, I'm now looking at the field. I'm now looking at the field here.
Yeah.
It's a 7-2 field, which I'm not too in favor of it. I would have liked to have given him a little more protection, say at mid-wicket. Take out the cover. Take out that man at cover, put him to mid-wicket, and let Smith bowl on that off stump. Get that ball, because he wants to encourage Cooper to drive. And if Cooper drives at the wrong delivery, you can get the outside edge. That's another good delivery. He's bowling really well. He's been unlucky. Yeah, he moves out, and I tell you, as a batsman, you look up and you look around and that field, and you see there's a backward point and a mid-off, and there's that huge gap. You want to go for it. You go for it. And then you have the three slips just there in waiting. So I would have moved that cover and say, okay, go for it. Go for it. If you're good enough, go for it. And if he gets that ball pitched in the right area, Smith, and get that little bit of a way swing, who knows? It could very well end up in that slip cordon.
Yes, the thinking here too might very well be, because there's a backward point and we have an extra cover, there's a gap between that, but not a huge one.
No.
And you're looking maybe a catch shall come if he goes for that drive.
That again, that one seemed to have straightened a little bit on Cooper. But you see, it gives, when you're bowling to this kind of feel in the Jeet, it doesn't give the bowler much, much leeway. In other words, he knows he's got nobody at mid-wicket. Yeah, he's got a fine leg, he's got a mid-on, but
in attacking the stumps.
Yeah, he's going to be attacking just outside the line of the off stump. So Cooper can wait on the deliveries, and because if he goes offline, say middle and leg, he's going to get worked through mid-wicket. Yes, so I'm not in favor of a 7-2 field, especially when a guy like Smith, who's bowling so well and getting that ball to move, take out the cover, encourage Cooper to look at that huge gap and let him go for the drive. That's a good shot. Again, you could see a little bit of variation from Smith. This one just angled back into the right-hander. Luckily for him, it was pitched maybe about off stump, and so he couldn't work it towards a mid-wicket region. So he was played it with a very straight bat. That's a good looking shot from Cooper.
Yes, and Smith is in his fourth over. He has bowled without some luck here this afternoon, but he did. He is bowling pretty well.
He is. I think he's bowled. He's getting the ball to move. He's getting some bounce as well. It's a flat pitch. Pitch has flattened out nicely, isn't it? Good pitch for batting.
It has normal Queen's Park oval pitch.
I was telling the heads groundsman the end of the over from Smith, 49 for 1. I said to him, "Boy, you're lucky I'm not a trying to be a captain." He said, "Why?" I said, "Because I would have told you put the worst possible pitch you could get. Put the word, because I want an outright victory, and I didn't care. You just put the worst prepared pitch." And but of course,
when you played the game, you guys did that.
Oh yes. When you that's what you call home advantage.
Yes,
legit home advantage.
Yeah,
if you have two good spinners, the wicket would spin. I'm not saying under-prepare the pitch, but ensure that if you've got two good spinners, or if you've got two good fast bowlers, put a little bit more grass on it, but not grass that you want the grass to assist the fast bowlers, not just for the first day. You want it throughout the game. Say like a Perth.
Yes.
The problem with the pitch here at the Queen's Park Oval, and it's never been a fast pitch. What it was many years ago, it was a turner. It used to turn almost from day two. And you had the likes of Willie Rodriguez, Inshanali, Rafik Jumadeen, those type of guys.
Top class spinners.
Yeah, and they used to have joy when they come to the Oval. Now, the problem too was you had that's going back in time when they used to play 2 test matches here. The islands weren't involved. And I think the West Indies team didn't enjoy playing here too much.
Especially against India and
That's
Pakistan.
right, that's right. You know, and because it was a spinning track.
But Pakistan just recently, they tried a Pakistani thing, created a dustbin, backfired on them.
Yeah,
West Indies
totally. I saw actually, that's interesting. Is that the 50 up? 50 for 1? Or is that 40?
Yeah,
50 for 1. So, and interestingly, Kimo Paul is back into the attack. So they're utilizing pace here. Haven't brought any spinners on as yet in this second innings. Yeah, and you know, Mohammed Rizwan, it's very interesting because obviously, as you rightly said, it backfired.
Yeah.
They thought they would have won the game, and he said what they would like to see, what he would like to see, is more spinning pitches in club cricket. Because he says that, and he's right. You know, if you're going to prepare a pitch that is going to turn from the first ball of a game, you have to ensure that your batsmen are accustomed to playing those type of pitches and those time with the ball spinning and things like that. And he was advocating that if you're going to do that, you have to prepare the pitches at club level so that when these guys come up to test match level, they're prepared.
Yes, you have to do it in an all-round fashion, not just giving, well, this is a good-looking shot, Cooper onto the back foot there and opening the face and getting a single in the process.
I like his patience so far. Yeah, he's been troubled by Niall Smith, you know, with those balls just pitching just back of a length and leaving him, you know, and which is a good test for him. I think it's a good test for Cooper. You know, he needs to last out here. He needs to bat out because he is being troubled by Smith. And this is, you know, again, this is all mentality. You know, how good can you sit back and don't get flustered. And I think Kimo Paul is going to be a good test for him as well because Kimo tends to swing that ball away from the right-hander. That one was full and Cooper, you know, handled it well. He was just opening the face. But with those deliveries, just back of a length, leaving him, that is going to be the test for him.
Yes, Colin, let me ask you this. You've played a lot of cricket. This is your home ground, your pitch. But if we had the likes of a Colin Croft or a Michael Holding, a Ian Bishop, a Courtly Ambrose bowling here, it would have been a different story.
That's too short from Paul. That's well played from Django. He kept it down, which was important because there is a deep backward square. They're obviously hoping that he will pull and hit the ball in the air, but that's good. Yeah, that's interesting. I don't think those guys really enjoyed bowling here at the Queen's Park Oval. The quicker, even though they've some of them have done well. Remember Ambrose here against England and dismissed them 96 or 97, and
that was a ferocious spell of fast bowling.
Yeah, and you know, so you're not going to get a fast track. What you have to hope for is you get that little bit more bounce, you know, like as an Ambrose or Joel Garner would have got. But that's a good shot from Cooper, not well lined. And it goes into the ropes. That's a very good shot. Kimo Paul, naughty from him. It was short. It was outside the line of the leg stump. And all Cooper really had to do was to work it. There is a man at a forward square leg, but he played it backward of square. So that's very good. He's starting to look, well, he seems all the time comfortable against the other bowlers, Ali Mohammed, and now against Kimo Paul. I think his problems lie with Niall Smith. When Smith is bowling that ball, as I said, just back of a length outside the off stump, moving it away from the right-hander. It's a real test for Cooper, and he needs to, let's hope that from a Trinidad and Tobago Red Force perspective that he overcomes that. I think it will do him, this innings will do him a lot of good if he survives here this afternoon.
Yes, and Colin, let me ask you this. What do the groundsmen, or now we call them curators. What is it they must do to the pitches to improve them? We're talking about pitches. You talk about the extra bounce.
Yeah.
What do we do?
I'll tell you something. You know, in the no, I'm talking here for the Oval and at Lara. You know, I honestly think it's the soil. You know, I have been Smith starting a new over. I have been saying, why can't they go to Australia, for example? I'm not talking so the curators, whoever the management is of the various facilities. Go to Perth. I'm just calling a thing, or Melbourne or somewhere, and see what they use. See what type of soil they use. What sort of turf they use. I mean, Perth. Perth. I know that's exceptional.
You seriously feel they're going to give us that?
No. I'm not. but you know, there must be. I mean, we talk about.
Yes.
There are two. I'm going to come back to this after this ball. That's a good Yorker. Really well bowled. Well played from Django. He came down on it quickly. He had to. There are two. There's black soil here on two of the turfs here. There's a black soil, and they've been trying to. They tell me they're going to try and use it to see what is the effect that has, as opposed to the red soil,
the reddish kind of clay.
Yeah, the reddish clay. So it's going to be interesting. But is that going to maybe get it quicker? I'm not sure.
Well, what I know with experience with the blackish kind of clay is that it is not going to hold itself. It's going to become a little bit loosey, right?
Okay.
The reddish clay is the one that will hold the water, bind a little longer. But you're right. When you look at Perth, there's some cracks there, and it doesn't loose.
Yeah, it's. I mean, it's amazing. And the thing about it is, and we look at Australia as one. England is another place that you go around the country, and everywhere you go, you have a different type of pitch. I mean, I played in England for over 5 years, and they would tell you when you go to the Oval in London. That's another good delivery for. He's been very, very unlucky. That one came back at him, but a lot of bonks. You see the bonks he's getting.
Lots of bonks.
I'm surprised. I'm really surprised.
Smith might be asking himself, what more can I do to get the edge of that bat? And Astil Wren will be joining Colin Murray.
Oh, the good old Astil Wren.
Yes. It's a joy working with him.
Yeah, Astil was used to be a man on television every night. You used to see him reading the sports news and things like that.
Yeah, that's nice to hear.
Yeah. So Smith is continuing the bowling to Django, who's had his problems. That's well played. Good delivery again from Smith. He's in his 5th over now, none for 10. So it's just telling you how well he's bowled thus far. 4.3 overs, none for 10. And he's caused problems not only to Cooper but to Django, especially with that ball coming back at the left-hander. Good afternoon to you, Mr. Wren.
Oh, thank you so much, Colin.
How are you?
I am so pleased to share this honor with you. I mean, at this time of the evening, just after 4.
It's after 4.
It's after 4 in evening time.
Inderjeet had me very busy, so I lost track of time.
Very much so, but the action continues on centre field, and it's gripping cricket indeed, tension type of cricket. I mean, it is what they call the battle of attrition.
Yes, it
because
is.
Because the Guyana Harpy Eagles, they are attempting to really get an outright victory.
Well, I think they've batted as the end of the over come from spin. I think the thing about it, Astral, what they've done, they've batted Trinidad and Tobago out of the game.
Very much so, because I mean that 420 odd, that must have 400 plus runs. That must have been out of the reach, and the lead was over 200 runs.
Yeah, and I think I was yesterday when we were talking, and I was talking to Vinoon on air, and we were talking that for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force to have any chance to win this game outright, they had to dismiss Guyana for around 280, 290. So maybe a 40-run lead, a 50-run lead to give themselves any chance to go out there, get some quick runs, and try and get Guyana Harpy Eagles back in safer on the last day, with hopefully with the ball turning and bring Carey Payer and Brian Charles into it. But it hasn't gone that way, because give Guyana credit, they've batted very, very well on a pitch that is really not that conducive to the bowlers. Even though we're looking at Smith, who just completed, he's been bowling very well. I think he's been very unlucky not to get to the edge of the bat, both to Django and to Cooper. He's bowled really well. And Kimo Paul just started to come back into the attack.
Very much so, and you have, Kimo Paul is the man who is handling the attack at this time. But I was listening to the conversation with you, Colin, and very, very interesting talk that you had with Injury Prasad. It is so nice. But you mentioned about the wicket itself. If you were the captain of this team, you'll have a talk with the jungle.
I would have.
That crossed my mind, because I was thinking about this is all up for grabs. So we would have had to talk with the groundsmen. Had it been a little more competitive.
Listen, you have to use your home advantage, and I'm not saying be unfair. I'm saying use the strength of your team. If you have fast bowlers, you have spinners, then you may say, okay, you know what, I've got fast bowlers, but that's not my strength. The spinners may be my strength. Carrie Pear, Brian Charles. So I need that wicket to turn. Okay? But you've got to take your chance, because as Inderjeet was saying, let's have a look at Paul. That's well played by Cooper. He's not going to get any runs for it. Good bit of fielding. I like how he opened the face of the bat there and trying to guide it. There is a man down at third man, so he wouldn't have got a boundary. But yeah, and he was saying how Pakistan did it and it backfired on them.
Very much so.
And it can. Yes. Because you also got to look at your opposition. For example, I wouldn't prepare a turning pitch if the opposition has 2 or 3 excellent spinners. So you gotta weigh it up and say, well, what I would have prepared is a pitch that may have had a little something for both the fast bowler and the spinner. Of course, you can argue that Trinidad and Tobago batted badly, only getting 240. They should have got maybe 400, because the pitch is a good pitch. But
375.
But you need an outright victory. Do you need a good pitch? And do you need a batting pitch? You don't. You need a pitch, really and truly, that will offer some assistance to the bowlers. And you just have to take your chances and hope that, that your batters bat better than the opposition. But you want a pitch that is not going to, because you need an outright victory. That's the only way Trinidad and Tobago would have won this game. Or, I'm not sure by first innings. I don't think if they had won in first innings, they would have won it. It would have then bonus points and thing would have come into the equation. But at the end of the day, you needed to win this game outright. So you don't want a pitch where the opposition is going to score 400 runs. No, I'm not saying you want a pitch that you may not score 400 or 200, but at least you're going to have it. And if you lose outright, then so be it. But you don't want a game, this game is going to finish, and Trinidad may lose outright, if Guyana, if they don't bat well in it. But to me, forget outright. Trinidad and Tobago can't win this game again from here, unless they make another 300 runs very quickly and bowl out Guyana for about 40.
And that is very unusual.
Unusual?
Unlikely.
Unlikely?
Impossible.
Thank you.
Well, that's what I was looking for. Impossible.
It's the end of the over, and it's a drinks break now. So what?
It's 25 for 1? Yeah, 25 for 1.
25 or 60? I think it's 60 for 1. Where you?
Sorry about
you're behind 10.
Oh, sorry about that. 60 for 1.
Yeah, Django is 30 and Cooper is 50.
Django is 30 and Cooper is 50.
So I was just saying. I was just saying to you that you had to have a pitch that was not so much in favor of the batsmen, and too sad. If you could have batted on it, then so be it. But you needed an outright victory, so the pitch should have been prepared in a way. And I'm not saying under-prepare the pitch. I'm not saying that at all. But what I'm saying is, it should have been a pitch that would have assisted your fast bowlers or your spinners, and then who bats better will win the game.
Because that brings me to another point, because some years ago I remember Australia going to India.
Yeah.
And the creator of the ground, the groundsman, the head groundsman, I think he was approached by, I think Rahul Dravid was the captain, because the wicket itself, and there was talk that he wanted a spinner's track. and he prepared a wicket that he said that if you could bat, you'll make runs.
Yeah.
If you could bowl, you'll get wickets.
Yes.
Yeah, and there was a big hullabaloo, a big controversy in India because the Indians wanted a wicket that would suit that would give them home advantage.
Of course.
Yeah.
And you can't give them wrong for that.
No, exactly. So
But
so
sometimes it backfires. I mean,
as what happened in Pakistan
what happened
recently.
in Pakistan and if you remember, and I was mentioning it in the Jeet about the India-Australia Test Series, a fantastic Test Series, but India won the only Test match. Where you think they won it? Make a guess. Give me a guess. Give me a guess. Anything. I won't hold it against you. Where did India win the Test match in the just concluded series against Australia? Australia.
In Australia, in India.
In Australia.
In Australia. Melbourne.
They won it in Perth. You understand?
They won it in
Perth.
Yeah.
And you look at that. You look at that Australian side.
Yes.
Stark,
Yeah.
Hazelwood, Cummins, right? And they have Boland sitting on the sideline, right? You would have thought if there was one game that they're going to lose, India was at Perth, and they won it. They won it because Bumrah, they had the quality of fast bowlers as well.
Exactly.
You know, and that was the thing. I mean, so sometimes it backfires on you. You know, I'm not sure what Mr. Mamchan is saying to you as to
refresh it.
I'm looking at the screen here, so I'm good. But I'm not too sure he's. So it's. I love it. Yeah, we're just getting a little lesson here on some technology, Asta.
That's what they call technology.
Yeah,
I mean, up to date on
But how are
everything.
you going? How are you? I haven't seen you for a while.
I've been around. I mean, I've been doing so many things. I have a show. I had a show
Do you?
called Sports Train. I mean,
Sports
Train.
Train, TRAIN.
Yeah, TRAIN.
Okay.
Yeah, we had a season on IETV, one of the small stations.
Right.
And now we are looking to go to one of the established ones.
Very good. Very good.
And that did well because everybody that saw it, they like it.
Okay.
It was a
Were
show.
you on with your good friend Riza Abbas Ali?
Riza Abbas Ali, but he's a historian. Yeah, I think he mentioned
He's
to
a
me
historian. Yeah.
that he might be coming to you.
I
just
saw
now.
him. I saw him in the pavilion. Was it yesterday or day before? I can't remember
Oh, I see
which day he was up in the pavilion. He embarrasses me all the time. He calls me Sir Colin.
So Colin, why?
Yeah, I don't know. I told him I'm not. I told him I live in a republic. But he does, I don't know. He doesn't understand it. But I think he likes to just embarrass me. Niall Smith is going to continue after that drinks break. He's bowled very, very well.
Excellent
And,
indeed. He been bowling tremendously well indeed, but without any luck.
Yeah,
Colin.
totally. He's not been able to pick up he's beaten the bat on numerous occasions of both Cooper and Jangu. And I think they will do well to survive. And if they do survive this afternoon, I think they can pat themselves on the back because it has not been easy especially with Smith. I think he's been to me the pick of the bowlers. He hasn't picked up any wickets, but at 60 for 1, he's been the pick of the bowlers. And at Ghana now, I thought they were taking out an extra slip. They got just 2 slips and a gully. They've taken out the 3rd slip and they've put him towards cover. And what I like about this field as well, Astel, is that he's bowling to a 6-3 field now, which I like simply because it gives him the opportunity now. He's moving the ball both ways. He's bringing it back into the left-hander and he's taking away from Jangu. But it gives him the opportunity to pitch that ball, especially he's going to try and bring it back into Jangu, somewhere maybe middle and off, coming back at him, and he's got the protection now in a mid-wicket. So even if he works that ball as it comes back in, he's got that protection, which is excellent.
And he has the man down on the
At fine leg, yeah.
At fine leg in case he
Well, that's a bad delivery. When I say bad delivery, if it goes outside, pitches outside the line, it'll be like it comes back at him. Pitching out, that seemed to be pitching outside the leg.
Yes, because the wicketkeeper didn't supported him at all.
Yeah, it's and the bowler actually didn't. He turned around and had a look at the umpire when the appeal went up.
Let's have a look.
Yeah, it seemed to be pitching outside the leg,
Oh.
and it was also going down leg side. So yeah, he's really bowled well. I was telling Inderjeet as well. I saw him as a young man, Niall Smith, and I thought he was very promising. But what he was telling me is he suffered a lot of injuries, and and hasn't really gone on as he should have done.
That's one of the things which I am concerned about, because most of the young fast bowlers, let's after this delivery.
It's well bowled.
Well played. He came right forward as Django and full face of the bat. But what I was talking about, Colin, is that you find that most of the fast bowlers very promising, but injuries come. Injuries come in and set them back a lot. What is it the training method? Because I spoke to Michael Holland some time ago, and Michael Holland was telling me, he said all this other gym work that these young men do. He said all you got to do, you got to spend time on the road. It's really the mileage you're putting because the fast bowling his legs.
You're very right about that. You're very, very right about that. And I'll tell you, that's a good shot. Is he going to get 4? He probably will, because
Lovely
he's
shot.
got it square and it goes into the ropes now. That's a good shot. Just badly lined from Smith. He's I think, because now you see life's funny, because he's got that protection now there at mid wicket. He's gone more on the pads, but because of that, once it swings, Django can work it just square leg towards square leg, which he did. He's got to come back more middle and off. Yeah.
And
So 4 more for Django, and that's it. That's where he's got to pitch it, Astor. That's where
right,
he's got to pitch it.
Yes.
You understand? But right now he's pitching it here.
right there.
Oh, I'm a little crooked, but
Yeah.
he's and that's giving him the opportunity to work it. You're right about that. I tell you, fast bowling is all about leg work, and what I mean by that, he's gone back wide of the off stump, too wide. Not a bad delivery, because it was going across the body of Django. He picked up the line early, which was good, and he allowed it to go through. Yeah. Inderjeet's countryman, one of the great fast bowler, or probably their greatest ever fast bowler. He told me, and I don't like to call names, he's got a good first name. He's got an excellent first name.
Very much good name indeed.
And he told me that when they weren't practicing, or they had a day off, he used to run 5 and 6 miles. He just used to go up wherever he was, whatever country, he would just go and run 5-6 miles and then come back. So in addition to the training you're doing, and it's the end of the over from Smith, 4 runs in that over, and Django is 34, Cooper taking his time, 51 deliveries. But this is a good, I was saying this is excellent for Cooper. He needs to survive this afternoon, and that's going to be important. 64 for 1. Yeah. And in addition to their training, they've got to put in that work on the road. You need to run when you don't have a game, or you're not training 5-6 miles, and that is what the fast bowlers need to do. You can go in the gym all you want and lift 200-pound weights and all of that, but the road work is essential, because that's what you're doing. You're running in here 25 yards, 25 yards, 6 balls and over, and if you bowl 10 overs, think about it.
1 hour, yeah.
Yeah, so it's important. But I'm not saying the gym work is not essential as well. You got to do, but you got to mix it, and you got to be careful how you're doing it. But there's nothing, as you rightly said, like the road work.
Correct, because Jimmy Anderson, the English great fast bowler, I heard here. I mean, when you look at his good delivery indeed from,
but just pitching outside the leg, I think an appeal more in hope than anything else.
just when you look at his training schedule, I mean, it is a tremendous one based on a lot of road work, because he
let's have a look at definitely going down.
It's way down the leg.
Yeah, that would have missed another leg stump, at least two leg stumps. Yeah. Yeah, sorry, you mentioned Jimmy Anderson.
Jimmy Anderson, I mean, his training schedule is based on a lot of road work, and he had longevity in his career.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I think he retired. Well, I was saying I happened to go to that test match at Leewards when West Indies played. It was his final test match, and he was 42. And for a fast bowler, that's a delivery. You know, I looked at Django with that, and he's just stood up there and threw the bat at it, and was too wide of the off stump. And Kimo Paul looking to get that Yorker to him, but again it was wide of the off stump. Yeah, and I was saying that Jimmy Anderson, you know, he had the full support of the crowd. It was his final test match. He feels he could have gone on playing, you know, because he was so fit, and he was and give him credit, he was picking up wickets, you know.
Exactly, because when I read his post interview after the test match, and the head coach announced that Anderson will not be part of
the setup going forward.
Forward. I felt a sadness in his voice.
Yeah.
I mean that he
felt he could have gone on.
That's right.
He did not want to retire. And I think they gave him that opportunity. They obviously said to him, look, the first test against the West Indies will be your final test. That's a good shot, well fielded. Yeah, they said that, you know, that was and I think that was, in my view, that was excellent. That was the way you do it. This is was their greatest fast bowler. In terms of stats, and you know, people from the old days will want to talk about Fred Truman and Bob Willis and people like that. But in terms of stats, there's no doubt that James Anderson, was probably the greatest ever that opened the bowling for England, and I think that was the way you needed to treat him.
Correct, because he was a great.
Oh, that's a great shot! Absolutely brilliant. Pitched up. He was looking for that drive all the time, Django. But if you notice with that one, Astel, it was a little closer to him, so he was able to ease it. Look at it, right there in the arc. He didn't have to really move his feet all that much. He just stood there and got under the front foot and drove it beautifully. Lovely shot indeed. But bad delivery from Kimo Paul. He would probably regret that, because he was probably looking for that Yorker length delivery, but it was just in the right area for Django to play that lovely cover drive. He's on 38, and I'm happy for Django because he needs some runs.
I think both he and
that's a nice shot runs again. That's a good shot again. This time he went a little shorter, you notice, from Kimo Paul. He didn't take it up to him, but this one was a little too short. And what Django did is just open the face of the bat now to get it past the man at cover. That's a very, very good shot from Mario Django. You could see the little confidence now is coming into his play. Look at that. Really good shot. And he's getting very confident now and starting to play. And I tell you, I was making the point. I have a lot of time for Django. I think he's a good player, and you know what he has to do now is he's got 42. He's got to make 100. That's when you separate the regional players from the international players, the test players. You know, you got to 42. You can't give it away. You know, and that's what you talk about. We can. I mean, I don't like to talk greats because there's exceptional players. But when you get people like Chanda Paul and Lara and these and 42 in a regional game, you have to mark down 100 and whatever. You know it's going to be 100. You don't know how, you know, whether it's going to be 110, 120, 130. And that's what the guys like Django has got to do now. They've got you've gotten. You have 42. You've got the worst part of your innings because you know the pitch. You understand how the pitch is playing, the bonks, everything. You can't give it away. I like Cooper as well. I think he's playing very well. He's playing well within himself, and he's playing every delivery on merit. He's been beaten by deliveries from this same bowler, Niall Smith, deliveries that is pitching up, leaving him outside the line of the off stump. But you know what? He's survived. And now is not the time to give it away. These guys should be looking. You notice the oval clock, 20 to 5.
It is, yes, 25,
Right.
yes.
They should be watching that and saying, hey, we have to bat out. We've got to bat until the end of play.
Correct.
You understand?
Because they fought through the difficult moments.
Exactly.
And now is the time to really.
You can't give it away now. And
You
plus,
can't-
you don't want a new batsman coming in at this time.
Yeah. We need to come back tomorrow and really continue the hard work which was started today. It's quite good indeed.
That's well played. Yeah. So you were telling me about Jimmy Anderson. You were here and you're making a point. And Django played those two exceptional shots.
Two lovely shots indeed that brought up two respective boundaries there. But Jimmy Anderson training schedule. Quite it was a gruesome kind of rigid. And you heard but when you see it, you say, but a man at 42 will go through that. But I saw something, Colin, here with Courtney Walsh. You know, Walsh completed. Walsh, West Indies finished a day's play here, and Walsh was in that team. He bowled for an hour. He closed off the morning session with Clive Lloyd. He came back in the evening time and bowled again. And after the day's play, when they were warming down, the boss came to meet the players. And Walsh, he said he would
run to the hotel.
He'd run to the hotel, and the hotel was up at the Hilton, and he was going up there. So I mean, one doesn't see that anymore. I mean, why?
Well, he's not the first player to do that. Courtney Walsh. I know a lot of the fast bowlers used to do that. I think Ian Bishop, if memory serves me right, he said after the day's play he used to run. He never took the bus. He used to run to the hotel. You know. That's well played again. This really been a good spell from him. What I would like to see Smith doing, which he was doing, he was taking a little more up to the bat. Here he's just back of a length a little bit, which gives Cooper the opportunity to wait on that ball, see what it's doing, and then play it on merit. I would just like to see him taking it up slightly, because he's got the protection. He's got a backward point, he's got a cover, and he's got a mid-off. Then he's got the two slips and a gully in a catching position. Take it up a little bit more to not half volley length, of course, but take it up a little bit more to Cooper and get that away movement, that if he looks to drive, he can find himself in problems.
Yes, he could be. Then he could be tempted to come on the front foot and go for the big drive.
So I would like to see him taking that ball a little further up. I say again, it's a little short, and so he can stand up there and just wait on those deliveries to see if it's coming into him or leaving him. I think he was one who used to do that as well. You know, memory serves me right, Wayne Daniel played a couple of games here, and he was one who always was. I played with Wayne.
I think Mervyn Dillon was in that thing.
Let me tell you, I said fast bowling is not an easy thing. You know, it's people talk about I wish I was a fast bowler, and I wish I was a fast bowler. But it's not an easy thing.
And what I noticed also is that fast bowlers they're very aggressive.
Oh yeah.
You cannot once you put down
aggressive in terms of you mean when they're bowling, not in the demeanor.
Yes, once they're bowling, once they have the ball.
Oh, that's naughty. He flashed at that, no movement of his feet. It was a little short, a little bit more bounce, and you could see Cooper, his eyes must have opened trying to hit it square on the offside, but it had a little bit more bounce. He would have been better off just allowing that to go through. He could have got the edge. And you see, my point is, if he's going to play that type of shot, he might get 4, but he might also get the edge.
Very much so.
And that's the difficulty because he's on 15 now from 58 deliveries, so he wants to get a little bit of a move on, but he can't give it away at this point in time. He's worked too hard to get where he's at.
Exactly.
To get out to a delivery like that.
And this is a very tricky period of play for the Red Force batsmen. They need to continue the hard work, continue to see it through to the end, because just about 12 or 13 minutes to go.
How many overs have been bowled in the day so far? I'm not sure.
I'm not sure about it, but maybe about 9 or 10
to bowl.
But to go, how much going? So I'm not sure.
13 overs left in the day's
13
play. So, and it's great. It's good weather. So, it's not sure if they're going to go beyond. I think they go until 5:30.
I see the umpires are having a discussion there. I don't know what maybe they're looking at the ball again. Something wrong with the ball, because I see the Eagles captain Imlach is also there.
That's Chris Taylor and that's not Leslie Reefer.
No, that's Sandy.
Yeah, Leslie Reefer took a tumble yesterday, and I don't think he's come back since then.
No. I think Sandy has took up the position this morning. Yeah.
Oh yeah, concussion. So they're telling me that Leslie Reefer concussion. He got hit in his head. So
right. Yes.
That's a big thing now. You once you get hit in your head. In the old days when you had no helmets, you get hit in your head, you shake it.
Well, I was
you shake your head. You shake your head and you continue batting.
Or what you do, you just call on the physio and they wrap your head.
If you get a piece of plaster or something, if you get a little cut, you get a piece of plaster. You just shake your head and you continue batting.
And you continue.
Now you have concussion this and concussion substitutions and all sorts. But it's the same with football.
Exactly.
Because players, you have concussion substitutes going on in football as well. I saw this Brazilian goalkeeper, Alisson, in the last World Cup qualifier. He got substituted because he had he clashed heads with somebody, and he was taken off the field, concussion substitution, and that was a Tuesday. And up till last week, he didn't play. He plays for Liverpool, of course, the only real big team in the English Premier League.
I see.
And up to 2 weeks ago, he wasn't playing because of still this concussion protocol.
I see.
So it's a big thing now.
It is a big, because the medical team always tell you that they look after the player first. Yeah.
Now what is happening here? I'm not too sure. I mean, this can't be this discussion about a ball can't be this long, huh?
That is it. I mean, because I'm wondering if they change the ball.
Hold on. This could not be just change of a ball. Is it that the umpires are suspecting some sort of issue with the Guyana players shining the ball or doing something that is slightly illegal? Well, and I understand on day one they changed the ball because they found some sort of foreign substance on the ball. I'm not too sure what the foreign substance is, but this is crazy. I'm not sure what's happening. Is it?
I'm not sure also, but
when is
in
it
terms of
why they're having a word with the captain? If you're looking, they are talking to Imlach, the captain, and somebody who is empty the pockets. Anderson is emptying his pockets. So they know looking at the fielders and saying to them, hey, you need to empty your pockets.
Anderson is right there, but
well, this is interesting because if the umpires are suspecting ball tampering, this could be very, very interesting. Because first they'll have to examine the ball, and if this happened on day one, I don't know if something came of it, but they're moving off now. So this is, I'm not too sure what is going to be the outcome of this, but obviously the umpires seem satisfied because they're going to continue. I don't know. It's I thought it has me a little bit speechless because I thought the days of that had long gone.
I thought that was behind us by now, but maybe on the first day of play when they found a foreign substance, I thought maybe when the ball hit the boundary rope there was something outside there that maybe
no. It's I think it's sometimes I tell you sometimes sometimes these players walk with different things. Their hands a little bit greasy. If you look to shake it,
Yeah, I see.
you would find it. Hey, this hand is a little more greasier than normal.
I see.
So there are little
Things.
tricks of the trade that you can do to keep the ball, that little bit of shine on the ball. Sometimes in your pocket. That's why Anderson was emptying his pockets, because you
Yes.
can put a little bit of gel
Yeah.
or something in your pocket.
To
It
keep
would fit nicely. And when you put your hand in your pocket, no umpire suspects. You're just putting your hand in your pocket, and next thing you know, it gets a little bit greasy. And I'm not accusing anybody here. I'm not saying that,
I see.
but I'm just saying, the umpires could be looking at all different angles
Yeah, because
of what
that's
is
it.
happening.
Yeah, because I mean that's their responsibility to make sure that everything is above board.
Yeah.
And once they realize that something is questionable,
No, you have to pursue it.
Yeah, you need to investigate it. You need to pursue it.
Now, funnily, Django was also involved in that. He was front and center of that conversation. So it's interesting that did he say something to the umpires indicating that something all is not well with that ball?
That'd be interesting. That discussion that we're having here
Yeah.
would be interesting to really find out from the umpires or from.
Well, that's your job.
Yes,
I'm
yeah.
sure that's your job. You will go after the day's play and ask the umpires what's happening. As a good reporter that you are,
very much. Thank you so much, Colin.
I can't. I'm not a reporter, so I can't go interfere with the umpires. But you can.
But you're a journalist.
Yeah, but I try to stay away from
these
things like that.
things like these.
Yeah,
You have
yeah.
Joel Bailey up there, and you have Jelani downstairs.
And you have Indoji.
Yeah.
Yeah, you've got a lot of people.
Yeah, a lot of people
I notice
downstairs.
you're calling everybody else's name but yours. That's interesting. Very interesting.
I need support.
Well, Kevin Sinclair is in the attack. So the first time we're going to see spin. The off spinner, he's operating wrong the wicket to the left-handed Django. 1 to 5 fielders on the off, is it? Let's see. 5 or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Just 3. Yeah, no, a 6-3 field. Yeah. But first ball, a no ball, and umpire Taylor has to go and show him exactly where. I don't like to see a spinner bowling no balls, but I'll forgive him because it's his first delivery. When you make you look at your mark and you shouldn't really be bowling no balls.
I tend to agree with you there, Colin, because I mean, in modern day cricket, I see spinners bowling no ball.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's crazy.
That never used to happen. But they used to call a spinner some never cut in the crease. I mean, sometimes he may, but not for overstepping the crease.
It's interesting, the field. I was looking at the I didn't realize there's a forward short leg, so it's a 5-4 field, and they're putting Django, they're keeping, and that's good captaincy, he's keeping that man at forward short leg just to sit at Django here. You just can't push forward.
That's good captaincy in truth. To have him aware that you just can't push forward. You must be very, very, very careful in how you come forward, and to add a sense of if you want to put it, intimidation, to make him know that this man is there in case you make any errors.
Sinclair is what I like about Sinclair is it's a little bit of variation. You will see him pushing through some deliveries. You see him giving some a little bit more air. Operating round the wicket to the left-hander. This has been good from Django. He's another no ball. That's naughty. He shouldn't be doing that. I think they need to introduce a free hit with these no balls. At this level. At
this level,
cricket.
yeah. At least a free hit.
Give him a free hit, man. When you're bowling no balls. I tell you what, it may very well cut down the amount of no balls people bowl. But give a free hit as well at test level. At regional level.
That's interesting. I mean, that's a nice way of adding some other dimension to the.
Yeah, because I tell you what, even though it's different in terms of it's the end of the over, not a bad over, just the 2 no balls. Even though it's different with here, where you have the presiding umpire calling the no ball in the white ball format, it's not called at that point in time. You get a TV umpire who says, hey, it's a no ball, because you still have your free hit. Here, unless you can pick up early the umpire's call, because I remember when I played, you know, as a guy, you're about to play a shot and you suddenly hear no, so you try to change your shot midstream because you know you can't get out, so you just sort of swing your bat at it and hope you connect. You know, but it should be interesting if they bring a free hit into this. I tell you what, a lot of them who bowl no balls may not be bowling no balls. It's a all spin attack now, because Versamy Paul is brought into the attack. The left arm spinner is full of experience. Paul, and unfortunately, he was the leading spinner for Guyana, but for the Harpy Eagles. But I think he's left behind now by Gudakesh Moti. Gudakesh Moti is certainly the stalwart here now instead of Paul. You know, and but he's still
serving the Ghana's cricket with a great amount of commitment and determination, because he has been around for as his countryman. You said he's been around for the past 18 years. A lot of years he has put into his cricket for his homeland of Guyana. Versamy Paul.
I see a younger man is looking to replace you.
I see.
Do you know him? Do you know him?
No, I saw him this morning.
First time?
Yeah, first time I saw him. Who's this guy?
He's just like you. He's a fast bowler, you know.
A fast bowler.
Yeah.
I'm a batsman. You know.
I do apologize. I do apologize. My apologies.
At the end of the I bring him on.
My apologies. I didn't realize you were a batsman. Is it because of the training schedule of a fast bowler? All the running, you didn't want to do that?
Too much, too rigorous.
Come on, man. Yeah, a man like you seem as if you could run a 5K without a problem.
Not at all. At the end of the over, we'll have the younger man comes in. He'll come in and continue this long, take us home.
Take us home. Well, I think
it's now 5 o'clock.
The Guyana fielders would be happy. They would have had a good day.
Excellent day.
It's well played from Cooper. He's batted well, you know. You really have to give him credit. It's been tough for him, but he's been able to stick it out, and that's the important thing. He hasn't given his wicket away. He's got to be careful. A good bit of fielding, but he judged that single well. What was important about that, as he played the ball, he called immediately for the single, and
that is important. Yeah. I mean, the calling, the understanding between the batsmen, you must do it as quickly as possible. So he has moved on to 16 from 63 deliveries. He's really taken his time about it.
Well, and give Guyana Harpy Eagles credit. I think they've bowled well. You know, they've bowled well. Smith in particular has been pretty unlucky not to pick up a wicket or two. You know, and he had Cooper in some trouble. And as I said, what has been good about this innings is that he hasn't given it away. He's stuck at it. He's got beaten at times, but he's stuck to the task. That's a good shot from outside the line of the off stump, sweeping. But he's just going to get a single. That's the thing. Sometimes you play really good shots, you get a single. Sometimes you get outside edge and you get 4. It's the end of the over.
End of the over.
81 now or 82 for 1.
So I'll have the medium fast bowler come and join you.
You will.
His name is Liam Mamchan.
Is he?
Yeah. He's
that's
very good medium pacer.
Very good. You heard so, or you saw him in action?
And he's up in the paces.
Well, the batsman has left us, and the fast medium bowler Liam Mamchan is joining me, and still nice and sunny conditions here at the Queen's Park Oval. It's been too hot today and yesterday. It's been really hot, and as I say, good afternoon to you, Liam.
Good afternoon to you,
It's you've replaced the batsman, I see. I never knew Astle Wren was a batsman, you know. My daddy told me that. I didn't know he played cricket. But I know he's a very good reporter.
Yeah, he is a top guy.
Yeah, it was he used to grace us a lot on the television screens. But Cooper, we're getting Cooper from Sinclair is going to continue. It's been a good partnership between these two, hasn't it?
Yeah, definitely. They've stuck out a tough period of time for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force after they lost Kimo Paul quite early, and now Django and Cooper looking to rebuild the innings. And I mentioned earlier when Trinidad and Tobago just started batting, the plan should be to bat 4 sessions rather than try to force a result. I think the only result that they can get out of this is losing. Yeah.
I think they need to play for a little bit of pride and don't lose the game outright.
And there's a couple of guys who've been short of runs, and this is an opportunity for them to finish the season strong.
Yeah, I was making the point to Astle that the pitch. If I was the captain of Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, I would have not wanted a pitch as good as this. I would have said, I don't care, just prepare whatever kind of pitch you want, but make sure it's not a batting paradise. Yeah. Make sure it's not a flat pitch, because really and truly, you want an outright victory. And unfortunately, the pitch is just too good to force that. And if you get a pitch that, and I'm not saying under-prepare the pitch, but what I'm saying is either let it turn or let it be a little quicker than it. I know there are problems with the pitches here in Trinidad. Very rare you can get a quick pitch. Remember, one of the quickest pitches we had here years ago was at Gilbert Park, and that pitch was, when you looked at it, it was like concrete, But unfortunately, the oval, you don't get that. Brian Lauren, you don't get that. It's a little bit slower, so you have to hope for a little bit of turn.
There's always runs in a Queen's Park over Wicket. Chance of a run out here. And the misfield from Raymond Perez allows Django through.
Yep, to get that single. But end of the over, 84 for 1. Sinclair has now bowled his second over, I think none for 3. So he's always steady, isn't he, Kevin Sinclair? He's
you know where you're going to get with this.
Yeah. His variety is not all that much. He doesn't spin the ball all that much either. But it's. So I was the pitch is too flat in my view, and I'm certainly not blaming the head curator. I'm just saying that I would have liked to have seen a different approach, and I'm not sure. I mean, you're talking home advantage here, and if you have home advantage, use it.
You got to use it to the best of your ability.
And even if it was a pitch that was not a batting pitch and was more in favour of bowlers, then it comes down to, hey, who can bat better on the pitch?
Yeah, and I think that in that way it would have made it more of a competition. But in this case, it's a situation where Guyana have pretty much steamrolled Red Force and forced them on the back foot very early on. There was a little bit for the bowlers in that first day, probably around that first session, and then after that it just became easier
to bat. Yeah, but that's a good shot. He used his feet nicely and he's found the gap.
Yeah, so 4 runs to Django, and he edges closer to another first-class half-century. He's on to 48 now, and he has been someone that has been short of runs in the past 2 or 3
games. That's
so
right. I was making that point, and this innings will do him good. He used his feet nicely and whipped that ball through the mid-wicket region. But as I was also saying that, this is the occasion where he's got to get 100. This is how you tell the difference between the regional player and an international player. He's got to 48. He can't afford to give it away. He's got to go on, make 100, and make a big 100 as well.
Yeah, he's got the opportunity. He's got the platform set.
That's right.
He's got the time to do it. There's no better time than right now for Django. And yes, we are going into day 4 tomorrow, but this wicket is still a batting paradise. We've yet to see a ball really turn. Nothing has really kept low or bounced funnily. It's a perfect opportunity for Django, and even see for Scooper, who's he's been he's settled the shop nicely. He's on 16, but he's faced 63 deliveries. He's got an opportunity to come back tomorrow and try to go big. But as it stands right now, Guyana Harpy Eagles know that they're just a day away from
another title. Yeah, and you have to give them credit. I let me tell you something. And I've been thinking, what is Guyana doing different to the rest of the region? I wish I would love to go and do a study of Guyana's cricket because they're winning the title. I mean, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force have not won a title since 2006. And Guyana, in the meantime, well, this will be a hat-trick of victories. Are they doing different to the rest of the region? There must be something they're doing different, because how are they able to continually win the title?
Yeah, 100%, and it's a sort of dominance that they've shown for a really long time. At the end of 27, now 89 for 1, Django on to 49. But yeah, it's been that level of dominance that they've shown.
Yeah.
And they've managed to do it for time and time again and for a number of years. And other teams have got to find a way to dethrone them.
Yeah,
it's just that's a bit too easy now, but
and
it has to be the preparation.
Yeah, it must be. It must be. They started off slowly, and let me tell you also, they've lost a couple of players. Leon Johnson, who was the captain. Sinclair starts another over. Yeah, they lost Leon Johnson, and doesn't seem to have affected them. Chanda Paul, Tajnarine, he's played a couple games, but yet they're still able. They compensate for that loss, and unfortunately, Trinidad and Tobago was not able to compensate for the loss of the Seals and Anderson Phillip.
Yeah, because when even Gurikesh Moti, he's left for the Pakistan Super League, Shama Joseph left for the IPL. And it was just a seamless replacement.
That's right,
for them.
yeah.
Django gets a quick single, and he picks up his half century. And Amir Django's worked hard for this one. It's been some time coming, and he picks up his half century.
Yeah, well played to him. He struggled at the beginning, was beaten on a couple of occasions by Smith to delivery, some cutting back on him. And then the odd one beating him outside the line of the off stump, moving away from the left-hander. But he's starting to show his class, and because he survived that early period, and now he's starting to play shots, and he's looking the part.
And what I've liked about it from Django, and I think against Jamaica in the last game, he came out a bit timid. Even in the first innings in this game, he was a bit timid and a bit quiet at the crease. He came out today, and I saw a different Amir Django. I saw that bit of arrogance in him, and not to say that he's an arrogant guy, but you just saw that bit of, I'm coming out here and I'm going to show why I deserve to be here and why I am a West Indian player. And it's worked out for him in the end.
You saw the game against Jamaica. I unfortunately, well, I shouldn't say unfortunately, thankfully I didn't. Tell me, what went wrong?
I think it was just, the Jamaica bowlers bowled a lot better than Trinidad and Tobago, and they bowled more wicket-taking deliveries. It was as simple as that, because you look at the way that Django got out, the way that Purang got out, even Cephas Cooper in the first innings, they all got out to very good, almost unplayable deliveries. And Trinidad and Tobago weren't able to produce that on a consistent basis, and then when they did, there were 6 or 7 drop catches in both innings.
Well,
that was the big issue.
Well, there were two things. As Sinclair over comes to an end, he's now bowled 3 overs, none for 6, and it's 91 for 1. Django is on 50. Very well played from him. Yeah, I heard two, and you get all kind of different stories. But I asked, and 1 or 2 people said, well, it was bad batting. And then of course the drop catches. You can't. I mean, as the old adage goes, catches win matches, and you can't put on 6 and 7 catches in a game. Was Glenn dropped a few times in his 140? That shocked me that he got to 140.
Yeah, he was dropped twice, and there was also some questionable decisions from the umpires.
Yeah, well, you always get that.
It was 50-50. Could have gone either way.
Yeah.
And actually, on Glenn's first delivery, I thought had him trapped LBW, and the umpire said not out. Turned into 140 after that.
Well, I suppose the other big issue was the injury that Yannick Carrier had. That you're now a bowler short, and I'm going to come to that in a minute after this delivery from Pumal. because the problem West Indies cricket is facing, and not only Trinidad and Tobago, where are the leg spinners? Where are they? I don't know. I mean, who did? Somebody said this morning to me, I think it was a friend was talking to me, and we talking about West Indies cricket, and all of a sudden we was talking about the spinners in West Indies cricket, and he said Shane Warne. I said Shane Warne's an Australian, but it showed me that there's no West Indies spinners now. You can say, well, they're going to wreck a team. Yes, you got Warrican. He did extremely well in Pakistan. He got the wickets. But, you know, when you look back at spinners, and I was telling in the Ajit a little earlier about the Oval was a spinner's paradise many years ago, when we had the Inchanalis and the Rafiq Jumadines and these people playing for Trinidad and Tobago. But you don't have that quality. It don't seem to have that quality again. Especially, right now in West Indies cricket, if you can find me a good back of the hand, left arm, unorthodox bowler and a good leg spinner, I would love to see them. Because, you know, I looked at the T20 festival, and there's a young man who I had a lot of time for. It's the end of the over from Pumal. He's now complete what? His third over, none for 7, 91 for 1. A good over, maiden over. Yeah. And there's a young man playing for Central Sports.
Samir Ali?
Samir Ali.
Yep.
I saw him as a youngster. He was about 17, maybe 16, 17. I was driving into the Queen's Park car park, and I stopped to park my car, and I looked into the nets, and there was this little fella bowling leg spin. David Furlong was the coach, and I parked my car and I went into the nets, and I said to David, "Who's this little fella?" I said, "He looking decent," and he said, "Yeah, it's Samir Ali is his name, a leg spinner." So I turned. I went. I was standing next to David, and I shouted to him. I said, "Young man, bowl a googly." He came up and he bowled a googly. And I said to myself, but this little fella have real promise. And that was it. You know, now he's playing for Central Sports, but you're not, you know, where is he going to go? And that to me is a huge problem. The Inchanalis of this world, there was Inchanali, there was Jaishan Kanai, Sabol left arm, Chinaman and Goulli. I not seen any of these guys around again. Where are they gone? China? Maybe they go China. I just asked her and said that, right? Yeah. Yeah, maybe they're really going to, maybe they're going to China in truth. Because I've not seen them.
You look around at what the Caribbean have right now, what the West Indies have. They've used Hayden Walsh and Yannick Karaya over the past couple of years, and they've not really been that quality leg spinner that you need in a team. You look around at the teams that dominate world cricket at the moment. England have got Adil Rashid, and they've got young Rian Ahmed coming up.
Yep.
Australia have got Adam Sampa. India have got at the moment they've got Chahal. They've got
they have too many. They have too many. You're going to confuse me. They've gone with 4 or 5.
Yeah,
and some bowling left arm, back of the hand, some bowling leg. They're doing it all. And that's why India on top, you know. That's why they have everything. You know, when the batting failed, the bowlers pull them out of it. Oh, that's not good, Django. He's gone stumped. You're using, that's good bowling. Give Sinclair credit. I think he pushed this one a little wide up. And Django, you know, he's gone stumped. And what, 50 exact. Yeah. And that's my problem, Liam, with some of these guys. You get to 50, you got to carry on. And you could see he started to get a little overconfident and was thinking, but you know, he started. I would think Sinclair saw him coming down the track before he bowled the delivery. Let's have a look. Well, no, he started, but you're bowling. This is an off spinner. You can't be coming down the track and not covering that ball.
Yeah, definitely. And I think Django would be disappointed.
Oh, he
himself.
must
He's
be.
not going to be happy.
He did all the hard work, didn't he?
Yep, definitely. So in at number 4, it is going to be.
Who's that? Is that Joshua James? No, it's not. Can't be. Terence Hines.
It actually looks like Brian Charles.
Well,
he is
a night watchman.
with just about 6 overs to go.
Well,
Brian Charles struggled in the first innings. He got a first ball duck
Duck,
off
I know.
Nat Smith.
I know. Didn't he have first ball duck in the Jamaica game as well? Somebody got it. I think I was watching the TV and I think he came in and got a first ball duck.
I'm not sure. Maybe in the first innings, but in the
Yeah.
second innings he actually batted really
No,
well. He
but
got
I
a
think it was in the
27.
first innings.
Yeah. So he's been in and out of form with the bat. But he has a job to do here. He just has to bat 6 overs. And the disappointing thing to me about Amir Jangu there is that he should have been looking at the board.
Yeah.
You could see on the board 6.2 overs left.
Yeah.
There's no need to come down the wicket.
But you know, even if you even looking at the board and you know it's 6 overs to go, you know, my problem is you've got to 50. You have to be thinking now of 100.
Yeah.
And you know, you can't give it away. And to me, he's giving his wicket away. I mean, yeah, you can credit Sinclair, good delivery, so he pushed it down a little wider of the off stump. But you know, Django was he started to come down the track and never was really in control. Well, Brian Charles has come in, and let's see if he can survive the 6 overs. It's been an absorbing day's cricket, but of course everything has gone Guyana Harpy Eagles' way.
Yeah, your Trinidad and Tobago would have had. And Charles, you see, that's the problem there. Charles is a night watchman and he's flashing at one close to the wide line.
Well, maybe he didn't get the instructions, but you're right. He's just having a go at that one. Good bowling from Sinclair. So he's picked up the wicket, which 1 for 6 from his 4 overs. He's been tidy, and when you think of those 6 runs, 2 of them were no balls in his first over. But he's bowled well. He's bowled a good line. He's bowled a good length. He's kept it there just on or around the off stump to the left-hander. The right-handers had a little bit more of an easy time with him, Cooper. So I think a lot of his deliveries will be interesting. But I think a lot of his deliveries he's bowled to Django. You know, and they always say, you know, you have your off spinner, get the left-hander to face him as many balls as possible, because he's going to turn it into the right-hander.
And Cooper's look well organized. He's not looked like anything has bothered him. He's had a tough first few overs when Kimo Paul was in from this media center.
He's had a few tough balls from Niall Smith as well.
Yeah, so I think he's done well to survive to this stage. And he will know that he's dug in. He's done a lot of the hard work. He's done all the heavy lifting so far. He needs to cash in on this.
Well, he can't give it away now,
Not
because he's gone through a lot of the hard work. I'm pretty happy in terms of how he's batted, because he's struggled, and you know, that tells the quality of a batsman. When you struggle and you can't get the ball away, and the ball, you know, you get beaten, but you're able to survive and dig in, and the concentration levels are important.
Yeah, he's shown good presence of mind, good situational awareness, and you're right. That's the qualities of a good opening batsman, a good batsman in general.
Who impressed you on the Guyana team in terms of the batting?
I think there's no other way to turn than Kevlon Anderson.
Yeah.
And well, obviously the skipper Imlach, but you know, we know what he is capable of, as this one beats Raymond Perez and it runs into the boundary for 4. In fact, it's Savory there at cover.
It's a good shot again from Cooper. It was just short, I think, and he went onto that back foot. Hit it firmly. Yeah, he went onto that back foot, hit it nicely.
Yeah, and picked the gap well. It was always going to be some work for Savory there, and just not getting any.
He should have stopped it though.
Yeah, I think he'd be disappointed. He prides himself as an athlete, a good fielder. Usually behind the stumps, but when Tevin Imlach is available for Guyana, he finds himself in the outfield more often than not. The Brian Charles looking to get on strike there. In fact, give Cooper the single, but at the end of another decent over from Purmall, 31 gone, 95 for 2.
It's interesting you said that Brian Charles looking to get on the strike was the last ball. You don't want Cooper on strike. You want Charles to take as many balls as he can. You know, but very interesting. But interesting how you said about the athlete in is it Savory?
Yeah.
I haven't seen him. I haven't seen very much of him. I saw him yesterday. He looked pretty organized. But have you seen anybody that you could say, okay, that has not been playing for the regional team, that you can say, okay, this is one we could look at?
Yeah, I think Kevlin Anderson. There's no real doubt about him. I think he's shown that he can bat in almost any situation. He could turn it up. He can survive until the end of the day. He can, take the game away from you. He shows you every aspect of what a good batsman is.
Shot selection?
100%. He's been in complete control.
Yeah, well, Charles is gonna get off the mark. Delivery just wide of the off stump, and he was able to get that ball down towards a third man. Just he's I've a lot of Anderson. I've heard quite a lot of him. I haven't seen him very much in action. I've seen a couple of his innings.
He got a 50 in the first innings, got 100 in the last game.
Yeah.
I think he's got 3 centuries in this year's competition. Right up there with Joshua Da Silva, Jason Mohammed, Tevin Imlach.
So you reckon that Anderson is going to be one that the West Indies selectors may very well call on?
Yeah, I think so. An important tour coming up against Australia. I think Glenn has impressed as well. He's been showing some consistency. He scored obviously 140 not out against Trinidad. The game before that he had a 65 and a 40 odd against the academy. So not enough to really get himself into the West Indies team, but he's showing good signs of improvement.
I tell you, it's going to be interesting when they name the new West Indies captain, because you have Darren Sammy, who is now taking over the coaching assignment. So they both himself and whoever is the new West Indies captain, they are going to want to sort of establish their own team, if you understand what I mean.
Yeah, they've got to find some sort of identity.
Yeah, so they're not going to want to go with what has happened in the past. Well, the captain has already gone. It's the end of the over from Sinclair. He's now had what? It's 5 overs, 1 for 7. It's pretty good. And 96 for 2. As Cooper is on 21, and Brian Charles is batting with him. And Charles is just on 1. Yeah, he's going to establish his own identity as a coach, and whoever the captain is. So you're going to probably see some changes in the team. I wouldn't be surprised. And I think this is a good dress rehearsal, the regional tournament, to give the opportunity to those who have done well consistently in terms of getting runs and getting wickets.
I think there's 3 or 4 front runners for that. I would say 3, as Pumol is back in, and I think those 3 are the 2 obvious ones to me are Joshua Da Silva and Tevin Imlach.
Yeah,
I think they've been the best captains.
So who are you playing? One of them as a batsman?
And that's the thing. I think both of them are good enough to play as batsmen. Obviously, Da Silva has been given an extended run with the West Indies team. He's not been as good as he can be.
Yeah,
he's got a lot of room for improvement at test level, but when he comes back down to regional level, he scores a load of runs. Same with Imlach. He's not been given the opportunity extended just yet. He's just played the 1 test match where he did well. He scored a 30 odd in a tough wicket. So I think those are the 2 front runners, but the wild card is Shea Hope for my captain.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting whether they decide on Shea Hope, and even more interesting is whether Shea Hope is going to say yes, because I understand he doesn't really want to play Test cricket, because why are you going to kill yourself out for 5 days when you could go and play a T20 game and make 50 times the amount you're making? Or go and play a 50 over game, So it's a pity because, and this is a man who we all said cannot play the white ball format at the end of the over from Pumol. So not much happening out in the middle now. I think all the Guyana team probably just hoping to pick up a wicket, but both Charles and Cooper just hoping to bat out the rest of the day. How many overs left, Liam?
There's 3 overs left.
3 overs, yeah.
Yeah, I think Trinidad and Tobago know exactly what they're doing. Cooper and Charles having a bit of a meeting here. See umpire Sandy having a look at his watch.
It's what?
It's 5:24 p.m.
So they go until 5:30, right? or if the overs are completed.
Yeah, I think once there's light, they go until the overs completed, and
Right.
there's just 3 more overs, and the
Yeah, well,
spinners are on.
that's gonna finish by 5:30, 5:35.
Well, Imlach is going to make a change here. Kevin Sinclair is going to be replaced, and
I
it
think-
looks like Ashmead Ned is going to come in. 2 right-handers, a left-hand orthodox.
Yeah,
bowler.
left arm
I
orthodox.
think
Yeah.
it's a good ploy from Imlach. He's a thinking
Yeah.
captain, and that's what I like about him.
Yeah, what I was making the point, and yesterday I saw Josh Da Silva make a couple of interesting moves in the field, and we were talking about West Indies captains not being proactive. You know, they're reactor, and what was good yesterday was that I think which one it is. There was a batsman that got out because the Silva made a move and put a silly point.
I think it was Imlach.
Yeah,
I think it was
Imlach, that's
Imlach,
right. And you could see him. He was just playing long forward, and Da Silva brought a guy into silly point, and all of a sudden he went onto the back foot trying to cut. Because he didn't have the leisure of just pushing forward to the ball, and that's what I mean. It wasn't to say that the guy at silly point or silly mid off was going to take the catch, but you just the thought of him being there.
Yeah, it's all about mind games.
That's right.
And playing on a batsman's mind when he's comfortable.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's what we need. We need more proactive captains. Sorry,
that's
and
right.
I think you look at the region, you look at all the teams. John Campbell has done a decent job with Jamaica, got them to the Super 50 final last year. But these two, you look at them, Imlach and Da Silva, and I don't see much better than them in the Caribbean.
Well, that's interesting because I think West Indies cricket could be in some trouble if Shea Hope says no to the Test captaincy, because you look through at that last team, and there's nothing. I don't want to say there's nothing, but there's nobody that stands out. Let me put it like that. To say, well, he's a West Indies captain. I hear that. I read somewhere that Carl Hooper is talking about Jason Holder. What's the sense of that? You can't go back to Jason Holder. No disrespect to Jason Holder. He served West Indies cricket really well. But you can't go back to Jason Holder now. You got to look for the future.
I think that's a step in the wrong direction. And if you want to go back to Jason Holder, then you might as well have stayed with Kirk Brathwaite.
Well, he resigned, didn't he?
Yeah.
That's a report that he resigned the captaincy. But you can't go back there.
I think another name that a lot of people are blowing past is Alec Athenies. He's been captain in the
Yeah,
Windward
no.
Islands team, but he's still so young and still so much to learn.
And he's not consistent.
And yeah, that's the other
we
thing.
keep talking about, and I am one, I'm guilty. I talk how much I saw this guy got a 50 here against a 80 odd against somebody, and the next game they were playing Trinidad and Tobago, and I said to David Furlong, I said, hey, they got a guy called Athenies, you got to be careful of him. Well, of course he got 2 and 10 or something like that, and Furlong said to me, was that the guy you told me you would, but his problem is he's not consistent enough, and that's the problem with so many of them, but it's going to be interesting. I think it's the end of the over from that was Ned.
Ned
Yeah,
was one of it.
yeah, and it's interesting times because, as I said, new captain, new coach, and they want to create their own identity. So it's going to be interesting who gets into the final 11. But
And it's a stage where the 3 guys we're speaking about are 3 wicket keepers. And throw another name in there, not maybe to captain the team, but another guy who deserves to be in the team, Zamir Django. Now you've got a situation where you've got 4 keepers. 2 of them at least are going to have to play as batsmen if they're all in the team.
Well, I think Django, you'll play Django as a batsman.
Yeah.
But Da Silva and Imlach, you'll have to decide which one you're going to play as a keeper and which one is a batsman. I can't really tell the difference in terms of their keeping. I think both of them are pretty good keepers. I'm not going to say to you, well, Imlach is a better keeper than Da Silva. I think both of them are decent enough.
Yeah,
I think it's who you decide that you're going to play as a batsman, and is he go? That's a really good shot. That's wonderfully played from Cooper. Well, it's a pity coming to an end this play because he looks much more confident now, doesn't he?
He's been out there for a long time, 34 overs, and he's seen it all.
But the 100 is up, is it? 101?
Yeah, that is the 100. So Trinidad and Tobago in a decent position to survive tomorrow, and to try to force a draw in this game with the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Gonna have something to say about that.
Yeah, well, the pitch is still good for batting, and I can't see much change tomorrow. So I think you made the point that it's just a matter of them batting out and really not wanting to lose the game outright. Paul wheeling away as per usual. He's bowled many overs in his career.
This innings from Cooper, he's looked very comfortable with the spinners. He's struggled a bit with the faster bowlers in terms of the movement that Niall Smith and Kimo Paul was getting early on, but he seemed very comfortable and very much in control of the spinners.
Hey, that one turned a little from Pumor.
Yeah, I think we've only seen like 2 or 3 deliveries that really turned, and the one that Django got out from Sinclair, it was probably the only one that Sinclair really turned in his spell. So Django would feel a bit unlucky with that. I think he would have come down the track not thinking that the ball would have spun, but it did. And just about 8 deliveries left in the day's play. 7 now, and Guyana would be hoping to strike one more into the last over. Here is Pumol. And the oohs and ahs of a final couple overs.
Interesting ball because it was the arm ball and just didn't do enough. But give Cooper credit. He lined it up early and decided, well, he's going to leave it alone. And even though it just came back at him, it was just wide of that off stump. So well
That's
played.
Actually, the end of the day's play.
Well played to Cooper. He's lasted out. Got 50 in the first innings, and it's 26 not out. So he's had a good match.
Yeah, so far he has. He'd want to convert this 26 into another half century and maybe even a century tomorrow. But a recap of the day's play. The Guyana Harpy Eagles, they batted well this morning. They came in at 200 and 279 or 269 for 5.
For 5, yeah.
And they really cashed in. They got to 463. Some good innings from Kimo Paul. Vasami Pulmo getting himself a half century. In the end, Paul would feel very much disappointed that he didn't get to 100.
Oh yeah,
he
for
was
sure.
on 93 with the field spread, and he picked out the man at long on. So he would be disappointed himself with that. And then in reply, Trinidad and Tobago
101 for 2.
Yeah, they trail still by 122 runs. So there's no much thinking of Trinidad and Tobago winning this game. It's all about survival for them tomorrow, and we'll have to see how that goes, but Guyana will be pretty happy with the position.
Oh, for sure. They know what they have to do, and they've done it well here. They put Trinidad and Tobago Red Force into bat. They dismissed them cheaply. When I say 240, Trinidad would have been hoping for 350 or thereabouts. And then they've basically batted the Red Force out of the game with 463. The Red Force, I think myself and Vinod were discussing if they could have got Guyana out for maybe 270, 280, a 30-40 run lead, get back in, get some quick runs. But Guyana they have played it very well. You have to give them credit for it. They knew exactly what they had to do here, and they've done it well.
Yeah, I think that would have been the plan for Guyana, for Trinidad and Tobago actually coming into this morning, with Guyana having a lead of just 40 runs or 39 runs, something around there, and 5 wickets in hand. Trinidad and Tobago would have looked to try to get them out between 300 and 320 and give themselves some sort of opportunity to claw back in, but got to give a lot of credit to Kimo Paul and Vasami.
Oh, for sure. So that's the situation here. I would leave you to say goodbye to our viewers, because we unless of course you don't want to say goodbye and you want to carry on a little bit more. I can get Asel to come and join you.
So that's going to be it for today's play. At the end of the day, Trinidad and Tobago trail by 122. They will end on 101 for 2. We'll be back here at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, and we'll see you then.